Hi there, welcome to yet another project video. In this project, you're going to build this phenomenal application from scratch, powered by smart contract and centralized server. This project will teach you that how you can build a real world application and solve real world problem. We're going to create NFTs, we're going to provide that NFT in the contract, and we'll provide an API so the user can make a request to the API and they can fetch the data. So tons of things is coming in this project. I hope you will learn tons of new things, and that will teach you every single thing which you have to know to build a real world app. So let me give you a quick demo. You can click on this button and you can simply log into the application. Simply type your credential, click on unlock. Once you will log into the application, you will have this profile. Log in to your application, so you have to pass your email ID and the password, and this login system can be done with a smart contract or it can also be done with the centralized server. So here we are back into the login. You can simply click and you can log out. Then you can click on the sign up and you can create your brand new account. Let me pass the email ID. You have to pick your password. Then you have to confirm the password. Now click on the sign up. Here you have created an account and this data will store in the database. You can simply upload the NFT. You can see this NFT. Click on this, pick the image of your choice. I'm going to select my, and here we have this pop-up module. We can provide all the details about the images. Let's call it the Daulat Hussain. Let's type the description. Welcome to NFT API tutorial course in this you Web3 API. Then pick the email ID and you can select any category. Click on create and this will make the transaction. This will not only store the data in the contract, but it will also make a request to the API and store the data in the centralized server. Here we are charging 25 Coin for the transaction as an honor of the platform. Click on this confirm to make the transaction. Here we have this beautiful animation and every single thing we're going to build from scratch. You will not only learn that how you can write the smart contract, build the backend, but you will also learn that how you have to build a phenomenal UI part. So we have this loader and here you will find this is the one we have created. You can click on the recent and this is the one. Click on this. Here you will come to the NFT detail page and here you will find all the information about the NFT. You can come back to the home. You can click on this one and you will come to the detail one. So our router is also working fine. You will have all of the information. We have the category, ID, date, donations, and you can simply click on this address to copy. You can click on this URL and you can paste here, and this is the image user can copy. They can also download that one. Here we have downloaded that. Now if they want to donate, they can easily able to donate the funds. So this is the amount I want to donate because this one is real application which you deploy on the Polygon. So complete the transaction and this will make the transaction. So that looks pretty amazing. You can see every single thing is working absolutely phenomenal. We have all of this data and this is the amount we have donated to this particular this one. Simply copy that one and here we have all the recommended one which you can click and you can have the details about the all this one. So we have this beautiful project which we're going to build from scratch and tons of learning coming on your way. So hope you guys will enjoy. With that, let's start working on our project. So here I have created this folder NFT API and in that we're going to start working. So make sure to come and create a folder on your desktop and let's start working on it. Open up your Visual Code, click on open, go to desktop and select the folder we have created. So click on this show more and then we have this, click on that. So here we have the folder which is absolutely ready and we don't have anything in that. So now what I will do is I'll come back here in my browser and all the source code you will find right here on this website. So come back to the blockchain coder if you haven't visited the website. So source code and you can scroll. We have tons of project. So if you're really serious about the development and learning about the blockchain, then come and build this NFT marketplace. This is one of the best tutorial we have. All the tutorial are best, but this one is the most industry ready project which you can build. So you can get it. You can have, we have the supply chain and we have this real estate marketplace on a blockchain. So this one is also a phenomenal application which you can add in your portfolio. And if you run about the API development, totally API development, then this project is absolutely must. It's a 12-hour long project. Make sure to follow that. Now what I will do is this is the one which we going to work on it because I have provided all the source code and the final code so we can get it. So click on this get now and here you can get the complete source code by click on buy now, and like when you will buy, you will give a small contribution to our team so we can able to bring more courses. So that's why we have taking money for the complete code. But you can click on the starter file and you can download all the source code, all the starter file which we have developed for this particular project. In that you will have everything. Simply grab this URL, come back, open up your terminal, and we have to clone the repo. So say git clone, paste the link, and we have to give this dot because we want to create in the same folder. So click on that, and here it's cloning, and you can see, let me expand this one, let me bring this up. So we have successfully cloned it, and bring this down, close this one. Let's come back here, and here you will find all the folder and file structure which I have already predefined. So all you have to do is to install, get the starter file, and you can start working straight away. So let me show you what we have into this. So this is the API folder, and in that we have this three folder: control, model, and router. In this we're going to build our API. So if I open this control, inside that you will have this auth controller and NFT controller. So in that you will have nothing because it's totally empty, and we're going to write the entire code together. Then we have this model for the NFTs and the user model. So we don't have anything in that. Then we have the router for NFT and the user, because we have to provide the endpoint so user can make a request for the login and they can make a request for getting all the NFTs. So these are the three folders we have. Now let's close this one. Now we have this component folder. Inside that we have all of this component. So we're going to build all of this component together. So we have button, we have the button here, we have card, we have checkbox, we have donate, filter, footer, form, and we have header. This is the, like, in image folder you will find all the images, all the assets we are using, including the Figma files and the client's images. All the images you will find here. If you open, these are the client's images we'll use, and this is the images. Now we have the, and you will notice here that we have this arrow. This is the image we're going to use in our filter, and we have this search icon. So these are the two icons, and all we have imported here in the index.js. So the same structure I'm following here. We have imported all the images here, and we're going to export it from here so we can utilize it in our project. So that's the image folder. Close this one. Now we have the loader. We haven't written any code, so we're going to write it together. Then we have the login. Then we have the logo. Then we have the notification. So it's empty. Then we have the product, then we have the profile, then the sign up, and here I will provide you all the CSV file, all the CSV icon which I'm using in the project, so you don't need to code it. So if you open this is the entire CSV file for the delete icon. All this one, delete, this is the file, this is the format CSV, and this is the GitHub, Instagram, all of the icons we are using in the project. That's all CSV file you will find, and then we are simply importing here in the index.js, and then we are exporting it. So that's the way we can use in our component. Looks pretty fine to me. Things good. Close this one, close this one, and here we have the upload component, and this is the CSS file. Let's come here, and here we have imported all the components we have created under the component folder. So all the component we have imported, and we are simply exporting here. So we have already done all the setup here in the starter file. So let's close this one, and this is the context in which we're going to write the entire logic for our application. This is the pages. So we're going to have close to 3 pages in our application. So this is the image folder, and in that we have this image file. Then we have the, let's come here, we have this app.js. Here we have to configure our store, our providers. Then we have to come back to the index, and here we're going to build the home page of our application. Then this is the API. Here we're going to build the API section. So these are the 3 pages we have, and this is the image in which we're going to display the details about the NFTs. Looks pretty good. Let me replace this one to only image. That looks good. So close this one, close this one, close this one, and here we have a public folder. In that we have couple of static CSV file which you don't need to worry about it. So close this one, and we have this style. Inside that we have nothing. We're going to write the stylings for our application, and here we have created a web3 folder. In that we're going to write the smart contract, and that's why we have created this dedicated folder here. So we have the contract, and it's called NFT IPFS because we are uploading this data to the IPFS and fetching. So this is the contract we're going to build together. We are using this particular version. Make sure to use the exact one. Then we have the get git ignore. So we are not going to push these files in GitHub. Then we have the headed config file, and here you have to do some important configuration when we'll deploy the contract. So you can see that we have this imports. Then you have to get your own private key. Like during this tutorial you can able to see my private key, but don't pause the video and copy, because I have seen that many of you use my private key, you don't use your own. So make sure to use your own private key. So here you have to paste your private key, and that's the only thing you have to do. All of things will be remain same. So we are optimizing our smart contract, we are configuring our Polygon network. So that's the configuration, and this is the package.json file. All the packages are already defined here. All you have to do is to install, so don't need to do any changes here. So we have all of these packages. Now this is the readme file, and don't need to worry about that. Close this one. And this is the get ignore file. This is the API app.js for the API. Here we're going to write the API codes. Then we have the .env file, and here you have to provide your own database key and database password. So you can see that here I have defined couple of variables. So the first one we have is database. So I'll show you how you can get the string from the database, and you can get the string and you can paste here, and how you can get the password. And again, I have explained this extensively in the complete API course. So if you are new to API, I would recommend you to watch the complete API course. That's a 12-hour long, and I have explained every single thing in that. And here we have this JWT secret key, and we're going to use this JWT secret key to build a token. And you can give any text. I'm giving this particular string, but you can add anything, but make sure to keep it above 32 characters, because when you will keep it above 32, it's going to create a better inscription. Okay, so that's the token we have. And here we have defined the variables. So we have the expiry and expiry cookie. You can easily able to play with this value and number, but I would recommend to go with the same approach. And when you complete the project, after that you can do the experiment. Close this one. Now we have this next config file. We don't have anything in that. This is the package.json file. So here we are using all of these packages. So version private, this is the script we have, and we have to do a little bit of modification here. So this is the dev environment, this is the build environment, and this is the start environment for running our API. So we're going to test each one of this. Now this is the dev one, and this is the node one. So if I come here you can see we have using all of these packages. So make sure you have to use the exact version we are using here, no matter when you are building this project, because these are the most stable one, and we're going to build on this. And many of you complain that my package is not working because you have installed a different version. That's why your application is not working. So make sure to follow the exact version we have used here. Now come back to the readme file, and here I have provided some important information which you guys can easily able to have a look. That what are the resources I have provided. So the blockchain code there, here we have provided the final code, here we have the startup file, and here we have the Figma file which you can get it. Here we have my personal course which I have launched very recently, and it's one of the best projects which you can include in your portfolio. In that you will learn the power of Redux toolkit. It's absolutely amazing. So when you will get a data from any remote server, any API, it will help you to manage the entire state of our application. So I would recommend to watch this particular video, in which I have explained that how you can manage the state and how you can make an API request. So this is one of the best project I have included. So make sure to check that one. And here we have a couple of links. So what I will do is, let me show you. See, this is the 8-hour course we have. Cinemos. You can see how many modules we have here. You can play, you can do this, and here you can able to find what are the modules we have included, what are the things you're going to learn in this particular project. All of this thing you will learn. This is the front-end development. You will learn about all of these components, structure building, and the data structure. Then we have the API section, and these are the things that are absolutely amazing. React's toolkit. All of the things are very important for developer to know how to deal with the API. So all of the things we have covered extensively, and we have got some phenomenal response from the user, because before I launched this course it was in the testing mode, and we have allowed 100 users to take the course and give their feedback. So finally they have given amazing feedback, and that's what you can find here. Some of the important questions which you can have a look if you have any doubt. So come and have a look on the video, and that will give you a better idea. So let's come here. You can support, you can get all the project official website and book consultancy. So all the important resources I have provided in the readme file. Now what we have to do is come back here. Here we are, API, this is the component. First thing we have to delete this get. I don't need that one, so I'm going to delete that one. Now come back here. So let me make it big, and now we have to install the packages. So open up your terminal, and first we're going to install the package, this one, all of these packages. So simply type npm I or npm install, both will work fine. So this will happen very quickly because we are using very light packages, and it's happening. Just a moment. And finally we have installed all the package. Just clear your terminal, bring this down, not that one, bring this down. Come back in the node modules, and here you will find all the packages we have installed. Don't need to worry about that. Now let's bring it up, and first we have to simply get into the web3 folder because we have to install the packages here in this. So let's type cd web3 and hit enter, and we have to install that. Hit enter, and here we are in the web3 folder, and now we have to install the packages. So npm I, and this will install the packages we need, and the installation is completed, and now the environment is set for development. So now we can start working on the actual application. So what I will do is, first I'm going to start working on the API. So first we'll build the entire API with all the feature and functionality, then we'll test that. After that we're going to move to the smart contract, and at the end we're going to start working on the front end part, because first thing we have to build the core functionality for our application to make it workable. Hope you guys will have a great idea that how we're going to proceed it. So this is the app.js. So all of these folders and file we're going to work on. Close this one. So this is the server.js file. Come back to the auth controller. This is the NFT controller. This is the module, and looks fine. This is the close this one. Now come back to the router. We have these two routers. So what we're going to do is we're going to start working on the router first. Okay. So this is close this one, close this one, close this one, close this one, and let's come back, open it, come back to the router, and let's start working on the NFT router first. So first we're going to import couple of things. So we'll import the Express because we have already installed the packages. So we have Express, then we have to install the NFT controller. We haven't written any code, but just import that one, which is coming from controller, NFT controller. After that we have to import the router, and this router is coming from Express. Now we have to simply assign that router. So we'll use this router variable .router, and in that we're going to define our root directory. And on the root directory we have to make two calls. First get method, and in this get method we have to get all the NFTs. Then we have to make a post request on the same router, and on that we're going to call it create NFT. So these are the two methods we are calling on the main directory. Again, I'm telling you that just build this project. Once you complete this project, after that start building the NFT API. It's a 12-hour long course. In that you will understand everything that what logic we are building, because I have already explained in that course in details. So I will just simply use those. So our root directory is started. Now let's come here. We'll take this router ID because we have to get the NFT based on the ID. So let's get NFT. So these are the two endpoints we are building. Now we have to simply export that module router. Looks pretty fine, and that's the only thing we have to do here. So it's pretty good. That's the only thing we have to do here. We have imported the Express controller router, and we have these two endpoints. Looks pretty good. Okay, close this one, and now come back to the user router. Click on that, and now we have to start working on the user router. So the same thing we have to do here. We have to import Express. Then we have to import our auth controller because we have to deal with the authentication like login and sign up. So we have to import the auth controller. After that we have to get the router from Express, and then we have to build the endpoints. So the two endpoints we're going to build is sign up, and the second one is going to be login. And in both the endpoints we're going to make it post request because we have to send data to our backend to make user login. And then we have to simply export the router. So that's pretty good. So these are the entire piece of code we have to write in the use router. So we have imported all of this login and sign up. These are the two endpoints we have built. Now come here. So we are done with this router. Hope things are making clear to all of you guys. Now we have to work on the model. So now we're going to start working on the NFT model because we have to define that what data we want to take from user and assigning to the NFT. So let's import couple of things. So first we have to import Mongoose, and that's coming from Mongoose. Then we have to come here, we have to define the schema, and we are using this method called new mongoose schema. And on that we're going to simply define all the data we want to take. So we want to take the title of the NFTs, and it's going to be a string type. Then we have to take the trim, because when we'll get the data, some user will provide extra space, so we have to remove those extra space. That's why we are using this trim validator. So the title is ready. Now we have to take the description, and it's gonna be a type of string, and you can trim that one. You can also add a required field. We are done with the description. Now we have to define the category, then we have to define the email, then we have to define the address, and define the created at. So when the NFT is created, so here we're going to take this type date, and we're going to take this, by default is going to be now created at. Now we have to take the image image. So these are the schema model, these are the data we are taking in our schema model. Now we have to do a couple of things. So we have to take this NFT mongoose.model, and we have to simply export the schema model.export, and that we have to pass this NFT, and that's the only thing we have to do. So that's the entire model. So that's the entire model for our NFT. You can make it more complex. Again, I have explained that in detail in the NFT API project. That's a 12-hour. So make sure to follow that to have a better understanding, and how you can add a validator. And that's what I'm not going to do here. Okay, we want to make it workable. So let's close all of this, create ad, and we have our NFT models is ready. Close this one, come here, and now we have to work on the user model. And the user model will not be simple as the NFT model, because we have to do the validation of the password hash and a lot of logic we have to build here. So first thing, we have to import the mongoose. Then we have to take the bcrypt script, because we have already installed the packages, and this package will allow us to encrypt the password. Because the best practice when it's come to building authentication is that you should never store user password as it is in your database. You have to encrypt that one. So if someone hack the database, they can get the email ID, but they can't get the password. So in that way you can make your user data more secure. So let's import the package. Now we have to build the user schema, and the same logic we have to follow. And here we have to define all the fields we want to take. So we want to take the name, type is going to be a string. Then we'll take the required trim, and it's a required field because user has to provide their name. That's why we have made this required to true, and this is the error message we are passing. If someone don't provide the required name, then we have to throw this error message, please tell us your name. Let's close this one. Then we have to take the email ID, type string, required field, please provide your email. And instead of email, you can keep their wallet address. It's totally up to you. Okay, if you want to validate the user based on their wallet address, you can do that one as well. And we want to make it unique, so every single address of every single email ID should be unique. If someone's tried to create an account with the same email twice, it's not going to work. And then we have to convert that to a lowercase 2, and that's the field we have to include in the email. Now let's come here, we have to define the role, and by default we're going to set the role to user as an user, because we're going to have two type of roles. One is user and the other one is the admin, and we are the admins. And based on that, we're going to define couple of functions. So by default is will be user. Let's come here, we have to take the password, and it's a type of string. We'll take this required field, and we'll say please provide a password. And we'll also take the confirm password, because user has to confirm the password. It's a type of string, and it's a required field. Please confirm your password. And we have to use this validator, and this validator will only run when the user will create his or her account. This validator will not work at the time of login. Just for okay, that's the thing you have to keep in mind. So we'll say validate function element, and we'll take the return, we'll take the password, and we'll try to and then we have to simply return that one. And then we have to throw this error message if the password the user is providing is not equal to the element, that the password are not the same. So that's the confirm password. Now here we have to build the method model. So we'll take this user schema, and we'll call this pre-hook, and this pre-hook will run when the user will click on this method will run. And here we have to simply call this async function, and here we have to first run this function. So this function will only run when the user password was actually modified. So like when the user will try to log into the application and try to log in the application, so this function, this method will check whether he or she has changed his password or not. If they have changed, then this method will run, otherwise it will skip. And that's why you use this next. So we'll say this modified password, and then we have to return the next middleware. Again, I have explained everything about the middleware, so make sure to check that. So run the next, then it will go to the next one. So we'll say hash password with cost of itna. So we have the encrypt function, and now we have to simply hash the password. So we'll say await bcrypt hash, and we have to pass the password. So the higher the number you will get, the better the encryption will be, but it will take time. It's a resource incentive. So 12 is the best as per the recommendation of the industry. You can use this 12, but you can go for 16, but this will take the longer time to hash the password. Now we have to delete the confirm password, because we don't want to store the confirm password field in the database. And then we have to call this next. So we are done with the first method in our user model. It's called pre-hook, and we will run this particular method when the user will try to save and create his account. So first it will check that whether the user have changed their password or not. If they have modified their password, then it will go to the next middleware. Otherwise, it will go further and it will simply encrypt the password and remove the confirm password field from the database, and then it will move to the next. So that's the first method. Let's build the second method. It's called pre-save, and we'll take this next. We'll say if this is modified password, then we have to call this method, then we have to simply return it. Then we'll have to call this password change at, and then we have to pass the date when the password is changed, and then we have to call the next function. So this is the second method for checking for the password change with the date. Now we have to take the third method, schema, and in that we're going to run this function called next, and this will allow us to point the current query. So whatever user passing the query to filter out the data, that's the query we are dealing here. So what we'll do is we'll take this find, and we'll call the active false. With this we try to get all the data and display. So that's what we are doing here. Now simply call next, and that's the second model we have here. Sorry, third method we have. Now come here, we have to take the another one called method current password, and this function will going to run when the user will put his password, and we're going to call this current password to match the password with the encrypted password and the user password. So we'll say candidate password, and this is the user password. Now we're going to return this bcrypt function, and we'll call the compare function, and we have to compare the two passwords, one password from the database and the other password from the user. And then we have to build the fifth model, which is a change password after. And then we have to take this JWT timestamp. We have to check couple of conditions. So we'll say the time of the password change, and we convert that in parse integer, and then we have to pass the password change at time. Then we have to define the second, and that's the thing we have to do. And at the end we have to simply return the value of JWP timestamp, and it should be less than the chain timestamp. If that's the case, then we have to return the actual date. Again, I'm telling you, if it sounds complicated, just work along with me, code along with me, and after that, once you complete this course, after that you can take the complete API development course. In that I have followed the exact model, and I have explained every single thing in detail. Okay, so once you complete this project, after that move to the API course. So we are done with this method as well. Now we have to simply check false. So if it's changed, then we have to return false. So we can come here. Now we have to simply export the model. So we'll say user schema, and then we have to export the user. So that's the entire model. So that's the entire model we have defined for the user, both for login and user creation account. So we have all of this data. So we have so many methods we have built here. So we have the name, email, roles, password, confirm password. These are the fields we are taking. Then we have the couple of methods. So we have the user schema, all of this. Close this one. Now we have this pre-hook for the modification in the passwords. Looks pretty good. And this is the password change at you can't find in the user model, but I have built this one in case if we want to add this field in our database, we can add that one. But for the time being, let's have the function and let's not include in the database. Okay, that's why you can see you cannot find here in the password change at. Looks pretty good to me. So here you are on my YouTube channel. Simply scroll down. Let me show you the course you can take after this one. So let me scroll all the way down to find out the video. We have close to 1000 video. It's going to be 1000 very soon. So let me bring it down here, and here we have that. So you can see we have these two videos, 6 hours, 6 hours. This one is 640 and this one is 6 hours. Pretty huge. So make sure to take these two, take this course after this one. That will give you a better idea that how you can become a master in API development. In that I have explained every single thing which I have covered here. So let me make it big. This is the modified function. Close this one. Then we have this find. Close this one. Then we have the correct password. Close this one. And then we have the change password. So all of these methods we have built. Looks pretty good. Now close this one. We are done with this user model. So those are the two files we have done. Close this one. And now we have to start working on the controller. So we have this two controller, auth controller and NFT controller. So let's start working on the NFT controller. So first thing we have to do is we have to import the NFT model we have defined. Then we have to come here. We have to export the get all NFTs. So this function will allow us to get all the NFT we have in the database. It will take this request response next, and in that first we have to call this NFTs, and we have to find the NFT. We'll say await NFT.find method. And this find method will give us all the NFT from our database, and then we have to simply send this data. So we'll say send response. We'll say response.status 200 for OK. Then we have to take this JSONs and status success, and then we have to send the data. Result is going to be the NFT.length, and then we have to send the data, which is a NFT. And that's the only thing you have to do. The endpoint we have build already, this endpoint to make a request, and that's the data we are sending. First we are getting the data from the database, and then we are sending the response as a status success. Result, the number of length it will display, that how many NFTs we have, and then we are sending the entire NFT. So that's the first function we have. Let's write the second function called get NFT, and this will allow us to get a single NFT. So it's going to be async function because we are dealing with the promises. We'll say request response next, and in that first we have to get the NFT based on the ID, because every single NFT will have a unique ID. So that's what we have to do. We'll say request.params ID, and this ID will come in the form of URL. So that's the ID we are getting, and that's why we are filtering. So first thing we have to check send the response. We'll say status, and we have to simply say success data is the NFT. And that's the simple response we are sending. We are finding the particular NFT, and that's what we are sending in. Now let's come here. Let's write the other function for create NFT. The same method we have to follow here. First we have to call console the log the request we are getting in the URL body, means request body. In that request body we'll have all the data which user will send for creating the NFT. Then we have to take this variable called new NFT, and we have to call this new.create method. So we have save method, we have create method. So here we are using create method, and in that we have to pass the entire body. When we pass the entire body, it will create the document in our database, and then we have to simply send the response back 201 for create as a response. Status success, then we'll say the database data to the new NFT the NFT user have created as a response. So hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys. So we are first importing the model. So this is the model we have. You can see this is the NFT model we have built, and that's what we are importing, because whenever someone hit the or get all NFT requests, it will go to this model and it will validate all of the things, and then it will send the response. So we have to use the model. So all of this thing we have here. come here. So first we are getting the model, then we are building the get all NFT function to get all the NFT in the database. Close this one. Then we have this get NFT. We are finding the NFT based on the ID, and then we are sending back as a response. Then we have this create, and this will allow us to create a new document in our database which user can call and create. Here we have the create method and passing all the data in the body. So that's the entire NFT control we have. So looks pretty good. Close this one, and now we have to work on the authentication. So we have to import the couple of things. So we need the JWT token because we have to perform some hashes. So that's why we need the package. Then we need the user model, because when the user will call any one of the authentication methods, it will go through the user model and it will validate all of the condition we have defined. So we have the JWT and the user model. Then we'll come here, we have to build the sign token, and every time user will create a new account or login, we have to send the token back to the user, and on the base of that we have to do the authentication. So let's create the token. In that token we have to pass the ID. So we'll take this return JWT JWT.sign. In that we have to pass the ID, and we'll call this process.env. I hope you guys haven't forgot that this is the variable we have defined in our e.env file, which will be used to create the hash for the token. Then we have to take the expiry date. So when this token is going to be expired in, so we'll take the expire in time, and this will generate our token. Now we have to come here, we have to build a create send token function, because this will generate the token. Now we have to send this token back to the client. So we'll take the user status code request and response, because we have to know the user who is calling the function. So we'll say const token, we'll take this sign token, and that we have to simply pass the user ID, because that's who is interacting with the login functionality or create function. Then we can come here, send the cookie as a, we'll send the expiry is going to be a new date, and in that we have to define that one. We'll get date.process, and we have to define our cookie expiry in, and we have to simply convert that into a millisecond. That looks fine to me. We have our cookie ready for sending to the user. Now we have to take this HTTP only. So we want to use this particular function both in HTTPS or HTTP. So that's why we can define that as one as well. So we'll say secure. And the reason why we are building this particular logic, because this will automatically detach whether we are using the HTTPS or HTTP only, to be on the safer side automatically. And here we have to define that HTTP. So we have our cookie ready. Now we have to remove the password from the output. So obviously when the user will create his account, we don't want to display his password as an output. We want to hide that from the data which user will receive after creating his account. So we have to say the password is going to be undefined, and this password will store in the database, but when it's come to getting a response, in that we are hiding this one. Then we'll take this response status to be status code, and then we have to pass the data in form of JSONs. Then we'll take the token as well, then we'll pass the data of the user. Hope you guys have understood that what we have done here, and from where we got the token, where we are getting the users, all of things. So that's the entire for generating the sign-in token. Now let's create a function called SignUp. We'll take this request respond next, and in that we have to simply take this new user, and in that we have to call the method we have built in the user model, and we'll call it create method, and we have to pass the data. So we have to pass the name, we have to pass the email, we have to pass the password, then we have to pass the password confirm. All of this data is coming from the body. So these are the data we are passing in the model. Now we have to simply take this create send token, because this function will send the response back to the user, his details and the token as well. So we'll pass the new user status code response, and that's the only thing for our sign up function. Now let's create a login functionality. The same things we have to receive in the functions. First thing, we have to get the email and password from the user, and which is there in the body. Now we have to take the check couple of conditions. So we'll have to check that if the email and the password exist in our database or not, because we have to match that. If email or password is not, then we have to simply send the 400 error, and in that we can set the status to fail, and we can send the message that please provide email and password. That's if it's not there. Looks pretty fine. Okay, now we have to do the second check if user exists in our database or not. So first check what we done. We have to check that whether user have passed the email or password or not. If they haven't provided the email and password, then we have to throw this message. The second check, we have to do the check that whether the user exists in our database or not. So we'll take the user find one. We have to find the user based on the email because that's the only reference data we have, and we cannot find the user based on the password because the password is in the encrypted form. So we'll select this called dot select password, because as an output we have omitted that password, that we cannot have the password as an output when it's come to getting a response to the user. But here we have to say explicitly that we want password, so that's why we have called this method select password. We'll come here if user, and then we have to call the method we have built in the user schema model, and we can have the access because of the user variable we have here. On that we're going to simply call the correct password, and in that we have to pass the user password and the password we have in the database. And then we have to simply send the response back that it's a failed if it's not matches, and we have to say the incorrect email or password. So that's the second check. Now we have to do the third check. If everything's okay, then we have to simply send the token back to the client, and then we're going to use this particular function we have created above. So that's the entire piece of code we have to write for our authentication. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys. And again, I'm telling you that if it sounds complicated, so that looks pretty good. So we have this token, we have the user, then we have the sign on, and all of things looking fine. So this is the user model we have, this is the sign token we have, and sign token, we are passing this variable, checking for the expiry and the secret key. If I come back here in that's the sign-in token we have, and then we are creating token and sending back to the user. We are taking all of this data as an input, then we are assigning and sending the cookie, and then we are removing the confirm password, and then we are simply sending the token and the user. And this is the sign up, which is a very simple to the like NFT created one, and then we are using this method. And the last one is the login one, which is also a very simple one, checking for a couple of conditions like password exists, then user exists, and then we are getting this password from the database, and then we are confirming that this user has the right password, then we are sending back the information. So all of this information we are providing here, and that's the entire authentication we have for the users. Looks pretty good. So we have done with the user model. This is the entire user model we have defined. Pretty good. This is the NFT model, so that's pretty good. We have written all the NFT model. Close this one. This is the entire router we have defined for NFT router. We have the user router. Close this one. We have the NFT controller. Then we have the auth controller, authentication. Close this one. So we are done with the entire code we have to write in the API folder. Okay, so looks pretty good to me. Done with all of this. Close this one, and now we have to start working on a app.js. Now we have to start working on an app.js and configure our express and build the server. So we have to import a couple of things. We need express, and we need the cross, because we have to allow user to make request on our API from different domains. If you don't provide that, you will get a cross origin error. So that's why we have to fix that error as well at the very beginning when we are developing the API. Then we have to take the NFT routers, the routers we have built coming from NFT router. Then we have to take the user router. Once we have these two data, now we have to take the middleware, and here we're going to take this app express. Okay, now we have all the power of express in our app variable. Now after that we have to use this, And can you guess why we have used this particular variable? I have explained extensively in the complete course, but let me tell you what I have done here. So what I'm doing here, I'm saying that I want to use express.use, and I want to use this express.json, because if you don't provide this one, so whenever user will make any request on the API, the data will not stored in the database. So here we have to say that we want to use express.json, and here you can set the limit that how big file you want to allow. So I want to allow the data of 100 KB. You can increase it to 1 MB. It's totally up to you. If you have a lot of resources in your database, you can increase this value. So that's the one we have. Now let's come here, let's take this cross and initialize that one, and here you can pass the option I just want to provide in all the domain. Now we have to define the routes. So we'll say this is the route, this is the endpoint I have built. So generally this is what we follow in a actual API development. So API stand for API slash v1 means version, the particular version we are building, and then at the end you define the resource. So NFT means it's a NFT resource. The same thing we have to do for the user resource, and we'll say user router. So whenever any request will come, it's first going to hit these two endpoints. It will come all the way down and it's going to hit this routers. So if anybody is looking for NFT, is going to hit on this and it will go into the NFT router, and then it's going to make all the logic and return this response. The same thing goes for the user as well. So once we're done with that, we have to simply export this app file, because we're going to initialize this particular application, the entire server, in our server file, not in app.js. So that's the only piece of code you have to write here. Looks pretty fine and clean to me. So this is the express, then we have the cross, then we have the router models, then we have this express, then we have the limit of just JSONs, then we have the cross and the router endpoints. Looks pretty good to me. Now come here. Now we have to work on a server file. So we have to import couple of things. So we need mongoose, coming from mongoose. Then we have to use the next. And the reason why I'm using this next, because what we have to do is we have to run our backend server, backend API, and we have to run our front-end application as well. So that's why I'm using this next, and this is the exact configuration you want to do if you want to run the API and the front-end simultaneously. But it's absolutely fine if you want to host your API on a different domain, on a different remote server, and you are getting a data in the front end. That's the two different things. But here I want to run the API and the front end in same resources, in same location, on the same domain, sorry. So now we need the .env file, because that's what we are using here. Then we take this dev environment, process.env node environment, and we have defined this variable. By default is will take the production development, and we'll say it's not equal to the production. So then we have to define the next server. We have to do this configuration. In that we have to pass the dev environment, that whether we are in production or development. Then we have to check for a handler, and this is the function we're going to call it next server, and this is the one we have, get request handler. In this way this will trigger our application and the API simultaneously. Then we have to take the .env file. We have to provide the path. So this is the path in which we have our environment variables. Then we have to take this app, because we have to import the file we have exported from the app.js. Now we have to import it here in the server file. Then we'll come here, we have to make the connection with our database. So we'll say db stand for database, we'll say process.env database replace, and we have to pass the password. Make sure to provide in capital password, and we want to replace this password with the exact variable, the password we have about the database. So we'll say this process.env database password. So that's the string of our that's the string for our database. Now we have to take this mongoose, and in that we have to pass couple of configuration. So this is the exact configuration you have to do when you are using this particular version we are using of mongoose. Okay, so we have to pass the connect database. We have to pass the use new URL press true. Then we have to pass the user created index true. Then we have to pass use find and modify false. So this is what we have to do, and it will return promises. Then we have to resolve the promises, then console log this DB connection successfully. So that's the connection for the database. Now comes on the port. Let's build the port. So we'll say by default we want to run this application on 3000. You can define any attributing number, and we'll say they take this let server next server, and we have to prepare our server. It will return a promise, then we'll say app.get, and we have to simply follow the general convention. We have to send the return. In return, we have to send the handler and request and response. So that's the next server, and in that we have to simply take app.listen, and we have to start our port, the server. And this is the keyword is available is listen, which means it's start the application, and we'll say app running on port this. So that's the next server we have. Looks pretty fine. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys, that what we have done. These are the pretty basic things we have done, and I have explained this extensively in the API course. So this is the next we have .in VNV, then we have the checking the development and production environment, then we have checking the next, then we are building the handler, next handler, and then we are doing all of this configuration, which is a basic one app. And here we have the database, and I'll show you how you can get your own database string and the password. So just wait. And this is the connection we are building with the database, and looks fine. Now what we can do is come here, go back to the package.json file, and here you can see this is the exact version you have to use, because this particular version has this particular method to connect with the database. If you use any other version, it's not going to work. This is the express we are using, and here we have the other ones, all the packages we have here. So let's come back here in the server file. So this looks pretty good to me, and this is the listener starting the server. So that's okay, we are done with that. So now what we have to do is we have to get our database string and password. So this server variable is also optional. If you want to add more modification to that, you can do that, and there is multiple function which you can include, which I'm not going to cover in this video. So let's let it be like that. It looks pretty fine. Let's have a look final time, and okay, that looks good. Now close this one, come here, and now okay, app.js is also working fine, no issues we have here. And this is the API controller, auth, NFT controller. This is the model we have built. This is the router, user router, all of these things we have. So things are looking pretty fine. So again, you can come and you can check all of these courses which I have explained here in details, how you can do it. So in that I have explained that how you can get your own database keys and password extensively in detail, so you can follow that. But let me show you. Click on this, and I will type mongoose not validated, remove this one. Okay, MongoDB. Click on this, then you will come to this, and here you will find about this MongoDB everything in detail. So that looks pretty good to me. Now make sure to create your account. I have already done that, so I'm going to log in. You can simply do it by GitHub or Google. I'll click on Google because I have my account. So here you can see that I'm here back into my MongoDB server. I click on this create, and here you will have multiple options. You can serverless, and you can call a shared server. So some are free, some are paid, so you have to take it one. If you already want to go for a upgrade plan, then you have to pay money for that. But otherwise, in this project we're going to take the free one. So you can see I have to go to the share, and it's free for cluster, and it's not going to create it, and it will not allow me to create because I already have a free cluster running on my application. So in your case, you will have an option to create, find out all the informations. You can see it gives you the 512 MB of storage, but you can upgrade if you think you need. But let's click on this create cluster, and you have to do that as well. Create cluster, and you can see it's throwing me an error because I already have a free cluster. So that's a fairly easy process. All you have to do is to follow the process which they will ask you to do, and at the end it will ask you to create your username and password. So make sure to create the username and password and save it, because that's what we're going to use it in a project. And again, I link the video in which I have explained in the I put in the description, so you can follow that and you can know how to do that. So that looks pretty fine to me. I cannot create that one. So there is the message I'm getting. So what I will do is, once you will create your it'll cluster, you will have your password and the username, and this is the exact interface you will get. And once you get that, you have to click on this browser. Here you will find all the data you will create in your API. As you can see, I have created these two resources, user and NFT, and here I have all of this data which I have created on my endpoints when I was testing this particular API. So now this is the user and this is the one we have. Looks pretty good to me. Now I'll come back here, go back, and now we have to build the connection. So go back here. Here we have to come and we have to click on this connect, and we have to get the string for our database. So this is the one which you have to click. I have explained extensively all of these methods, all of these tools, so you can follow that. Click on this, and this is the one we need. Simply grab this one particular entire string. Okay, so this is what you have to do. You have to get your password is string, all of that. Close this one, and now you are ready with the data. Okay, so make sure to come and have a look on this particular one. In that I have explained extensively. That's why I'm going a little faster here, because these going to be the same old repetitive thing which I don't want to do it. So make sure to do the exact configuration things. You have to paste your database string and you have to paste your database password. Make sure to make the password keyword small, a capital, and you have to change the username with your username which you have provided in your database. Close this one, and now things are looking fine. Now we are ready to test our application. So if I come here, this is the API, and we have the server. Everything is running absolutely fine. So if I come here, and here we have to run this particular command because we have to start our API. So this is the command we have to run, start. So this is the one we're going to run. So open up your terminal, close this one, open up your terminal, and here we are, the server file. So things looks pretty good to me. Now let's type npm. You can type run, start, or start, both will work fine. Hit enter, come back in package, and this is what we are running. That's the thing you have to keep in mind. At hit enter. Okay, let me bring it back here and select here and hit enter, and here say that our database is successfully connected. Hope you guys can see that database successfully connected, and the app is running on port 3000. That looks absolutely incredible. So the database is successfully connected. And if you want to test this out, you can easily able to test this on a Postman as well. So I'll minimize this one. I'll go back to the Postman, open the Postman. So here I have Postman. I'll simply come here, go to the NFTs, and you can see this is the endpoint we have built. This is the endpoint we have built, exact endpoint. And if I come back here in the app, and if I come back to the NFT router, and we are hitting this particular one, get all NFTs, get all NFTs. So this is the root directory, and that's what we are triggering here. And if you come back here in app.js, and this is the root directory, and that's what we have here. But here you have noticed that we have a capital NFT, and there we have the small one. Both will work fine. If you replace that one, it will work also fine. So I'll simply come here, and I'm going to make the changes here. So first, let's make a request. So you can see we have 4 NFT in our database currently right now, and that's what we are getting here. The 4 NFT we have in the database, and that's what we are getting here. Looks fine. If I simply come here and come to my VS Code, and this is what I have here. So I want to show you something. So grab this one, make it, let's test with this capital one. So what I will do, I'll simply select this one and replace this one to show you that we are using the API we have created. Now it's have capital. If you make the request, you will get the same response. Okay, so it's working absolutely fine. We are getting all of the NFT we have listed in our database, and our database is also working fine. Now I'll come back here in the database, close this one, and you can see, go back to the browser collections. It's reloading, and if I come back to the NFT, and if I delete this one, you can see this is the exact title we have given. So let's come here, the blockchain code. This is the exact title we have given and the exact data we are getting from there. So that looks fine, no issues we have here. And to upload the data, body, JSONs, and we can easily able to create NFT by following this. You can pass all of the data here in the body in the form of JSON format, and you can create that. So what I will do, I'll just keep it for a time being. I'm not going to create it. So let's come back to the MongoDB, and here we have all of the NFTs looking absolutely fine. So let's bring the terminal up, and if I see, you can see it looks pretty fine. Close this one, make it big, and close this one. So the entire API is working absolutely fine. I hope you guys have followed everything I have covered, and I hope everything is working from your end fine. If you guys have encountered anything, make sure to watch this video and try to understand that what logic we have built to make our API work. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. In the next video, we're going to start working on our smart contract in the Web3. So let's move to that. Hi everyone, hope all of you are doing great. So in the last video, we have completed the entire API for our application. So if you haven't watched that, a link in the I button in the description so you guys can follow that. In this video, we're going to write the smart contract for our NFT marketplace API project. So here I've opened the project, and we're going to you can see here we have worked already in all of this one: controller, model, and router. In the last video, close this one, and we have also worked on the app.js file, and we have worked on the server.js file. So we have built in all the connections, everything. Now what we're going to do is we're going to start working on our Web3. So open this one, and we have this pre-artifact and cache. So when you will get the startup file, you will be having this two files. So first thing, we have to delete this two file. So you can delete that one. So you can see all of the things we have here. We have already installed all of the packages. This is the package.json file we have, and this is the hardware configuration. Right now you can see I have done all the configuration, and I have also pasted my wallet address, my wallet private key. Make sure to use your own. Don't simply pause the video and copy and use my private key as your own. It's not going to work, because after that I'm going to change the private key, so you can't able to access this one. So make sure to paste your own private key, because we need that for deployment of our contract. So it looks pretty fine, and these are the RPC URL. Again, you have to keep it as it is, the way you have got in the starter file. Don't need to do any changes in here. The only thing, you have to paste your own private key. Close this one, and let's delete this artifact. And we have to simply, that's gone, and now we have to delete the cache. So what I will do is come here and simply delete the cache as well. So no cache, no artifact we have. Open the contract, and in that we have created this file nfts ipfs.source, and in that we have to write the smart contract. So let's start working on our contract. So first we have to define the license identifier. Then we have to take the Solidity version, which is on 8.9. Then we have to define the contract nfts ipfs. Then we have to define the straight variable. So we'll say address payable and contract owner, and here I'm going to define the contract owner address, so he can take the fund out of the contract. So I'll make it payable, and this is the address, which is my wallet address. If you want to transfer any ether, you can, but do let me know before you transfer. So we'll come here, we'll take this UNT variable public listing price, because we have to charge money whenever someone lists any NFT in our marketplace. Ether, we'll come here, we'll take the struct, and in that we have to define all the types, data type for the structs. So we need the string title, we need the description, we need the email, and we need the category. UNT variable for fundraise, means the donation will get on the particular NFT. Then we'll take the address cat creator, we'll take the image string, and the last one is going to be the timestamp, and then we'll have the ID of the product, and that's the last one. So these are the data we are taking in our NFT struct. Looks pretty fine. Now we have to take the mapping, because we have to identify the particular NFT, and that's going to be happen based on the ID. So we'll take the mapping UNT NFT public NFTs. So here we have to take this, come here, we have to take this unt variable public nft count, which keep the track of how many NFTs getting created. Initially it will be 0. Then we'll take the function. We're not going to have any constructor in our contract. We'll allow user to upload the NFT data with the help of function. So the works function will create call upload IPFS. In that we need couple of data. We need the address of the creator, then we need the image string, then we need the title, the description, we need the email, and we need the category. It's going to be a public, so anybody can call this function. We'll say payable because there is a transfer of fund, and at the end we want to return the data. So we want to return the data call, let's say string memory, which is going to be the, we have tons of information. You can string the return the title, description, emails, category, all of the data you can return. So that's the string. Then we have to return the another one string because we have 3 to 4 string variable. String memory, we'll say addressed, the owner address. Then we have to define the URL of the image, and that's the data we want to display, not more than that. So looks pretty good to me. Now come here. What we can do is now we have to simply take the image count and we have to increase that, because this will keep the track of the image we have. So every time the function will call successfully, this number, this count variable will increase. Then we have to take the reference. We'll take this NFT storage NFTs, and we'll take this entire NFTs, and in that we have to pass the NFT count, and this count becomes the unique ID of that particular NFT user have listed. So come here, we have to take the nft.title and we have to simply update all of the data. NFT creator, NFT description, we'll take the NFT email, this will be the NFT category, and we'll have the NFT image and all of the data we are getting from the input field. This will have the NFT timestamp, block timestamp. Then we have the NFT ID, which is there in the image count, and that count will increase every single time a successful function get called. So they are updating all of the data, and at the end we have to simply return the data back to the user. Couple of data. So we have to return the, let's say we have to return the title, and we want to return the description, and we want to return the category. Let's come here, and we have to return the creator, which is the address, and we have to return the image, and these 5 data we are returning from this particular function at the end after successful upload of the NFT. So that's the very first function we have in the contract, which allow user to upload their NFT. Now we can come here, we have to call this function get all NFT, and this one is pretty simple. It will allow us to get all the NFT from the contract. So we'll make it public view, and we have to return the entire new array of NFTs. So we'll take this unt variable NFT count and pass it to image count. Then we'll take this another one, we'll say current index, because we have to run a loop, and here we have to check for a condition. We'll take this if, we'll make a reference memory items new, and we have to pass the item count. Then we have to simply run a for loop, unti is equal to 0, and then we have to simply run the loop to store the data. So we'll say unt 256 current ID I plus 1, it will increase, and then we'll take this NFT storage current item, and we have to simply update the current ID, and we'll pass this current index is equal to be current item. Once we have the current item with the current index, we have to simply increase that to 1, and after that we have to simply return the entire items we have stored in the NFTs array. So that's the simple logic. Again, I have followed this particular function many times in other projects. If you haven't built the NFT marketplace project, I would suggest you that after completing things, you have to build that one. That will give you a better idea, and I have explained everything in that. So this looks pretty fine. Now come back to the third function. This will call function get image. So this will give a image of detail of individual image. We'll take this string, then we have to return this memory, return the string. We have to return all of the data, so that's what we have to pass here. We have to return the ID as well. We have to return the address. We have to return the memory. Is going to be image. This is going to be the fundraise, and this will be the other data. So all of the data we are returning. Now we have to simply create the reference. We have to pass the ID. Then we have to return the entire data we have taken. So we'll say nft.title, nft.description, then we have the nft.email, then we have the nft.category, then we have the nft.fundraised, then we have the nft creator, then we have the image, and after that we have the ID, timestamp and the ID. These are the two will have ID. So all of the data we are returning from this particular function. Let's come here, and now we have to create a function which allow us to update the listing price, because sometimes we feel that a lot of users are creating images in our NFT marketplace, so we want to make more money. So in that context we have to increase the price of the listing. So that's the function we have to build. So we'll call say update listing price. We'll take the listing price, and here we have to check for a condition, because the one who's calling this function, we have to match that he's the owner or not, and that's the condition we have to build. We'll build contract owner equal to the owner. If it's not the owner, then we have to throw this error message, only contract owner can update listing price. Looks pretty fine. Once he passed this particular condition, then we have to simply update the price, the listing price. So that's the function we have. Now we have to come here, and we have to call the function called donate function. User can simply call this function to donate fund to our particular NFT. So we'll say donate to image. It will take the ID of the image. It's going to be a payable because there is a transfer of fund is happening. Then we'll call this unt. We'll have to take the amount, and this amount will come in form of message.sender. So you have two options. You can take it as an input field, or you can take it as an input field. Definitely you're going to take the amount he wants to donate in an input field, but there is a two way to transfer into a contract. One in the form of actual unt variable, or you can take it as a variable message.sender. So this one is the most recommended one, and that's what I'm going to take it. So we have the amount which user wants to donate. Now we have to simply take the reference of the particular NFT which he wants to donate, and then we have to simply check for a condition that whether the transaction is completed or not. So if boolean is sent to true, then means the transaction is completed. If it's false, then it's failed. So if it's true, then I have to simply check for a condition. If send is true, then we have to simply add that particular fund in the fund raised and the amount. Otherwise we don't want to do anything. You can throw an error message, but I don't want to do anything. Let's write a withdraw function, and this function can call by the owner of the contract. So we'll say address owner external, and he can withdraw the fund. So we'll say required owner is equal to the contract owner. Only owner can withdraw. Then we have to take this unt balance. We have to find the balance, that how much balance we have in the contract, and then we have to simply make a transaction. So first we have to check if the balance is greater than 0, then we have to make the transaction. Otherwise we don't. No fund available. And here we have to simply take the contract owner, call this transfer method, and we have to pass the balance. So this way the transaction will complete and looks pretty fine. And that's the only thing you have to do. So these are the entire smart contract we have written. I hope you guys have understood the entire smart contract we have written for our marketplace. Hope you guys have understood that what logic we have built. So this is the address of the owner, and this is the listing price, this is the struct, this is the mapping, this is the counter variable, this is the update, and in that we have taken all of this data, simply updating the data and returning the data so user can know he's created a couple of NFT with the data. So this is the get all NFT function. That's pretty easy. Then we have the get image. We are getting the entire data of a particular image. Looks pretty fine. Close this one. Then we have the listing function, which allow us to update the listing pricing, and this is the donate function we have, which allow us to donate the fund to a particular NFT, and this is the withdraw function which can call by owner. So hope this entire logic makes sense to all of you guys, and you guys have understood that what you have to do. And now let's deploy the contract. So we have tested the entire API in the last video, and now we have to test and deploy the contract. So simply close this one, come here, simply close this one, and here if open up your terminal, and now we have to deploy the contract. So we're going to use Polygon for that. So click on this, come back to this is the function we have to call. And by the way, I have already explained every single thing about the configuration of the MetaMask. If you are new to my channel and if you haven't built any project, then you might struggle for connecting the Polygon network to the MetaMask, which I have explained in this particular video. So make sure to watch this. In that I have explained that how you can get the fake a free faucet which you can use for deployment of the contract. So I'm not going to repeat the same thing here. I would recommend you to watch this video. In that I've explained everything. So after watching, and if you understand that one, make sure to do the exact configuration which I have explained in the video, and then you are good to go for the deployment. But in this video I'm going to deploy straight away. So let's run the particular command. So we have to run this script. First we have to get into the web3 folder. Here we are in the web3 folder. Now we have to deploy. We'll call npm run deploy, and it's going to deploy the contract. Time is generally happen very quickly. You can see it's compiling our contract, and here you got the artifact and the cache in which you will have the ABI of the contract. So if you open that one, you can see this is the one we have, and this is the cache which you don't need to worry about it. So once you just a moment, it's taking a little bit time. It will give you a string, or it will open up your default browser. So just a moment, it's still happening, and finally it's completed and it's open in our default browser. So the all thing I am interested in this URL. So make sure to copy the URL, and you can also get the URL in your terminal. So you can come here. Right now you cannot see that because it's hidden, but you will also get the URL in your terminal. So simply grab this entire URL, copy this one, and simply open up your default browser which you choose to like. So I'll go with the Chrome browser, and make sure to come and check my channel, and if you haven't subscribed, do so. That will help me a lot. So, and we'll come here. So in this video I have explained everything that how you have to do the configuration. Okay, in this I have explained everything about that how you can configuration, and this is the video which I was talking about, in which I have explained that how you can do the configuration of your MetaMask. So you can check that as well. So what I will do is come back here and click on this, paste the URL we have created, and hit enter, and this will take you to third web in the deployment sections. So first make sure to tick on this, connect your wallet. So I'll connect with MetaMask. Let me pass my credential and click on unlock. Here I am, and you can see I have my Maticoin which is sufficient for deployment. So you can see I have this much Maticoin, and I'm using Polygon, which I have explained in detail in this video or in this video. So make sure to watch that. So looks fine. Let's click on this deployment, and it's going to make 2 transactions. Click on confirm, and the second transaction will happen for adding this particular contract to the third web dashboard. So let's make another transaction. Click on sign in, and it's going to happen very quickly. So just a moment, it's adding to the dashboard. I've added the contract here in the dashboard, and you can find all the information about it. So here we have the build command. So these are the commands you have to use if you want to connect in the front end. So we have this write function, so we have declared all of this function. Donate to image, update listing pricing, upload IPFS, withdraw, all of this function. This is the read function we have, and this is the different framework they have defined: JavaScript, React Native, Web3 button. So all of this method you have to simply connect with the front end, and these are the things we're going to do the configuration. Looks pretty good to me. We have no issues, and if you click on the source code section, here you will find the ABI and the smart contract of your code. So this is the entire ABI, and this is the entire smart contract we have written. So instead of taking my wallet address, you have to put your, okay. So looks pretty good, and we need the address of the contract. Definitely we'll come back and we're going to take that one as well. So it looks pretty good. All of things are looking fine. We have no issues in the contract. Now come back to the over section, and this is the Mumbai, and here we have the address. If you click on that, you can able to copy the code, which will do definitely. So let's close this one and close this one, and so that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have got an idea that what you have to do and how you can write the smart contract. So we have done with the entire smart contract. We have deployed the smart contract. So we have done with the 2 most important part of our project. building an API, building a smart contract, and deployment. Everything is done. Now all we have to do is to bring all this functionality we have built together in the front end, and we can start working on the context in the next video. So let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have completed the entire smart contract, and we have also deployed the contract to the Polygon test network. So if you haven't watched the video, make sure to watch it. That will make you more sense. So we have covered two most important part in our project. We have built the entire API, we have built the entire contract, and now we have to build the context. After completing the context, we move to the UI part. So hope you guys are excited and you guys are learning something amazing in this project. If do so, then hit like and subscribe, and do let me know that you guys are enjoying this project. So here I have opened the project and we have done all of this thing, all the code we have written. Now let me close this one, and we have done with this entire one. Now come back to the context, and we have to work on the context. So let's start writing on it. So let's start working on our context file. We have to import couple of things. So we need to import the use state, use effect, and use context, and create context, and that's coming from React. Then we have to import the XCS because we have to make API requests to our database, and we can so we can upload the NFTs in our database. Then we have to get all this function from the third web. So we'll need this use address hook. We need this use contract, use MetaMask, and then we have some new hooks as well. So we use this use disconnect, we'll use this use signer, and that's coming from the third web, React. Then we have to import the ether package. Then we have to come here, we have to build the state context, and that's coming from create context. Once we have the context, now we have to simply export the entire model we have designing. So we'll say export const. We have to build the context provider. In that we have to pass the children, and inside that we have to write all the logic, all the functionality for our application, and whatever we go to export from this, it will be available in our entire application. So this is the pattern we have followed a lot in our previous project, and that's what I'm doing here. So first thing I have to do is I have to get the contract, and that's coming from use contract. In that we have to pass the address. So this is the default address I'm typing, and let's come here. Then we have the address, because we have this hook, and all we have to do is to call this hook to get the address of the user. Now we have to call this connect, and we'll call this use MetaMask. If you are using any other wallet like wallet connect or any other coin, you can simply use their hook and you can connect that as well. So we have the address, we have the MetaMask. Then we have to create the front end function. So we'll call this const disconnect, because we'll have a button to disconnect from our MetaMask, and not MetaMask, with the application. Then we have the signer, this coming from signer. Then we have the get balance, because once we'll fetch the balance of the user, we have to store into a state variable, and that what we're going to pass it to display in the front end. So we'll say use balance, use state balance, and it's coming from balance. By default it's empty. Then we'll take this loading state. Initially it will be false. Then we'll take the const fetch data, and this function will run every time user will reload the browser. So there are certain function we have to call to make a request, and this will allow us to fetch the user address and the balance of his wallet. So we'll call fetch data async, and in that we have to call this try and catch block. We'll say use balance, we'll pass the const balance, and we have to say await signer if we have signer. Because sometime what will happen that if the user is not connected, if you go with the simple logic, so what will happen, it will throw an error when this function will roll over, because we are not checking for the signer. If the signer is not exist, but the function will call this particular method and it will throw an error. So we have to add a condition on that. So we'll say get balance if the signer exists, and we have to simply take that balance and we have to check. So we'll say that if address exists, then we have to pass this balance to the ether package, and we have to convert it into a readable format in ether, else we have to we don't want to call this function. So that's the simple logic we have built. Then we have to simply set the balance to the state. Then we have to simply close our try and catch, and we have to simply throw the error message if anything goes wrong in that. So this is the fetch data function we have, and now we have to call this function. We'll say use effect, and we'll call it straight away whenever this application reloads empty array. So that's the very first function we have in our context, which allows us to fetch the information of the user, including the balance, and which based on the condition. Now come here, we have to write the function for contract. So first function will create to upload. So we'll say upload image. It's going to be an async. In that we have to receive the data. So we'll say image info, and this image info will come in form of object. So here we have to simply deconstruct the object. So we'll have the title, description, email, category, image, and here we are coming from this image info. So we have all of the data. Once we have the data, we have to take this try and catch, because we have to catch the error if anything goes wrong. So we'll say catch chairs. So first we have to take the amount. So in our contract we have a function called listing pricing, and we have to get that particular listing pricing which we want to charge from the user. So let's get the price. So we'll say listing pricing await contract call, and this is the second method we are calling, contract call, and we have to pass the name of the function we have in the contract which we want to call. So we'll say listing price. So this will give us the price of the listing. Then we have to simply say const create NFT, and we have to simply pass all of the data. So we'll pass the upload function name. So this is the function we want to call, and in that we have to pass all the data. So we have to pass the address, image, title, description, email, category. So make sure to pass the exact order which you have defined in the smart contract. If the order is mismatched, it will throw an error. So you have to provide the exact order which you have defined in the contract. That is absolutely mandatory. So we are passing all of the data in our contract function, and then we have to pass the amount we want to charge. So we have to pass as a value, and we'll pass as a listing price, and we have to convert that into a string. So it will charge the amount successfully when they will list the NFT to the marketplace. Looks pretty good. Come here. Now we have to simply come down here. So that's the very first function we have. Once the function is get successfully listed in our smart contract and we are getting success, now we have to store this data in our API. So we'll make an API request. We'll say API call. We'll call this const response, and we'll call this await. We'll use the XCS, and here we have to provide the method. So first method is going to be the post request, because we have to upload the data to the API. So method is going to be a post. Then we'll have this URL, and this is the endpoint we have built for creating API. So and here we have to set the data, all the data we have to pass, and whatever data you will pass here, it will go in the body and it will assign in the API. So we have to pass the title, we have to pass the description, we have to pass the category, and we have to pass the image, we have to pass the address, and we have to pass the email. So these are the information we are passing. We don't need to keep too many information. That's the exact information we are passing, whatever we have defined in the model. So that's the data we are passing, and then we have to come here and we have to simply console log out the response. So once this function will execute successfully, we'll get a response back, and that's what we are consoling log out here. And we can also console log out the response from the contract we are getting. Contract call successfully, and that's what we have here. So let's set the loading state to false, because someone will click on upload, it will load, display the loader, and at the end we have to display to set to false. And then we have to simply reload the browser to start the application and fetch the information. Let's close this catch block, and we have to display the error message if anything goes wrong. Looks pretty fine. So that's the second function we have in the contract, which allow us to upload the NFT in the contract as well as in the API. Now let's come here. We have to call get contract data. So we'll say upload images. So this will allow us to get all the data we have uploaded in the contract. So it will say async. We have to call the all image. So we'll say images await contract.call, and we have to call this function get all images. That's the contract function we have in the contract, and we don't need to pass any argument in it. Then we have to come here, we have to get the total upload, that how many users have uploaded, and that's very easy. We can call this get. This will give us the total number of NFTs created in the marketplace. Then we have to get the listing price. So we'll say listing price await contract call listing price, and this will give us the data. Now we have to format all the data, so we'll say all images, and we have all the images here in the images variable, and we have to simply loop over it to format the data, because the data will be in unformatted, and we have to arrange the data in proper order so we can render in our component and will not have any issue. Map, and here we have to get the data in form of object, so we'll say honor, it's there in the image.creator. Then we'll get the title, here we have the title. Then we have to get the description, image description. Then we have to get the email, and here we have the email. Then we have to get the category. Then we have to get the fund raised, and we have to raise the image, and we have to get the ID of the image. We have to convert into a number. Then we have to take the created at, the timestamp, we have to convert into a number. And then we have to get the listing amount, and we have to convert into a ether, pass it and convert it to a string, because this will come in form of big number and we have to convert it into a ether. Then we have to take this upload and we have to convert it to a number, because this will also come in form of big number. And that's the data we are returning. And let's call return all images, and that's the only thing you have to do here. So whenever you will call this function, it will return all the NFTs uploaded to the smart contract, and that's what we are fetching here. Now we can get single, so this time we are working on the single data. So we'll say const single image async. In that we have to pass our ID, because every single image will have a unique ID, and on the base of that we have to fetch it. So we'll take this try and catch block. We have to call the function we have in the contract. We'll say await call, contract call, and get image. We have to pass the ID. So in the data we'll have all the data about the image. So we'll take an object image, and we have to format the data, because the data will come in the form of index value, and I don't want to access the data in form of index value, so we have to rearrange the data. So we'll take this title, we'll have the title in data 1. Then we'll have the description will be in data 1. So the title will be data 0, description data 1, email in data 2. Then we'll have the category in data 3. And the reason you're thinking that why I'm coming up with this, because I have already built the project and I know that where I have the variable. Then we have the fundraise in this particular data 4, and we have to convert it into a ether. Then we have to take the cat creator. Then we have to take the image URL. Then you have to take the created at, we have to convert that. Then we have to take the image ID, and we have to simply close that one. So these are the data we are formatting and getting in form of object. So we have to return this one, return image, and that's the only thing we have to do. Now we have to close the catch block, console log out the error, and that's the entire data it will receive in this function. Come here. Now we have to work on the donate function. We'll say donate fund async, amount and ID. We need these two data. Then we need the try and catch block, because we have to catch the error. Then we have to call the function. So first let's check the data we have in the function or not. Once we have the data, that's what we're going to pass in our contract. So we'll call this donate function, and we have to pass the ID, and the amount we would pass as a form of value. So we'll take this amount dot true string. So that's the function we are passing the data, and we have to console log out the transaction log, and we have to reload the browser. So that's the only thing. Now we have to simply work on the catch block. So that's the only function you have to write for the donate function. These are the only thing you have to do. So we are done with this. Now come back here. Now get data from the API. So you can call the endpoint API endpoint right up here in the NFT context, or you can call it individual in the component, but it's better to call it here. So we'll say const get all NFT API, and in that all we have to do is to make a request to the endpoint we have built. So we'll take this get request, we have to pass the URL, it's going to give us the response, and we can simply take the response. In that response we have all the data. So let me comment this one, because we'll test later. Now come back to the single NFT. In that we have to pass couple of data. So we have to pass the ID, because that's how we have to filter the NFTs. And the same thing we have to do here. We have to simply build the response and make a request to the endpoint. So we'll say get, this is the URL we're going to pass, and we're going to pass the ID, and it's going to respond, give us the response, and that's what we are simply logging out. So that's the API request we are making here. Now we have to simply return all of the function we have built here. So let's return one by one. So we have to return the context provider, because we have to wrap the entire application in the context, so it will be available in the component. So we'll say state context provider, it will be the value, and inside the value we have to pass all the data. So we have to pass the contract function we have. So we have to pass the address of the user, then we have to pass the entire contract, then we have to pass the connect function, then we have to pass the disconnect function, then we have to pass the user balance, then we have to pass the set loading and the loading states, then we have to pass the function we have created for interacting with the contract. So let's pass the upload image, then we have the get uploaded image, then we have the donate function, and then we have the single image, and we have API calls as well. So let's make it get all NFT API and get single NFT API. So these are the data we are passing. Simply close this one, and here we have to pass the children, and then we have to close our context provider. So that's the entire thing you have to do. Now come here, we have to export this context. We'll say use context, and we have to export that context. So that's the entire piece of code we have written. So that's the entire piece of code we have written for our context management. Every single thing is fine. You can see we have written so many code. We are importing all of the things. Everything is working fine. So this is the import, this is the Axios, this is the third wave import. Close this one. This is the ether, this is the context we have, the contract, and let's come back here. So what I will do, I'll come back here in the IPFS. So I'll give the demo one. So I'll simply copy this one, the actual contract we have deployed in the last video, and that's what I'm going to simply replace here, paste here, and that's the contract. Make sure to do the exact one. And we have the contract address. Now we have this hooks. So if I come back here, I have explained everything in this particular video. Okay, in this project I have explained everything about third web and their hooks. So make sure to come if you want to know extensively about the hook. So make sure to follow that one. Come back in VS, and where we have all of the hooks we have generated, and this is the fetch data function we have, which will run whenever a browser will reload, and it will give us the data. Close this one, and this is the first function for upload image. We are getting the data, then we are passing the function into the function with the value we want to charge. Then we are making a call to our API and updating all of the data in our database. So simply come up here, and here we are getting the response and logging, and then we are simply setting the loading state and reloading. Close this one. This is the get uploaded image. So this will allow us to get all the images we have uploaded. Looks pretty fine. Formatting all of the data. This looks pretty good. That's the basic thing. Close this one. This is the single. We have to pass the ID, then we are filtering the data based on the ID, and then we are formatting the data in a form of proper object so we can render that one. So okay, looks pretty good. Let's bring this back, and index 1, index 2, everything's looking fine, and that looks good. Close this one. Then come back to the donate fund. We are taking the amount from the user, calling the function, passing the ID, and then we are passing the amount to donate. So that's also working fine. This is the donate function, and this is the two function we have built for the API for getting the data from the database. That's a pretty simple. Let me uncomment this. Looks good. That's good. And this is the get single one, passing an ID, and it will give us the single one. And at the end we are passing all of the function. We are building the context provider and passing all of the function and the method we have built. For balance, this is the general, this is the function one, and this is the API functions. Hope you guys are at the same place where I am right now, and you guys have understood every single thing we have covered so far. Looks pretty good to me. Now come back here, go back to the, simply come here and go back to the pages, And here we have to do the configuration. So let me remove all the code here in the app.js and let's write it together. So first thing, we have to import the CSS file, which is coming from the global CSS style folder. Then we have to import the chain ID and the third web provider, and that's coming from the third web React. Then we have to import the state context provider, the context we have built, and that's coming from the context NFTs. Now we have to simply export default functions app, and in that we have to pass the component and the props. So this is the general convention you have to follow in React or Next.js. Then we have to simply return. Now we have to wrap the third provider, and in that we have to make it to active chain to be the chain ID to be Mumbai. Then we have to take the context provider, and in that we have to simply pass our component with the props. Then close our context provider, then close our third web provider, and that's the only setup you have to do. And that's the entire setup you have to do here in the app.js. Looks pretty good. That's amazing. So we are done with this entire context setups, context provider. Everything is looking good to me. So we are importing this one. We have the third web, then we have the context, then we are configured that one. Now close this, come here, close this one, close this one, close this one, close this one, and here we are. Let's come back to the package.json file. Things are looking pretty good to me. So it's going to run our backend, and if you run this one, it's going to run our front end. So what I will do is, now let's run our front end and backend together. So what we have to do is simply type npm run dev, and this will run only front end. You can see our front end is running on localhost 3000, and here you can see that we have this blank canvas and we have this index. Everything's working fine. If I reload the one, if I do the inspect element, you can see we'll have an issue. And if I come back to the console, if I come here, we have no issues right now, and looks pretty fine to me. So our front end is working absolutely fine. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video about the context management. Hope everything's making sense to all of you guys. Now from the next video, we're going to start working on the UI part. So we have done with the most three important part of our project: building a backend, working on a smart contract, and building the context. All we have to do is to build the front end and attach all the function we have included. So that's what we'll do in the next video. Let's move to that. Everyone, hope all of you are doing great, and I believe that you guys are enjoying this amazing project. In the last video, we have completed our entire context. So we have covered three most important part of our project: API, smart contract, and context management. And now we're going to start working on the UI part of our application. So here I'm into the application. Now you can see these are the components we have. We have all of these components, and we have to work on each one of these components one by one. So what I will do, I'll come back here in the pages, and I'm going to follow a different approach this time. First, we're going to break down this entire UI into a small components. So first we'll build the entire UI into a small components. Then we're going to simply plug those components into our application. So that's the logic I'm going to follow, and that's what happened in the real world. So I'm going to create a new page here, and I will call it layout. In this, we're going to simply build the component. That's the only thing I will do. We'll type array_fce, looks pretty good. So this is our layout page. So this is the layout. Let's assign a class. So we'll say class name, and it's going to be home. So we're going to follow a utility class model. That's a model in which you have defined the classes in your CSS file, and that's what you're going to simply plug in the component. So that's the model I'm going to follow: utility classes model, and the layout structure design. You will learn about this. Just follow along with me. So we have our layout page ready. Now let's bring the terminal up, stop the application from running, and now come here. We'll type npm run dev, and this will start the front end. So you can see that we are on the layout page, and we have this blank canvas, nothing here. And in this page, we're going to design all the component, all the structure. You will find that later it becomes very easy. Entire layout page we have, and this is the entire component we have to work one by one. So we have so many components to work on, and that's what we're going to build and placed here. So what I will do is simply close this one. Now we have to work on the CSS file because we have to build a utility class model, and that's what we're going to follow here in this video. So we're going to build all the utility classes which we're going to use in our project. So let's start working on it straight away and build those classes. So let's start with the body. So we'll target the body and we'll have to assign the background color, and this is the color which I have taken. It's kind of an alpha color. Let's assign the color to our fonts. Come back here, let's work on the home page. Working on the first utility class called home, we have to set the width to 70%, then we have to set the margin 0 auto, it will be in the middle. Then we have to send the margin block is going to be 3 RAM. So that's the first utility class. Come back, we have to get the header, then we'll say margin bottom 2 RAM, font size 1.5 RAM. Come down, we have to target the upload component. Upload, we'll say width is going to be 100%, background linear gradient, and this is the linear gradient color which I have created from the linear gradient generator. And we have to provide a border radius to be 1 RAM. Display is going to be grid template column 1 FR and 2 FR. Cap is going to be 4 RAM. So that's the upload class. Now we have to create a upload info 1, and we have to say margin top is going to be 8 RAM. Linear height, line height 0.5. Work on the upload info paragraph. Width is going to be 92%. Come down, we have to work on the subheading. We'll say margin top is going to be 5 RAM. Margin bottom is going to be 5 RAM. We have to work on the card class. Let's say card. Display is going to be grid template column. Repeat 3 1 FR. Cap is going to be 1 RAM. Margin top 2 RAM. We'll take this avatar. Display flex. Gap 2 RAM. We'll come there, take the avatar image. Border radius 0.5. Box shadow for 4 pixels, 4 pixels, 30 pixels, and we'll have this RGB color 00 and 0.2. Then we'll have the border 1 pixel solid. We'll have this particular color. Then we'll have our profile class. It will say border radius 1 RAM, background alpha, with opacity. We'll have a display grid, place content center, and position is going to be a flex. Top 50%, left 50%, transform translate -50%, -50%, and z index 1 and width is going to be 100%, height is going to be 100%, and that's what, because we have to keep our profile component in the center of the screen. Then we have to work on the loader. We'll say loader, width is going to be 100%, height is going to be 100%, display flex, display grid, place content center, position fixed, top 50%, left 50%, transform translate -50 -50%, and we'll have a background color to be our alpha opacity. Then we'll have a z index to higher number. So that's the loader class we have. Come down, we have to get the form class. We'll say form, width is going to be 100%, height is going to be 100%, position is going to be a fix, top is going to be 0, right is going to be 0, background color is going to be our alpha color with opacity, z index higher number. Then come here, we have to take the form inner. We'll say width is going to be 40%, padding top is going to be 1 RAM, margin 0 auto. Then we have to work on the API page component, API page basically. Then we have to call API body, display grid template column, repeat to 1 FR. Gap is going to be 3 RAM. Come here, we have to take the API paragraph, background linear gradient. We'll have the WebKit background clip, because we have to add a linear gradient color to the text as well. So we'll say transparent. Come here, we have to take the title, background linear gradient, and we have to add the padding 1 RAM, border radius 0.5. Then we have to work on the media query. So we'll say Media query screen max width is going to be 55 em. We have to target the card, and grid template column is going to be 1fr. Gap is going to be 2 ram. Then we have to target the upload. We'll say grid template column 1fr, justify content center, place content center, place item center, padding top 1 ram. Then we have the upload info, padding 1 ram, upload info 1 will have margin top 0, font size 1.3 ram. Then we'd have the front inner, width is going to be 100%, padding 0, API body, grid template column 1fr. And that's the first media query. Let's write the second media query. Screen and max width is going to be, let's say, 45 em. We'll take the home, and in the home we have to say width 90%. Heading is going to be 1, font size 1.5 ram. Then we have to take the upload. Let's say grid template column 1fr, justify content center, and place item center, padding top 1 ram, close this one, come back, upload info, padding 1 ram, upload info h1, margin top 0 ram, font size 1.3 ram. Card, we have to say grid template column 1fr, gap is going to be 2 ram. Then we have to take the subheading. Subheading will be font size 1.3 ram. Then we'll take the font inner. This will be the width is going to be 100%, padding is going to be 0. Then we'll take the API body, grid template column 1fr. Start the last media query. Max width is going to be 35 em, and home is going to be 90%. Header 1 will have the font size 1.5 ram. We'll have the upload to grid template column 1fr. We'll have the justify content center and place item center. Then we'll have the padding top is going to be 1 ram. So we'll have some space. We'll take the inner info, padding is going to be 1 ram. We'll take the upload info h1. We'll say margin top is going to be 0 ram, font size 1.3 ram, card, and we have to say grid column in 1 ram, and gap is going to be 2 ram. So subheading, we'll say font size to 1.3 ram, and form inner to be with 100%, and padding is going to be 0. We'll take the API body, grid template column 1fr. We have to close that one, and that's the entire thing. Let's call test if we want to write anything else. So that's the entire piece of code we have written in our utility classes model. So we have this body, we have the home, header, upload info, paragraph, subheading, we have the card, we have the avatar, image, profile, we have loader, we have form, we have inner form, API body, this is the paragraph, title, and the media query. So we have built all the utility classes. All we have to do is to simply plug in the component and we'll have the styling. So that's the exact practice we do in the real world project. It's just like a Tailwind CSS. What do you have in the Tailwind CSS? You have multiple classes and you simply place those classes in the component and you have the styling. So that's the model we are building here. Looks pretty fine to me. So we have all of the things looking absolutely great. Close this one and come here. First, we're going to start working on each one of the components one by one. So first I will work on the logo section. Okay, that's the one I'm going to start working on from the next. So simply come here. Let's check everything one at a time. So we have all of the component we have imported. This is the entire component we are exporting here. Looks fine to me. No error we have here. No problem. And we have to work on the logo component. That's the only thing I want to talk about, this global utility classes model in this video, and in the next video we'll start working on the logo component. So let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have written the entire utility classes for our project. If you haven't watched, I'll link in the I button in the description so you guys can follow that. So this is where we left in the last video, layout, and now we're going to start working on the layout. So first component we're going to work on is the logo one. So if I open that one, you can see we have already the JSX file and the CSS file. All we have to do is to write the code. So I will remove the code and let's import React, and that's coming from React. Then we have to import the link tag coming from Next.js. Then we have to do the internal import style from, and that's coming from the same directory, logo.module.css. Then we have to work on the logo components, and that we have to return. So we have to take a div. It will have a class called style spinner, and that we have to take multiple div. One, we have to take another one, two, we have to take a 3, we have to take a 4, we have to take a 5, and we have to take a 6, and then we have to simply close that one. So this is the entire JSX we have to write, and we have to simply export this component. So that's the only thing we have to do here, because we're not going to use any images. We're going to write the entire animation with the help of code. So that's the entire piece of code we have to write here in the logo. Hope you guys have written that one. Now we're going to start working on the CSS. Come here, go to the CSS file, empty CSS file for the logo. Let's start working on it. So we have to target the spinner class, and we have to say width is going to be 70.4 pixels. We have to define the height the same. Then we have to use this method, in that we have to define the call, the color. Then we have to define the alpha. It's going to be an RGB color. Then we have to define the background is going to be a linear gradient color. We have to come down, we have to define the animation, spinner, time, and the infinite low we have to say easy, so it will have a smooth animation. Then we have to define the transform style to be 3D perspective, because our square will look like a 3D. So that's the first class for our logo spinner. Let's come down, we have to target the spinner. So we have a spinner and we have to target all the divs. So we have to say background color is going to be our clip color, alpha. Height 100%, position absolute, width is going to be 100%. Then we have a border 3.5 pixels solid. Then we have a clad color. We'll come down, we have to take the spinner div, nth of type 1. We'll say transform, translate z, minus 35.250, rotate y, and degree. Come down, we have to repeat the same thing for the 2. We'll say transform, we have to change the y directions and the x direction. Then transform origin to top right. So here I'm going a little faster with the CSS. If you think I'm too fast, you can simply adjust the speed. So we'll target that, and now we have to target the third one, and we have to define the same transform, and we have to define the origin. So center left. Come down, we have to target the fourth div. We'll say transform is going to be rotate x degree, and the y direction is minus 50%. Then transform origin is going to be top center. Then target the fifth one. We'll say transform origin rotate x minus 90 degree, translate y 50%, and then we have to define the origin bottom center. Come down, we have to target the last div we have, which is a sixth one. Transform, and looks pretty good. And now we add the keyframe for the animation. So let's call it spinner. That's the keyframe we have defined in the above. So we'll say 0%. We want to be transform, rotate 45 degree, and rotate x minus 25 degree, rotate y. Then on 50%, we have to say transform 45 degree, rotate minus 385 degree, rotate y 25 degree. Then on 100%, we have to just change the variable to 45 degree minus, and the y is 385 degree. So we'll have a beautiful square animations. So this is the entire keyframe we have written for our logo. So I believe you guys have understood that what we have done and how we have written the entire CSS for our logo. So we have followed the basics, pure CSS. Closest one, this is the spinner div, and then we have targeted all the childs, direct childs, by their end type, and define all the animation. And this is the spinner keyframe we have written for the animation. So that looks pretty good. Now what we can do, close this one, and we are done with this as well. So come here, go back to the layout page, and here we're going to import it. So let's do internal import, and this is coming from the, let's say, logo, and it's coming from dot, not dot. We have to go into the components, and from here we are getting that one. Okay, so here we have exported all of that, and that's what we are getting from here. So simply copy that one, and that's what we have to pass here. Simply remove, bring this down, and we have to pass our logo, and this will work fine. So if you save it, come back to the application, reload the browser, and you can see here we have the animation looking absolutely perfect. So this is how we're going to design the entire application. We're going to break it down into small components, and we're going to simply build all the component here, and then we're going to plug in our real pages. So this looks absolutely amazing. We have a beautiful animation going on. Now we can, looks amazing. So let's come back here. So that's our logo components. So we are done with this. Now we have to work on the other components. So we have done with this entire logo component. Hope you guys like it. So that's the only thing I want to talk about in this video about the logo component. Hope you guys have understood that how we have written the CSS and how we are following the entire architecture of our application. So simply close this one, and with that, let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, welcome back once again. In the last video we have completed our logo component. If you haven't watched, I'll link in the I button in the description so you guys can follow that. In this video we're going to start working on our other components. So here I've opened the project, and now let's start working on the button component. So we have all of these components. So this is how our logo component is looking. Beautiful animation going on. Now we can start working on a button component. Here we are in the button component, and now we have to start working on the JSX. So let's import couple of things from React. Now we have to do the internal import. So in that we have to import the CSS file which is coming from the same directory. Now we have to work on the button component, and this button component is going to be a reusable model. So type button, and that we're going to receive these props. So I'm also writing out the props, so we don't need to worry about it, that what props we have to send and how we have to call the props into the component. We are building the entire architecture. All we have to do is to simply pass these props into this component, and it will work absolutely fine. So we're going to receive disconnect, connect, address, and file. So these are the props we're going to receive in this button component. Now we'll return that one, and let's write the JSX. We'll take this empty fragment. So we'll check for a couple of conditions. So if we have the address, means the user is connected with the application, then we want to display this button, and it will have an on-click function called disconnect. Because when the user is not connected, it will say connect, but when the user is connected, we'll display this disconnect. So we'll ask this class, and here we have to pass take the span. It will have a class called button content, and then we have to take this space. Then we have to simply take this check. So we'll say if file. So file will be a variable which will keep the track of the image which user are uploading. So if we have the file, then we'll say upload, otherwise disconnect. So that's the logic we have built for the first button component. So that's the one we have. Now we have to write the other one, else statement. We'll say button on click, and on the on click we have to display the current button function, and we have to take the class button. We'll take the span button content, and we'll say connect button. So that's the simple logic we have built for our dynamic button. So looks pretty fine. Now we have to simply export the button component so we can receive in our component. So that looks pretty fine. So let me repeat what I have done. We have imported React and the CSS file. Then we are receiving all of this prop because we are building this button component as a reusable model. So we don't need to worry about the what props we have to receive and how we have to set the logic. All we have to do is to call this button component in the pages where we want, and we have to pass this props and it will automatically play this entire logic. Then we are checking for the address and displaying the component, the button. Now come here. Now we have to work on the CSS file. Click on that. So let's target button. Let's say position is going to be a relative, overflow hidden, height 3 RAM, padding 0 2 RAM, border radius 1.5 RAM, background going to be a linear gradient we have. This is the color we have assigned. Now we have to target the background size 400 plus 400%, and text is going to be white. Border none, box shadow 4 pixels 4 pixels 30 pixels, and we have the RGB color. We'll have the margin top 1 RAM. So this is the button classes, button and its property. Now come here, we have to target the button over effect before, because we have to add this animation. So we'll say transform scale x1, then will come a button content, position relative, z index 1, then will come down button before, content empty, position absolute, top 0, left 0, transform scale x 0, transform origin 0 and 50%. Then we'll have the width is going to be 100%, height is going to be inherit, and border radius inherit, background linear gradient. Then come here, we have to transition all 0.47. So this is the before. You guys have understood that what we have done, we have built all the classes and properties we have included. So we have over effect, this content one we have, then we have button before and all of these things. So let's close this one. Now come back to the layout and we have to import the button component. Copy that one, and that's what we have to simply paste here. Close this one, and this will work fine. So save it, and here you can see, here we have the button on over effect. We are getting nice over effect, and we are not connected right now with this application. That's why you can see our logic is also working fine. All we have to do is to send the props and it will work absolutely fine. So this button component is looking fine. Let's give the paragraph, so not function, we'll stick this para, and in that I will say call, let's say, let's what we can call it. So we have to give a space, let's give a text, so we'll call it button. Save it, and here we have the button. So we got some space from the logo and the current wallet. So animation, everything is working fine. So we are done with this 2 component. This is how we're going to build all the small component, and we're going to bring it together to make it live. You can see our click event is also working, but right now we don't have the function. That's why we're getting this error message. So the logic is also working fine. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video about the button. Hope you guys have understood that how you have to work with the reusable model and how you have to build the architecture and what architecture we are following. With that, let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have worked on our button component. I hope you guys have liked it, the structure we have followed, and I've linked the video in the button in the description so you guys can follow that. In this video we're going to start working on our next component. So right now we're going to start working on our cart component. So this is the cart component I have, and it is one of the biggest component we have in our application, this cart component and the footer component. So what we can do is we can start working on this cart component. Let's open that one. And let's start working on a JSX. So here we are in the cart component. Let's import a couple of things from React. So we'll have to import the React use state, and that's coming from React. Then we have to import the image, that's coming from Next.js. Import the link tag. Then we have to do the internal import. So in that we have to import the CSS file, and that's coming from the same directory. Then we have to import the images, all the images, because at first we have to display the dummy data. So we'll say client index, because we have 2 folders, inside the image folder we have this client folder. In that we have the client images, and on the image folder we have the images folder. So hope you guys haven't forgot that. Then we have to build the component. So we'll take this card. In that we have to receive the props. So these are the props we're going to receive. Set notification image. Image is the actual data will contain, like name, user, description, everything. So all the data will contain into this image variable, and it will have a index value as well. So these are the three props we're going to receive. Now we can build the JSX. So let's take a div. It will have a class called card. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called style content. In that we have to define the anchor, because when someone will click on the image, we have to redirect to the detail page, to redirect to the image detail page. So we have to build the router. So we'll say slash image slash, and in that we have to pass the ID. Again, this image will have the entire information about the particular image, and from there we try to access the ID. Then we have to take the p tag. Here we have to display the image. So we'll take the normal image tag, and in that we have to display the image. So image style. Then we have to define the source of the image. Then we have to provide the all tag. Then we have to provide the width is going to be 250, and the height is going to be 200. Then close this image tag. Come here, we have to close this p tag, and we have to close the anchor tag. Then we have to take a span, and it will have a class called para. Inside that we have to take the image, and we have to display the image of the user. So we'll have this avatar class which I have already created as a utility classes, and then we have to assign the source. So we'll take the image. Inside that we have the client folder, and we have the image index +1. So in this way it will display different images. Then we have to come here, we have to take the width 40, and height is going to be 40 as well, and we can define, close that one. Then take a small tag. Inside that we have to take a class. We'll say para small, and we'll have an on click function, because when someone will click here, we're going to display the address of the user. So when someone will click on this particular small tag, it will copy the address of the user, and here we have to set the message called set notification to successfully copy. And we can come here, we can say navigator.clipboard write, and here we have to pass the actual data, the owner address. Right now we are just filling and building the entire component. So right now we are building the real component. Everything will make sense, just follow along with me. And here we're going to display the wallet address of the user. So we'll say image.owner, we have to slice it down, and we have to display only 25 character of the address. Then we have to close this small tag. Looks fine. Now we have to close this span. Then we have to take a span, and inside the span we have to call it created at. So we have to display the date when it's got created, and we have to simply convert into a string, and then we have to pass the data. Then we have to take a number, display the ID of the image, close that one. Then we have to take a small tag. It will have a class called para, and in that we have to display the description, but we don't want to display the entire description, because some description will be great in number, some will be small. If we take the entire description, it will distort our UI part, so I don't want to display that. So I want to display the fixed character 80. Then we'll have to take the button. Then we'll have an on click function, and on the on click function we have to simply say set notification to image URL is copy successfully, copy. And here we have to simply use this navigator.clipboard write text, and we have to pass the URL of the image, which we have here in the image variable. Hope you guys haven't forgot that. Then we have to close this one. Then we have to assign a class btn, close this one. Then we have to take a copy URL, the image text for the button, and close the button tag. So that's our button. Close this div, close the div, and that's the entire component for our card. Now we have to export this one. So that's the entire card component we have designed. Hope things are making sense to all of you guys. We are importing the necessary requirements from there, and then we are building the actual real component. So if I save, it will throw an error. Let me show you what I mean by that. So you can see we have the image, so it's working fine, and here you can see we have the image and we have the ID. So if I come here, if I go to the, let's come to the context, and if I go to this one, get uploaded image, and that you will find that we are passing all of this data, okay, all of this variable, and that's what we are trying to access in the component and displaying. Hope you guys haven't forgot that and everything is making sense. So come back here, and that's what we have done exactly here. We are simply rendering the actual data about the images. So that looks pretty good. And this is the copy. So once someone will click on the button, they can easily able to copy the URL of the image and the address of the user. So things are pretty good. All we have to do is to feed the actual data and our component is ready. So come here, and now we have to start working on the CSS. Target the card. We have to say position relative, display flex, align item center, justify content center, width itna, box shadow 0, 10%, 20%, and RGB color. Then we have the padding 32 pixels, overflow hidden, border radius 10 pixels, transition all 0.5 second, and cubic burst. So we have to display the animation variable. So that's the card properties. Now come here, we have to target the number. We'll say background color is going to be our linear gradient. So this is the linear gradient color. Padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM. We'll have the border radius 0.5 RAM, margin left 1 RAM. Then come down, we have to target the content, display flex, flex direction column, align items, flex start, gap 20 pixels, color this, and we'll have the transition all 0.5 second, and we have this animation. And I have generated this with the help of the generators, the animation generators, okay, transition generators. Then come here, we have to take the content heading, font width 700, font size 32 pixels. Come down, we have to target the para, line height 1.5. Then we have to target the para small, padding left 1 RAM. Come down, content, target the button, color white, direction none, padding 10 pixels, font width 600, border none, cursor pointer, background linear gradient, and we'll have our linear gradient color. Then we'll have a border radius, we'll have a box shadow 0, 5 pixels, 10 pixels, and we have the RGB color. We'll come down, target the card before, because we have to add the animations, and we'll say content empty, position absolute, left 0, bottom 0, width is going to 100%, height is going to be 5 pixels, background linear gradient. Then we'll have the Z index -1, and then we'll have the translation all and our animations. And that's the card before element. Now come here, we have to target the over effect on before. So we'll say that height is going to be 100%, card the over effect, box shadow is going to be none. Then we have to target the card over effect on button. So we'll say color this, background color is going to be a whitish. We'll come down, we'll target the card where is content button over, outline 2 pixels solid, lightish white, then background transparent, color white, and we'll target the content button active, box shadow none. We'll come down, we'll target the image, border radius 0.5 RAM, object fit cover, box shadow 4 pixels, 4 pixels, 30 pixels, and the RGB color we'll have. And that looks pretty fine. You can see this is the entire CSS we have written for the card component. It's pretty huge, and I hope you guys have followed that one. If you have missed something, make sure to rewatch. And I'll try to go a little faster with the CSS and the component design, because in this we don't need to build any logic. We have to use our creativity for the stylings. So that looks pretty fine. Active images, so all of the classes we have written, absolutely amazing. Now close this one, and now we have to import the component. So let's import that one, card. So card, copy that one, and that's what we have to paste. So we'll take a p tag. Okay, let's take a paragraph tag, and we'll say card, and now we have to display our card component. So come here, we'll take the card component and save it and come back to the application. You can see we are getting this error message because we don't have the data in our card component, and we need our data to display. So that's a very easy fix. What I can do is come back here, get into the card component, and we can display our dummy data. So right now you can see we are displaying this data. So simply take this, copy this one, and paste and comment this one. I don't want you to, don't remove that one, because when we'll feed the actual data, we're going to use that. So here what we can do is, instead of going with this endpoint, remove this one and provide one, the hardcode data, for the time being, only for display. And here we have this avatar, we don't need to do anything in here. And here we have the image address. So instead of this user address, let's comment this one. We can display something different. Okay, so let's pass this dummy text. Dummy text, we have to pass it. So that looks pretty fine. Now here we have the actual data of the created ad. So what we can do is simply comment this entire portion and commit this. So simply comment this out, and we have to down here and paste here, and we can display this hardcode data, June 15 and 2023, this hardcode data. So this is the one we have at the ID. So again, comment this one and display a hardcode ID. So come here, we can take it, let's say take a span tag, and inside that we'll say #1. Looks pretty good. Then we'll have this description. So we can comment this one, and we can do one thing, simply grab this one and then comment and paste and comment here. And here we can display some dummy text. So what I will do, I will simply remove this portion and take the lorem's dummy text and replace couple of things from here and provide ... and this will work fine, and the rest would be fine. And this is the image, the button we have. So simply comment this as well, the navigator one, for the time being. And here we can simply pass this dummy text, so we can easily able to copy when I will click on that. Looks fine. Now we have to do the same thing here as well. So simply grab this one, and we have to comment this portion, subcopy and paste and comment, and here we have to display this dummy text. So make sure to do the exact thing which I'm doing, because we have done already the hard work. We have to feed the data, actual data, and that will display. But right now we are passing the dummy data. So that's the only thing you have to do. Save it, and this will fix the issue. Come back here, here say this image is not defined. Simply reload the browser, and here we have to do the changes. Okay, so come here where it is, and here we have the images. We have taken that one, and here we have taken the image. So what I will do, I'll come here and I have to import the image. So let's say import the image. I'll say images NFT, and that's coming from ... slash. We have to get into the image folder, and there we have the image. We have this index, and in that we have all the images. Now simply take that one, and that's what we have to pass here. So comment this, take the source, remove this one, pass here, and we have to get the image. So this is the one I'm taking. Save it, and you can see we have all of these images. If you open that one, looks fine, and still I'm getting this error message because we have to do this here. So I know what is the problem I have. You can see right now everything's working fine. So simply reload the browser, and that will fix the issue. You can see we have the component and all the animation is working, but somehow the image is broken. And the reason it's broken because we have used the image tag. We have to use the next JS tag. So here we have this tag, that's what we're going to use it. Simply come here and I'm going to simply copy this one, paste here, comment this. Let's bring it back, comment this one and paste here, image, and that will fix the issue. Save it, and here we have the image. You can see beautiful animation, it's going on. And this user image is also broken, so we have to fix that in one as well, because we have to do the hard code, because right now we are going with this index value. That's why it's throwing us an error. So what I will do is, looks pretty fine to me. We have this broken image. Reload the browser, still we have the broken image. So what I can do is, so we have this ID. Okay, I know what is. So simply take this, copy this one, bring it down, copy, paste here, and we have to remove this one. And by default we'll go with the one, image one. This is what name I have given. So this is the one. We have the client 1, client 2. If you come back to the index, you can see we have imported this image 1, client 2, client 3, and that's what we are trying to access here. Copy, and that's what you have to paste here. So this will work fine. Save it. Now if you come back here, you can see we have the user and everything's looking fine. All the animation button, if you click on that, we are getting this error message because we don't have this set notification. Means our function is working fine, the logic is working fine. Reload the browser and things are working fine. We have a nice beautiful animation. If you come here, this is the image, all of things are looking fine. So we are done with this 3 component, logo, button and the card component. Now come back here. So that looks pretty good to me. For the time being we're going to leave it like it. When we'll hack the actual data, we're going to do the changes. So that's pretty good to me. Close this one, close this one, and this is the image. Remove this one, remove, close this one. And so that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have understood that what logic we have followed and how we have designed this beautiful card component. If you have encountered any error, make sure to rewatch the video. That will fix your doubt and fix your error. In the next video we're going to start working on the next component. So let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have completed our entire cart component. If you haven't watched that, a link in the I button in the description so you guys can follow it. In this video we're going to work on our next component. So here I'm into the project. You can see everything is working fine. So now we're going to start working on our footer component. So let's open this one, and that's what we're going to work on it. So here we are in the footer component. Now we have to import couple of things. So we have to import our React, then we have to import so we have already installed the entire React library, icon library, and that's what we're going to import, all the icons. So this is coming from the react/icon RI. Then we have to import the other icons. This is called TL social Facebook, then TI social LinkedIn, then TI social Twitter, then TI social YouTube, and then we have TI social Instagram. And these all icons coming from React icon/TI. Then we have to do the internal import. We have to import our style file, that's coming from the same directory. Then we have to import the logo component because we have to display our logo in our footer down below. So that's what we need, and that's coming from index. Now we work on the footer. Now we work on the logo component. So we'll say const footer, and we're not going to receive any props in this. Let's take a variable list because we have to display the menu. So we'll say menu list, home, about, product, contract, ICO, membership. So these are the menu. We're going to take it. Then we have to take it this JSX. We'll take a div. It will have a class footer. Inside that we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style footer box. Inside that we'll have a div. It will have a class called style.footer box social. Inside that we'll have an anchor. Inside that we're going to display our logo, footer box social logo. Then we'll close that one. Here we have to take a paragraph and we have to display some dummy text. So we'll say social info, and we'll display text: the world first and largest digital marketplace for crypto collection and non-fungible tokens, NFTs. We'll close the paragraph tag, and then we have to simply take a div. It will have a class called footer social. In that we have to display all the icons. We'll this href, and we'll display the first icon, T social Facebook. Close this one, and we have to repeat this process couple of times. So we'll say href. This time we're going to display our T social LinkedIn. Close this one. Then we have to display our third icon. This will say T Twitter, and the last one is going to be our YouTube. So let's take an anchor tag, href, and this will be our YouTube icon. YouTube icon looks good. Close, take another one, and here we have to display our Instagram icon. So we got all the icons, and now we have to simply close our div. Now come back, we have to close the div. Then we have to take a div. It will have a class called fonter box help. In that we have to take h3 called help center sorry. Then we have to take a div. It will have a class called menu, and here we have to render the menu we have created. So we'll take this menu list map, and we're going to simply render on it. So we'll take a p tag. It will have a key, an element, and then we have to simply close this dynamic block. So that looks fine. Now we have to close the div. Then we have to come here. We have to take a div. It will have a class called style subscribe, and here we have to take a h3 called subscribe. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called style subscribe box. Inside that we'll take a input fill, email, placeholder, enter your email, and we'll take this icon that's coming from here, send box, the class. Then we have to close the div. Then we'll come here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called subscribe box info, and inside that we have to take this p tag, and we have to display our text: discover collection and sell extraordinary NFT. OpenSea is the world first and largest NFT marketplace. So this is the text which I have copied from OpenSea. That's why you can see, and that's what I have in the design. Let's close the p tag, close this div, and close this div, close this div, close this one, and with that we are done with the entire footer JSX. So hope things are making sense to all of you guys. We have written all the code we need. So we have imported all the icons, imported the CSS file, logo. Then we have the entire JSX. This is the menu list we have. This is the entire JSX we have written. So you can simply close this one. This is for the social one, and this is for the help, and this is for the subscription. So we have 3 different components inside the footer box. So with that we are done with this entire JSX. Now we're going to start working on the CSS file. Target the footer. Width is going to be 100%. Padding block 1.25 RAM. Position is going to be relative. Margin top 10 RAM. Footer box social logo. Font size 5 RAM. Come down. We'll target the footer box social info. Margin top 3 RAM. Background linear gradient. We'll have this one. WebKit background clip and text. And then we have to say fill color transparent. Close this one, come down. Footer social icon. Background linear gradient. The same gradient color we are using here. Then we have to take WebKit text and web text fill color transparent. Looks good. Come down. Target the footer box. We'll say margin 0 auto. Display grid. Grid template column 1.3 FR, 1 FR and 2 FR. Align item flex start. Justify content space between. and gap is going to be 3 RAM. Come down, let's add a social, footer social, display flex, gap 1.3 RAM, font size 1.5 RAM, align item center. Come down, footer social A, we have to say padding 0.5 RAM, border radius 50%, transition all 0.3 second easy in, display grid, color, and that's the social A. Then we have to target the footer social. On over effect, we have to change the background color to a linear gradient. Then we have to change the color to white, box shadow to our custom shadow color. Come down, we'll take a footer box help and subscribe 3. We'll say background linear gradient. We'll take the WebKit text and web text fill color to transparent. Subscribe box, we'll target the width 75%, display flex, justify content space between, align item center, padding 1.5 RAM 2 RAM, background linear gradient. We'll have the color to white, border radius 5 RAM, margin top 3 RAM. Come down, we'll take the subscribe box input, background transparent, border none, outline none, width 90%, color white. Come down, subscribe box input placeholder, color white. Come down, we'll take the subscribe bot send cursor pointer, font size 2 RAM. Then we have to target the subscribe box info, padding 1 RAM, background linear gradient, target the WebKit text, and we have to say transparent, fill color transparent. Looks pretty good. And let's add a media query for the responsiveness. So we'll take this screen, max width 55 em, footer box, grid template column 1FR, gap 5 RAM. Then we have to come here, we have to take the second media query, max width 45 em, and this will be the grid template column, width 90%, grid template column 1FR 2FR. Then on 35 em, we'll target the footer box, we'll say width 90% and grid template column 1FR. So that's the entire media query we have written. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys. This is the footer we have, this is the footer social, info, icon, box, social anchor, over effect, help. Then we have the subscribe box input, then we have the placeholder, send, and this info, and this is the media query. So this is the entire thing we have written for our CSS. Hope things are making sense to all of you guys. Now we have to close this one, come back in the layout, and now we have to import the component. So let's import that, the footer, copy that one, and that's what we have to simply pass here. So we'll take a p, we'll say footer, and here we have to say footer and close this one, and this will work fine. So save it, come back here, reload the browser, and boom, here we have the footer, beautiful footer. We have this animation, we have this over effect, we have this beautiful gradient color on the text, this input fill, everything is looking absolutely phenomenal. So let's do the inspect element, and you can see it's 100% responsive for mobile device as well. Let's bring this here, 100% responsive. You can check on multiple screens size, looks absolutely incredible. So things are making sense to all of you guys. Hope you guys have understood. We have built 4 biggest components so far. Now come back to the VS, and so that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have understood that how we have built the entire logic for our footer component and how we have designed. So with that, I'm ending this video. In the next video, we will start working on the next component. So let's move to that. All of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have worked on our footer component, so I believe that you guys have watched that. In this video we're going to start working on our next component. So you can see this is how things looks. So we have our logo button, this is the logo, this is the button, this is the card component we have, beautiful, and this is the footer component we have worked in the last photo. Everything is working fine. Now let's come back in our code editor, and here we are in the layout. Come back here, go back to the component. So we have done with the card component, we are done with the footer component. So let's work on the checkbox component. So let's click on that. We have to import couple of things from React. So we need React, we have to do the internal import. In that we have to import the CSS file. Then we have to work on our checkbox. So it's going to receive couple of props because we're going to provide 3 checkbox, and when the user will click in any one of the checkbox, we have to get the data of that particular checkbox. So we'll take the category, set category, we'll receive in the component as a props. Then we're going to return the component. So we'll say label, it will have a class called material checkbox. It will have a on-click function, and on the on-click function we have to simply set the category. We'll come here, we'll take this input, and it's going to be a type checkbox. We'll take a span, it will have a class called check mark. Then we'll take this dynamic block, we'll take the actual, then we have to display the data of our category, and then close the label box, and that's it. That's the only piece of code we have to write here in the checkbox. So save it. This looks pretty fine. Now hope you guys are at the same spot where I am right now. We have built this beautiful component, and now we can start working on the CSS. Click on this, come back to the CSS file, the material checkbox, display flex, align item center, font size 16 pixels, color this, cursor is going to be a pointer. Come down, we'll target the material checkbox input type checkbox. We'll say position absolute, opacity 0, width 0, height 0. Come down, we'll take the check mark, position relative, display inline block, width 20 pixels, height 20 pixels, margin right 12 pixels, border 2 pixels solid, and we'll have this color. Then we'll take the border radius 4 pixels, transition all 0.3 second. Then we'll come material checkbox input type checkbox checked, and we'll tag the check mark. We'll take the background color, then we'll take the border color. We'll come down, we'll target the material checkbox input type checkbox checked, and check mark after. And here we have to type the content, position absolute, top 2 pixels, left 6 pixels, width 4 pixels, height 10 pixels, border radius solid, color this, border width 0 2 pixels 2 pixels 0, transform rotate itna degree 45 degree. Come down, we'll tag the material checkbox input type check, focus check mark. We'll say box shadow 0 0 0 2 pixels and the color. We'll come down, we'll target the material checkbox over input type checkbox and check mark. Border color is going to be our this color, second primary color. Then we'll come down, material checkbox input type checkbox, disable check mark, and here we have to tag the opacity to 0.5. Cursor not allowed, material checkbox input type checkbox disable check mark over, border color, and that looks pretty good. So that's the entire CSS we have written for the checkbox. So this is fine, look fine, check mark, this is the material checkbox input, this is the checked, close this one we have, this looks pretty good, this one. So this is the entire CSS we have written. Hope things are making sense to all of you guys. Close this one, and now we have to import the component. So we are done with this. Let's import the component called checkbox. Bring this here, and that's what we're going to simply take it here. So what we can do, we'll take this paragraph, We'll say checkbox, and here we have to display our component. Close this one, and what we can do is, this looks pretty good to me. Come here, and here we have the checkbox down here. So let's come here, get this one, cut and paste here. Looks fine. Reload the browser, and this is the component we have. You can see on over effect we are having this color, and we can click and we can check. So things are looking absolutely fine. The function is not there, that's why we are getting this error, but you can see its animation styling is absolutely, thing is looking fine. Looks pretty good. Reload the browser, and that's good. I really like it. So with that, we are done with this entire checkbox. Hope you guys have found this video valuable. If you still have any confusion, any doubt, do let me know in the comment section, and try to rewatch. This is a really very good practice for you to do to increase your knowledge about CSS and the styling of the component. So make sure to follow this. With that, we are done with the checkbox. I hope you guys have found this video valuable and you have built this amazing beautiful checkbox with the help of custom CSS. It's a really good practice for you to work on the CSS and improve your skills and knowledge, that how you can build any component, any styling with the help of CSS, pure CSS, without using any library. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Let's move to the next video. In that, we're going to build other component. Hey all of you, welcome back once again. In the last video we have built our checkbox component. In this video we're going to start working on our next component. So here we are in the layout page, and let's come here. Let's come back to the component. This is the one we have worked in the last video. Now we have to work on the other component. So let's start working on a filter component. Click on that. Here we are in the filter component, and this is one of the biggest component we have in our application, because we have to filter the data, we have to build the logic for filtration, so all of the things. So we're going to build the entire component with the functionality. So first we have to import couple of things from React. Use state, use effect, and that's coming from React. Then we have to import the image, that's coming from Next.js. Then we have to import the images. Then we have to import the CSS file. Then we have to build our component, filter component, and this will receive couple of props. So the first will be the active select active. Then we'll say set image copy, set all images, allow old image, and these are the props we're going to receive in the component. So all we have to do is to simply pass the component and it will work fine. So just work along with me, everything will make sense. Then we have to take a variable called search, set search, it's going to be an empty string. Take another variable called toggle, set toggle to empty, initially it will be false. We'll take a variable called don't search, and initially it will be our search value. Come here, we have to take the template search function. We'll take a on handle search value, and we have to take a variable called filter image. We have to get all the images, and on that we have to run this filter method, and we want to filter the images based on the owner address, because we're going to provide the owner address in the filter and we're going to filter that. So we'll say owner.to lowercase includes value.to lowercase. So that's the simple logic we have built. This function will simply allow us to filter the entire images based on the owner address we'll provide, and when we'll provide the address it will turn it to a lowercase, and then it will try to match. So that's the simple logic we have here. Come here, we have to build another if statement. We'll say if filtered image length is equal to 0, means set all the image copy. Filter image length is 0, then we have to set all image value to image copy. Else we have to say set all images to filter image, means we have something in the filter image and that's what we have to send. So looks fine. Then we have to close this function. Come down, we have to take another function called on clear search. In this we have to take if all images.length and the image copy.length means exist, then we'll take this set all images and we'll set the value to image copy. So that's the on clear. Then we'll come down, we'll take another variable, we'll take this use effect, and in that we have to simply call this. We'll say const timer, because when someone will remove and clear our input field, we have to run this one. So we'll say set timeout, set search, and we have to pass the simply this debound search and time 1 second, and is going to return the clear timeout, and it will take this particular value because we don't want to run this at the time of page reloads. Obviously we want, but we also want to execute this on the base of the whenever there is any changes in the debug search. So that's that one use effect. Come down here, we have to take a use effect, and here we'll take set all images to old images, because at the first time when the page we reload, we have to provide some sort of data into our set all images. So it's going to be an old image, and we'll say set all image copy to old image, and we'll say if search, if there is a search, then we have to call this on handle search function, and in that we have to simply pass the search. Else we have to say on clear function, we have to call it. So this will not filter the data, and we have to simply pass the search, because then when there is a changes in the search input field, we have to execute this particular use effect. So that looks fine. Now we have to take a variable called filtered, and here we have to assign the filter value, because we'll have a drop down, will say update and old and recent one. So that's the variable we have to define. So we'll say, let's say name is going to be old image, and the second one will be the new, you can type a recent image. So this is the filter variable we have taken. Now we have to come here, we have to take a use effect. We'll take this use effect. If active select equal to old image, then we have to display the normal image we are getting from the API, and that we'll say old image. But if it's recent, otherwise we have to display this one, we have to reverse it. If it's not the old, then we have to reverse it, so it will display the new listed images. And this is the exact logic we have followed in an NFT marketplace. Okay, so that's why I'm going a little faster here. And then we have to simply close this to active state. So whenever there is a change in the active state, we have to call this function. Looks fine. Now we have to simply work on our JSX. So we'll return that one. We'll take a div, it will have a class style filter, and it will have a div called style filter box. It will have a image, will display the search icon, width 20, height 20, and here we have to take the input field. It will have a type text, then we have to display the placeholder search address, then we'll display on change function, and on the on change function we have to call this hook we have created, in that we have to pass the value. Then we have to take the value and simply pass to a dozen. Then we have to simply close this one, close the div. Now we have to take a div, it will have a class style filter. The first filter we have taken with the capital one, the second we have taken for the small one, because this is the global one and this is the internal one. So I'm going with this one. You can give a different name, it's totally up to you. And it will have an on click function, we'll say toggle. If it's true, then we have to call this set toggle false, otherwise we have to say true. So looks fine. Now we have to come here, we have to take a div, it will have a class called filter title, and here we'll take a h4, we'll say active state, and down here we'll take the image of the arrow down and assign a width and height. Then we have to simply close the div, and now we have to display the menus. So we'll say toggle, if toggle is true, then we want to display this component. So we'll take a div, it will have a class called filter box. In that we will take a dynamic block, so we'll have the filters, the array, we're going to simply loop over it and render that. We'll say p key I once, and we'll say set active, so we'll add a on click function on that. So whenever someone will click on the drop down menu, it will set the update the value. So we'll say set active select to element.name, and then we have to simply close this dynamic block. We have to display the name of the dynamic block and then close it. So now we have to close the div. Looks fine. Close this one, close the div, And now we are done with this entire component. So now we have to simply export the filter component. So it looks pretty fine. So I believe that everything is making sense to all of you guys, that what we have done. First we have imported the hooks, then we have received the props. So these are the important hooks we have imported. Then we have imported the props. Then these are the variables we have taken. Then we have the very first function called on handle search. So when someone will try to put something in our input field and try to search, we are taking the address of that user and converting into a lowercase, and then we are filtering out the data. So that's what we are doing here on the on handle search, and this is the clear. So this will clear our input field and it will keep updating. Then we have this use effect. So whenever there is some changes in the input text, this is going to be call. And here we have the use effect for the old and recent one, and here we have the filter data, and this is the for managing the active state, and this is the entire JSX we have written. This is the first box and this is the second component we have. Things are making sense to all of you guys. Now come back here and let's start working on the CSS. Margin block to RAM, display grid, grid template column, 3 FR 1 FR, gap to RAM. Let's target the filter box, display flex, align item center, gap 1 RAM, background color, padding 1 RAM, border radius 0.5 RAM. Come down, we'll target the filter box input, width 100%, background color this one, we'll have the outline none, border 0, color white. Come down, we'll target the filter, position relative, padding 1 RAM 0, background color this, we'll have the border radius 0.5 RAM, cursor pointer. Come down, we'll take the filter title, display flex, align item center, justify content space between, padding 0.1 RAM. We'll target the filter box, position absolute, width 85%, background color our color, padding 1 RAM, border radius 0.5 RAM, margin top 1 RAM, margin top 2 RAM, z index 1 and we'll come down, we'll take the filter box P, cursor pointer. Let's add a media query, let's say 800 pixels, filter, grid template column 2 FR 1 FR. Let's take the second media query, 600 pixels, filter, grid template column 1 FR, gap 0.5 RAM. Let's take a 400 pixels, filter, grid gap 0.5 RAM, grid template column 1 FR, and close that one. So this is the entire media query we have written for the filter components. Looks pretty fine. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys. So this is the one we have. Close this one, close this one, close this one, close this one, and we have the title, we have the box, we have box, and this is the media query we have written for the filter components. Looks pretty good. Okay, so we are done with this. Come back here, and now we have to simply import the component. So we are done with this filter one. Let's import that one. We'll say filter, and this component we're going to call right above the cart component. So let's come here, and we're going to take this p tag and we'll say filter. Okay, okay, so simply copy this one, and that's what I have to pass here, filter. Let's come here, we have to take the component and close it, and that's the only thing we have to do. Save it, come back to the browser, and here you can see we are getting this error message because we don't have all of these props, but we are calling this props in our component, set all props in function. So that's why we are getting this error, and that's a very easy fix. For the time being, we'll try to simply commit all of this use hook. So what we can do is come back here, let's go into the filter component, and we have these use hooks. We have to simply comment this one, select and comment. This is the one I have, and this is the one I have. Simply comment this one, and this will fix the issue. Save it, reload the browser, and here we have the filter. It looks absolutely beautiful. Anybody can paste the address of the user and they can filter the data, the images. You can click and they will have this old images and recent images. Right now it will not work because we have commit, and you can see it's throwing us an error because we don't have those hook. But our UI is looking fine. When we'll get the actual data from the contract, all we have to do is to feed the data and we'll have the entire functionality. So the filter is working fine. So we have done with this checkbox, button, logo. So let's close this one. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have built this filter component. If you have encountered any error, try to rewatch and try to figure it out that what we have done, and try to look at the CSS, the styling we have applied. That will teach you a lot of things. So let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have successfully completed our entire filter component. If you haven't watched, I'll link in the I button in the description so you guys can follow that. In this video we're going to start working on our next component. So this is where we left in the last video. So please close this filter one, and now this time we're going to start working on our other component. So let's come here in the, so this is the one we're going to start working on. Click on that. Here we are in the donate component. Now let's import the hooks. So we have to import the React. Then we have to do the internal import, the CSS file. Now we have to import the component. So we have to import the CSV icons. So we need this form CSV, and this is coming from the CSV/index. This all icons are already provided to you in the starter file. So make sure to get the starter files. Now we have to import the style file. Then we have to come here and build the component. In that we're going to receive couple of props. So we need this set donate and set support and donate amount and set loading. So these are the props we're going to receive in our donate component, and we'll simply start working on our JSX. So we'll take a div. It will have a class called style card, and we'll have another div. It will have a class called style.card. Then we'll have a form. It will have a style.form. Then we'll take a p tag. It will have an ID heading, and we'll have a class called heading. And in that we have to display our text, support the creator, and then we have to simply close our p tag. Then we have to take a div. It will have a class called filled. Inside that we have to take our form CSV file, the icon, and in that we have to pass our CSS class, because in the CSV file we have to provide the class for the coloring. So here we have the component, and in that we have to simply send the class. So we'll say style.input icon. So we have to send the icon color, and that will reflect in our CSV file. So this is the CSV file. Now here we have to display our input field, and we'll say type is going to be a number. We'll take input field, placeholder is going to be amount. This is the amount by default we want to charge the user, and we'll say autocomplete off, and we'll say minimum this amount they have to pass. It will have an on-click function, and we have to call this one. We'll say set support, and it will update the amount in our state variable. Then we'll close this one, close this div. So this is the first input field. Now we have to take another div. It will have a class called button, and here we have to display a button. We'll have a class called button1. It will have an on-click function, and we'll say set donate false, because we have to like remove the pop-up model, open and close the pop-up model. So we have to have a close, and the text we want to provide this. Let me provide this space one, and we'll say close, and then we have to simply close the button. So this is the first button we have. Now we have to take another button. We'll say class button2 sign up, and we'll have to close this one, and we have to take another button which allow them to donate the fund. So it will have a class called button3. We'll take the on click function, set loading true, and we have to call this function donate amount, and this is the function we have, and in that we have to say set donate false. Just follow whatever I'm doing right now, because all we have to do is to simply pass the props into the component and everything would be working fine. So here we have to say donate. Now we have to simply close this button, close this form, close the div, and we are done with this entire donate component. So export this one. So this is the entire JSX we have written for our component. You can see that. So we have imported this file, then we have this form component, and we are receiving all of these props, all 4 props, and that's what we are simply updating here. So things are looking pretty fine, and now we should start working on the CSS file. Click on this, come back to the CSS file, target the form, display flex, display direction column. So I want to tell you one thing, that whatever CSS we're going to write here in the form component for the donate, the same CSS we're going to use in our logging component and in the sign up component. So that's all CSS we're going to write here. Okay, so just write it down along with me. So flex direction column will have the gap 10 pixels, padding left 2 rem, padding right 2 em, padding bottom 4.4 em, background color this, border radius 20 pixels. Come down, we have to take a heading, text align center, margin 2 em, background linear gradient color, WebKit background text, and we'll add the fill color transparent, font size 1.2 rem 2 em. Come down, second, background linear gradient, WebKit background clip text, and we have to set the transparency. Close this one, come here, we have to target the field, display flex, align item center, justify content center, gap 0.5 rem, border radius 25 pixels, padding 0.6 em, border none, outline none, color white, background color this, box shadow insert 2 pixel, 5 pixel, 10 pixels, and RGB color. Come down, target the input icon, height 1.3, width 1.3 em, fill this color, primary one. Come down, input field, background none, border none, outline none, width 100%, color primary, height 3 rem, text area height 6 rem, resize none, target the category, display grid template column, repeat 3 1fr. We'll have the form button, display flex, justify content center, fill flex direction row, margin top 0.25 em, button 1, padding 0.5 em, left 1 em, padding right 1.1 em, border radius 5 pixels, margin right 0.5 em, border none, outline none, transition 0.4 a second easy in out, background image linear gradient, and we'll have this particular gradient color we have. Color RGB. Come down, we'll take the button 2 on over effect, background image linear gradient, color RGB, button 2, padding 0.5 em, padding left 2.3 em, padding right 2.3 em, border radius 5 pixels, border none, outline none, transition 0.4 second easy in out, background image linear gradient, looks fine, color RGB, button 2 over effect, background image linear gradient, color RGB, we'll target the button 3, margin bottom 3 em, padding 0.5 em, border radius 0.5 pixels, border none, outline none, and transition for programs easy in out. Background image will have the linear gradient color. Fine, we'll have the color, this RGB color, and it will have the over effect as well, so we'll have to pass it background image linear gradient, and this is the different second primary color gradient color we have here. Color is going to be red, green. We'll target the card background image linear gradient, then we'll have the border radius 2 pixels, transition all 0.3 second, and we'll tag the card 2, border radius 0, transition all 0.2 second, we'll target the card 2 over effect, transform scale 0.98, border radius 20 pixels, we'll target the card on over effect, box shadow 0 pixels, 0 pixel, 30 pixels, and 1 pixels RGB, this one. Then we'll have the, so that looks pretty good. That's the entire CSS we have written for our donate, and this is the CSS we're going to use in our logging page and then the sign up page. That's why it's pretty huge. You have seen that some of the classes we have used here which is not there in our donation component, but the same classes we're going to use in our other component. Okay, so let's close this one, close this one. We have the form button, close this one, button 1, this is the button over, button 2, close this one, button 3, close card, we have card 2, and this is the card over effect and over effect. So it looks pretty good. We have all of this. Let's import the component, and now we can use the component. So all we have to do is to import the component. We can come here and do it right after the card component. So let's take a p tag, p will say donate, and now we have to call our components donate, and that's it. Save it, come back to the browser and reload the page, and you will find here we have our donate component looking absolutely fine, beautiful, everything's working fine. Okay, you can pass the amount, increase the number. Right now you can see we are getting this error message because we haven't passed any props. So all we have to do is to pass the props and it will work fine. So it looks pretty good to me. Nice over effect we are getting. Now come here. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have got an idea that what we have done and how we have designed this entire donate component, and the CSS we have written, it's pretty huge, and the same CSS we will apply in this login and sign up page. With that, I'm ending this video. Let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have worked on our donate component. If you haven't watched the video, I'll link in the I button or in the description so you guys can follow that. Now we're going to start working on our next component. So here we left in the last video, come here, and now we have to work on a different component. So what we can do is, we have done with this filter. So button is done, card is done, checkbox is done, donate is done, filter is done, footer is done, form. We haven't worked on the form component, so we have to work on it. So with this form component, user can upload their information about the images. So that's what we are building. So first thing we have to do is we have to import a couple of things from React. We'll say React from React. We'll say import, do the internal imports. We have to get the CSV file and we have to go to the lock icon. So these are the two icons we are getting from the CSV. Then we have to import the CSS file. Then we have to import the checkbox, and we have to build the form component. In that we have to receive couple of props. So we'll receive the set file, then we'll receive the set display, handle form field change. So this is the function will allow us to update our state variable. Then we'll call on this handle submit, set category, and then we have to simply take a variable called categories, and in that we have to assign 3 different categories: natural, artificial, and animal. Now we have to work on a JSX. So we'll take a div, it will have a class called style card. We'll take another div, it will have a class called style card2, and we'll have another form, it will have a class called style form. We'll have a p tag, it will have an ID called heading, and we'll have a class called heading. We'll come down, and that we have to pass our text, upload image details. We have to close our p tag. Then we have to take a div, it will have a class called filled, and in that we have to display the icon, and our icon need the class, the CSS props. So we have to pass the style props, input icon, and here we have to display the input field. So we're going to display the type is going to be a text, class is going to be input field, and we have to take the placeholder title, and we'll take the autocomplete to false, and we'll have the on change function. We'll call this handle form field change function. In that we have to pass the title and the e. This will update our state variable. So just follow along with me. That's what I have. Let's close this one, input fill. Let's close the div. Now we can come here, we'll work on a second input fill. We'll say filled, and the same thing we have to do here. So I will go a little faster, okay? Because altogether we're going to have close to 4 fields. So this will be a text area, and in that we have to pass the same thing. Type is going to be a description, class is going to be our dynamic class, text area, and we'll have this input field. We'll have a placeholder description, we'll have an on click function, and that we have to call handle form change, and we have to pass it the description. Let's close this one and close this one. Let's take one more filled. It will have a div, it will have a class called filled. Then we have to take the icon, we have to pass the CSS class. Now we have to take the input field, and we have to pass all the properties. So type is gonna be the email, we'll have the class to be input field, and we'll have the placeholder to email, and that's the same thing we have to pass into our handle form field change. So we'll pass the email and the event, and close this one, close the div, and we'll have one more. We'll display the paragraph, the category, and here we have to display the different category. So we'll have this category component. In that we have to simply loop over our category, and we have our checkbox component. Inside that we have to send the props, because remember our checkbox props needs a category, and that's what we have to set category props, and we have to send the category key, and we have to set also the category, so it will render the component. So that's our checkbox component, and close it. Looks pretty fine, and close the div. Come down. Now we have to work on the button. So we have to take a div, it will have a class called button. We'll take a button, it will have a class called button1, and it will have an on click function. So we'll say set file to null and set display to null. So when someone will click on this, we have to empty the entire data in our state. Then close this one, then pass the text. So we'll say this, and we'll simply say close, because when someone will close, we'll remove all the data, and close the button. Looks fine. Now we have to work on the second button. We'll say button2 sign up, and close this div. Now we have to work on the last button. It will have an on click function, and this button will allow to submit, and we're going to create this particular function handle submit, which will trigger the deployment of the NFTs. Looks fine. Say create, and close the button. Close the form, close the div, close this one, and close this one, and simply export the form component, and that's it. I know this is pretty huge, but we have built the entire component. All we have to do is to feed the actual data and it will work absolutely fine. So this is the first field, this is the second field, this is the third field, and this is the entire category component we have. And this is the button component. So all of things are looking pretty good. All of things are looking absolutely great. Now come here, and now we have to work on the CSS file. So you can see this is the form CSS file, and we have already written the CSS for the form component. So we go back to the donate, and we have already have all of the CSS. As I told you that we're going to use this CSS as a reusable model, and that's what I'm going to do. Simply copy that one, and that's what you have to do here. Copy entire, and that's what we have to paste here, and paste here. You can see we have pasted the entire CSS, and this will work absolutely fine. So we don't need to write the CSS over and over again. So this is looking fine. So simply all of the CSS we have written for the form component. So let's come up, scroll down. We have all of this. Looks incredible. So that's the donate one. Close this one, and that's the form one. So it's looking absolutely great. So we have this heading, and that's all we have here in our CSS file. So if you come here, you can see we have the heading. All of the CSS will use the same one. Okay, so let's close this one. Heading, we have second field, input icon, input field, text area, category, form button, button 1, over effect, button 2 over effect, button 3 over effect. We have the card, and we have the card 2 over effect, and this is the media query we have. Looks pretty fine. So this is the entire CSS we have. Save it. Now come back to the layout, and now we have to simply import the component. So come back here, let's import the form component, form, and we have to simply paste right below the donate. So this is what we have. Simply come here, we'll say paragraph form, and paste here. No, not the CSS, we have to paste the component. Simply copy this one, and that's what we have to paste here. Close this one, and that looks fine. So that will work absolutely fine. Come here, reload the browser, and here you will find, so this is the logo, button, filter. We can click and drop and down. This is the card icon, this is the donate, and this is the form. You can see it's look absolutely incredible. All of the things we can simply pass. This is the form component, the one we have designed. This is the donate one. You can click and you can easily able to turn that one. So you can see how things are coming together very efficiently, and that's how you have to develop any application in the real world. Looks fine. Let's come back to the VS Code, and that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have understood that how we have built this entire component, how we have used the reusable classes which we have designed for the donate, and that's what we have used in the form component. So with that, I'm ending this video. Hope you guys have enjoyed that. In the next video, we're going to start working on our next component. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video, we have worked on our form component. We have used the reusable classes for the donate CSS to the form CSS. So hope you guys have enjoyed the last video. If you haven't watched the last video, make sure to watch it. I will link in the I button in the description so you guys can follow that. Now we're going to start working on our next component. So let's come here. We have done with the donate. We have done with the form component. Filter, footer is done, form is done. So we're going to work on a notification component. So here we have the notification. So we have done with the forms. Now work on the notification. Click on that. Component is going to be a reusable component, so we can use in the detail page and the home page and the other pages as well. So let's import a couple of things from React. Now we have to come here. We have to do the internal import. We'll say CSS I have to import. Then we have to work on our component. It's going to receive couple of props, set notification. So these are the two props it will receive. Then we have to work on a JSX. We'll take a div, it will have an on-click function, and we'll call set notification to the message we want to display. And it will have a alert class. Then in that we have to display the notification message. and we have to take a span, and it will be a close button, and that's the only thing we have to write in our notification components. That's a pretty simple JSX. Okay, hope things are making sense, and now we can start working on our CSS file. Close this one, come back here and go back to the CSS. Target the alert, padding 20 pixels, background linear gradient. We have to target the color white, position fixed, top 20 to a 12 RAM, right 5 RAM, border radius 0.5 RAM, cursor pointer, Z index 11, close button will say margin left 5 pixels, color white, font width bold, float right, font size 22 pixels, linear line height 20 pixels, transition 0.3 second. Target the close button on over effect, will say white color, and here we're going to write the media query. So let's make it responsive. So we'll say on 55 EM we have to make it alert to top 2 RAM, and the second breakpoint we have on it is 45 EM, and on this what I want is width is going to be 80% and top is going to be 2 RAM, left is going to be 1 RAM, and on the mobile devices we'll say max width is to 35 EM, alert is going to be top is on 2 RAM, and that's it. So this is the entire CSS we have written for the notification component. So all of things looks pretty good to me. Close this one, and we have the close button, media query, things looks pretty good to me. Save it, close this one, and now we can import that component. So what I can do is, let's come here we are, and let's import the component right up here. So we'll take a P tab, and in that we can say notification. So what is the name I have given? I call notification maybe. So come here, and I have to import the component. So let's import, it's a notification. Okay, for the time I forgot that. So I say notification, come here, and let's call the component and save it. The moment you will say it, come back to the browser, you can see here we have that this one is, but there is no message, that's why you can see it's empty, but we can pass the message. So let's come back into the notification component, and here we have to pass the message. Right now we don't have any messages, that's why you can see empty, but I can say something like notification, paste, save it, and we have this notification. If you click on that, it will throw this error message because we don't have the props. So our logic is working fine. So notification is also working fine. If you do the inspect element, this is how it's going to look on a mobile device. Pretty beautiful. Reload the browse, and that looks good to me. Okay, slowly our components are growing, and we are building all of the components. This is the form component, this is the checkbox, this is the footer, and this is the notification. That's the only thing I want to cover in this video, that how you can create your notification component in React, and it's pretty beautiful. With that, let's move to the next video. In that, we're going to work on our next component. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have completed our notification component. If you haven't watched that, I'll link in the I button on the description so you guys can follow it. Here we are back in the project, and now we're going to start working on our next component. Simply close that one, and this time the component we're going to work on is the component we'll pick is this profile component. So let's import React, then we have to import the image that's coming from next image, then we have to do the internal import. We have to import the icons, so all the icon which is coming from the CSV. Then we have to import the style CSS file. Then we have to import the images that's coming from client images. Now we have to work on the component. So we have to receive couple of props, set open profile and use balance address. So these are the props we're going to pass inside the profile component. And now we have to work on a JSX. So we'll take this fragment, we'll take a div, it will have a class card, and it will have a div called image. Then we'll take another image tag, and in that we have to pass the class avatar image. We'll provide the source of the images, which is the client one. Then we have to take the width 80%, 80 pixels, and we'll take the height to 80. And it will have an on-click function. We'll say set open profile true, and we'll close that one. So when someone will click on this, we're going to open our profile model, profile component. So we'll come here. We're going to take this spam, and here we're going to display the address. Then we'll have a paragraph, and in that we're going to display short, like user balance, and this short description. You can type whatever you want. Help you securely distributed any type of media at scale, freeing and your from restrictive platform, middleman and algorithm to limit. So this is the dummy text I found. That's I'm simply writing, which is there in the Figma design. Simply close this one. We'll take a div. It will have a class called share, and here we'll display all the icons. So we'll have this, and we'll display our icons. GitHub. Now we have to close this one. Let's take the another icon, and this time the icon we're going to pick is Twitter. Close this one. Take the third icon. This will be our Instagram, and close this one. Then we'll have the another icon, which is a YouTube, and we have to close this one. So we got all of the icons. Now we have to close this entire share component, and now we have to take our button for closing. So we'll say set open profile to false, and it will close up the model, and then we have to simply close all the component. Okay, simply export the profile, and that's it. So this is the entire JSX we have written for the profile component. Pretty simple, pretty decent. All we have to do is to send the props, and everything will be working fine. So we are receiving this prop, and we are passing all of this thing in the data field. Looks good. Now what we can do is, here we have the CSS hard-coded data, and that's coming from client. This is the function for opening, and this is the address of the user. So right now we don't have it, so simply comment this one, and now we can take this dummy and dummy address, we pass it, because we don't have the data. If we render like this, it will throw us an error. So it looks good. All of things are looking absolutely fine. Okay, this is the balance. Let's let it be there, and close this one, and now we can start working on the CSS file. Now come here, work on a card with 17 em, height 22.5 em, transition 1 second, easy in out, clip path, polygon, and we have to simply provide this. So this is the one I simply found it, so I'm simply passing that for the clip path. So there are a lot of tools which you can use for designing the clip path, and that's what I have used here. Border top right radius 20 pixels, border bottom left radius 20 pixels, display flex direction column, background linear gradient, come down, card span, font width bold, color white, text align center, display block, font size 1 rem, card info, font width 400, color white, display block, text align center, font size 72 em, margin 1 em, target the card image, width 4.8 em, height 4.8 em, background white, border radius 5 pixels, margin auto. Let's target the card share, margin top 1 rem, display flex, justify content center, gap 1 rem. Come down, we'll target the card A, color white, transition points again, easy in out, target the A over effect, color this. Then we have to come and target the button, and we say padding 0.8 rem, 1.7 em, display block, margin auto, border radius 25 pixels, border none, and font width bold, background linear gradient. We'll have the color RGB, transition 0.4 second, easy in out, card button over effect, background linear gradient. This is the primary gradient color we are using over the period. Now color white, cursor pointer, and that looks good. So that's the entire CSS we have written for the profile component. So close this one. This is the span one, info. This one is the image. This is the share one, anchor, over effect, the button one, and the button over effect. So hope this I think makes sense to all of you guys, and you guys have followed that one. Now all we have to do is to simply import the component. So we can come here, we can import the component. So we'll say profile, and you can see slowly our components are growing. So we're going to place that component right below the form components here. So let's take a p tag. We'll say profile, and that's called the component, and save it. And this will work absolutely fine. Save it, come back to the application, reload the application, and here you can see no more error we have. So we have logo, notification, this is the card, this is the donate function, and this is the profile component, looking absolutely beautiful. We have this animations, you are clicking and you are getting this error, means everything's working fine. So things are looking pretty good. We have built this component as well, and this is the checkbox we have. So fine to me, no more issues here. We are displaying this dummy data, but you can display the data you want. So that looks good. Come here, and that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have followed this. If you guys have encountered any error, rewatch the video and try to compare your code with the code we have written, because everything is working fine from my end. You can see that. So let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have worked on our profile component. So if you haven't watched, make sure to watch that. In this video we're going to work on our other components. So here I'm into the project, and this time we have done with the button, we have done with the card component, checkbox, donate, filter, footer, form. We haven't done with the header. We're going to do that, and we can come back here in the loader, and actually we don't need the loader component because we are using our logo component to display as a loader. So remove this one, loader. Come back here in the index, and we can remove this one, and come here, remove this one, save it, close this one, and now let's go to the other component. So this time we're going to work on our, but before we work on a header component, we have to work on a logging component. So let's start working on it. Click on here. We have to write the JSX only because CSS is already ready. All we have to do is to copy the CSS and paste the CSS in the login CSS file. So let's import React, and we get the use state. Then we have to import the XCS because we have to make an API request. Then we have to do the internal import, and we have to import the CSV file and log file, and that's coming from the CSV index. Then we have to import the CSS file. Then we have to import the notification component, because when someone will successfully log into the application, we have to display the notification that you are logged in. So that's the component we need here, and that's coming from index. Then we have to work on our component. So we'll say login. It's going to receive couple of props. So set login, set sign up, notification, and set notification. So these are the props we're going to receive in our login component. Now we have to make an API request, and that's how we're going to log in our application. So let's build the API request here. So we'll take a function. So we'll take a variable called user, set user, and initially it will be contain couple of information. So we need the email ID and the password of the user, so he can log into the application. So we can make an API request, and we're going to take it as a type of object. So let's take its email. This will be a password, and that's the user information we are taking for logging. Now come here, we have to take a function, call a function called handle form input change. So this is the function which will update our user variables, user data. So it will take the field name and event. So these are the two things we have to pass, and again I have cover the same thing multiple times in my previous videos, previous project. So the same thing we are doing here. There are multiple way to update the data, but this is the most convenience and easy way because we are building a reusable model here. Now we have to call this set user, and we have to simply deconstruct the user variable, and then we have to simply take the field and we have to update the value, and that's the pretty simple thing. So that's the handle form input, handle form field change function we have. Now close this one. Now we have to work on an API. So we'll say API login, async function, it will take a E, so we have to say prevent default because we have form, and we'll take a if user email is equal to empty and user password is equal to empty, then we have to throw the error message. So we'll say return set notification, and we'll say please provide email and password. But if he provide the email and the password, then we have to continue further, and we'll say take this try and catch, and we're going to say response because we have to make an API call. So we'll use this await XCS, we'll call the post method, we'll take the URL, the endpoint we have built, so user login, and here we have to send the data. We'll use this with credential to true because we'll get back the cookie, and that cookie we want to set in our browser. So we have to set this property with credential. If you not set this, it will throw an error. It will not set the cookies in your browser, and you cannot able to authenticate the user. So we have to set this with credential true, and then we have to send the data. So we'll say data, we have to send the email, user.email, and we have to send the password, which is a user.password. Close this one. So that's the data we are sending, and once it gets successfully, we'll get a response. So we'll take the response. So we'll say response.data.status, because remember in the API, once someone is getting successfully logged into the application, we are sending back response, and it will have a status. So its status will be success. If the status is success of the, if the response and its status is success, then we have to simply update the data. So we'll say set notification, you have successfully logged in. So this is the notification we want to set, and we have to store this information in our local storage because that's how we can extract. We'll store the token in the local storage, and on the base of that we will authenticate the user. You have two options. You can set it as a cookie or you can set it as a local storage, but I'll go with the local storage because it's a fairly simple application. And if you really want to learn about the cookies and all the things, so we'll say local storage dot set item, and we have to provide a key. So this is the key I will provide, NFT API token, and here we have to simply set the token. So we'll get the response. In the response we'll have the token, and that's what we are setting. And here we'll say set login false. Then we have to say set notification to empty. So the notification will simply removed, it will not display. And then we have to simply reload the browser to set the application values. Else, if response data is fail, then we have to display the error message. We'll say set notification, and we'll have the message as well, because when the request will get failed, we'll set the we are sending the data from the API, and that's the message we have to set here in the notification. And that's close this one, and we have to catch error, and if anything goes wrong in the XCS or the API, and we'll simply console log out the error. So this is the entire logging functionality we have built with our API. Now we have to work on our JSX. So we'll take this return, we'll take a fragment, and we'll take a div. It will have a class. So the same field we have to do here. Class, it will take another div, it will have a cart2, then we'll take the form, we'll have a class, then we'll take a paragraph heading, class is gonna be heading, we'll take a logging text, and we'll have to close our p tag. So this is the same thing we have done in the form component or in the donate component. So that's the same thing we have to do. So let me quickly do that. Now we have to simply close that one, and we have to close this filled component. We need one more. So let's take a div. It will have a class called filled. We have to get the icon, and this time we display the log icon, and we have to pass the class into the log component. And then we have to simply take this input field, and we have to simply provide all of these variables. Type is gonna be, let's say, text, and we have to assign a class called input field. Then we have to assign a placeholder. We'll say password, and we'll say auto complete. We'll say on change. On change, we have to simply update the password. Now close this one and close the div, and close this one. Let's take a div. It will have a class called button, and we'll take a button. It will have a class called style button1, and it will have an on click function. So when someone will click on this, we'll close this set logging to false. We'll take this and we'll say close. So this is the close button we have, which will close the pop-up. Close this one. Now we have one more button. We'll say it will have a class style button2, and it will have a on click function. In that we have to call set signup. So, and we'll say set login false. So when someone will click on the second button, it will go to the sign up form, and it will close the login form. And the same thing we'll do in the sign up form with the buttons here. And then simply we have to say here the sign up, and we have to close this one and close the div. Now we need one more button to log in the user. So we'll take a button. It will have a class called button3. It will have an on click function, and on that we have to call the function we have created. We have to pass the e, and we'll say login, and that's it. Looks pretty good. Now we have to close that one, close this one, close this one, and close this one. And here, once the user is successfully logged into the application, we have to display the notification to the user that he's logged into the application. So we already have the notification component, and that's what we're going to render here. So we'll take this, we'll say dynamic block, we'll say notification if notification is true. So this notification variable will be the universal variable. So we'll define that in every single page, and on the base of that we're going to display the notification, and I'm going to hide it. So we'll say if notification is not equal to empty string, means there is no messages in the notification, then we want to hide it. But if there is something, then we have to display. Okay, we have to display the notification component, and we have to send the notification, and we have to send the set notification, because these are the two props we are receiving in the notification component. And then simply close this one. That's it. Then simply close, and we have to export the logging component. Looking absolutely fine. And that's the entire thing we have to write in the login functionality, login component, and everything is working absolutely fine. Okay, we are receiving all of these props, then we are taking this user data, email and password, then we are updating that one, then we are making a call to our API endpoint, we are checking whether they have provided or not, then we are making a call to our API endpoints, and then we are receiving the response. So here we are receiving the response. Let's open this one. Here we have receiving the response. We are setting the token in the localhost, local storage, and all of these things. So pretty good. Hope everything is making sense to all of you guys. And we have all of this filled. We have the button, and things looks pretty good to me. And we have already written the classes. So if you come back to the donate, and here we have written the entire classes, and the same classes we're going to use in our logging component as well. Simply select that one, and that's what we have to paste in our login component CS classes. And here we have pasted. Everything is working fine. Now close this one, close the heading, second, field, input icon, input field. We have the text area, category, form button, button 1, button 2, button over, and button 3. So things are looking fine. And this is the card and card 2. Over effect looks good. So the same CSS we are using, and everything would be fine. So save it. Now come back to the layout, and now we can import the component we have written. So what we will do is I will come here below the form, Let's take a p tag paragraph and we'll say login. We have to import the login component. Simply grab that one, and that's what we have to pass here. Paste here, close this one and save it, and this will work absolutely fine. Save it, come back to the browser and reload the browser, and you can see here we have our component. So this is the donate, this is the form one we have, and this is the login component, looking absolutely incredible. Login, all we have to do is to pass the data and we can log into the application. Pretty good. So this component is also ready. We are doing amazingly. Slowly things are looking absolutely fine to me. Now come back to the VS. So let me close this one, come back here, and that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have built this entire login component and you guys have understood that how we have built the logic for making a API request. So with that, I'm ending this video. In the next video, we're going to start working on our different components. So let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have completed our login page. In this video we're going to start working on our header component. So here we are in the layout section. So let's come back here, let's go to the header components, click on that, and that's what we're going to work right now. So let's import the packages. So we need React, use state, use effect, and that's coming from React. Then we have to import the linked, and that's coming from next. Then we have to do the internal import. Let's import the style file. Then come down, we have to import the logo, login, sign up component, and that's coming from index. Come down, we have to create the header component. We have to receive couple of props. So we need notification props, set notification props, and these are the props we have to receive into our header component. Come down, we have to take a menu list because we have to display our menu. So that's what we're going to display, and that's going to be taken as an array. So we'll take this one and we'll say name, home, close this one, and it will have a link. We have to do the same thing for other menus. So this will call name, about, and link, close this one. Then we have to take the another one, and this will be the API, and we'll have to redirect to the API page /NFTs API. So this is the endpoint we're going to create. Now come down here, we have to take all of these things. So we are done with the entire menu. Now come down here, we have to take a state variable, sign up, and send sign up. So initially it will be false because we're going to provide the sign up and login button in our header. So once they will click, the sign up form will pop up, the login form will pop up. So by default we have to set this to false because we don't want to display the pop-up for the very first time. Looks fine. Now we have to take the login one, same, false. Then we have to take the token and will be an empty token. So initially what will happen that when the user will log in or when the user will sign in, we're going to take the token and we're going to add that token into a local system, means the local storage of the computer. So that's where we're going to simply store the token. So that's the variable we have. Come down, we have to take a variable called open model, and this will allow us to open the model. So we have to open one model at a time, like sign up model and a logging model. So we have to open one at a time. So that's what we have taken here, open model. In that we have to check if element is equal to login, then we have to display the simply login component and we have to hide the sign up component. Else we have to do the exactly opposite of that. If element is sign up, then we have to simply sign up the true and then login is false. So hope this is a very simple logic. Close this one. So this is the very first function we have. Come down, we have to take a use effect, and by default we have to run a couple of things. So we'll say token and get the token. Okay, so get item. So this is the key pair we have given in the login. I hope you guys haven't forgot that. So we'll type NFT API token. That's what we have given in the login page. So this variable will be in our local storage. So that's what we have to get in the form of token. So once we have the token, we have to set the token in our state variable. So we can authenticate, we can able to find that the user is logged into the application if the token is there. If not there, means not login or not sign up. So use effect we have. Come here, we have to take a variable called logout. And this function will, what it will do, it will simply remove this token from our local storage, and that means the user is logged out. You can do based on the API. Again, I'm telling you that if you want to learn about complete API development in details, then you have to check that API course. In that I have explained every single thing, that how you have to log in and log out the user in your backend server instead of doing in the front end. So make sure to complete this project, and after that take that API course. It's a 12 to 13 hours course, and that you will learn every single thing you have to know about the Mongo development. So I must tell you to complete this one. After that, take that particular course. So this is the login. We'll say local storage remove item. So we want to simply remove that one. Then come here, we have to simply reload the browser, and that's it. Come down here, we have to take this return, and now we have to work on the JSX part. So we'll take a fragment. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called style header. In that, we have to display our logo. Then we have to take a div. It will have a class called menu, and we have to display our menus. So it will have the menu list, and we're going to loop over it, and this will render our menu. So we'll take a link, and we're going to take this class, and we're going to assign the href. Then we provide the key, and then we have to provide the value. So p element.name. So far things are clear to all of you guys. So this is our menus. Now simply close this dynamic block. Now come here, we have to take a dynamic block once again, and we have to check for a couple of conditions. So if we have token in our state variable, then we want to display this particular component. So we'll take a p tab, and we'll have an on click function, and we have to display this login button if the token is there in our state variable. But if we don't have the token, then we have to display the login and sign up. So we'll say else. We'll take a fragment, and inside that we have to take a 2p tag. So we'll take on click, and it will say open model. So this is the function we have created, and in that we have to pass this login, and then we have to do the second thing, same thing for the second one. So open model sign up, and we have to close this one. So when someone will click on login, it will display the login button, a login component, but when someone will click on the sign up, it will display the sign up component. Looks pretty good. Close this div and close this one. And now here we have to take this, the components, because we have to open it and close it. So let's take the sign up component. Let's write it down for a time being, because we haven't built that, but we have exported that, but we haven't written any single piece of code in our sign up component. So if I come here, we'll say if sign up is true, then we have to display the sign up component. It will have a div class called style.form, and inside that we have to display the div. It will take form inner, and then we have to display our sign up component, and that we have to send couple of props, because if you look at the sign up component, is going to need something. It needs login state, set login, and it will need the set sign up. And come here, it's gonna take also the notification, because the message we have to display. So these are the props we are sending, and now we have to display the set notification, because we have to set the notification. Then simply close this one. So this is the sign up component we have. Now close the div, and close our dynamic component. Now we have to take one more dynamic component for the login. We have to do exactly the same thing here. So we'll say if login is true, then we'll take a div. It will have a class called form. We'll take this div class form inner. Inside that we have to take this login component we have built, and we have to send the props. So in that we have to set this to set login, and we'll send this set sign up. Then we have to send the notification, and we have to send the set notification. Looks pretty good. So these are the props we are sending into that. Now close this one, close the div, and close our dynamic block. So that looks pretty fine. Close that fragment, and now we have to simply export the header component. So that's pretty good. We are done with this entire header component. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys, that what we have done. First we have imported all of this, then we have imported our component and the style file, then we are receiving the props, and this is the menu list we have. So this is the props we are receiving. Then this is the state variables we have. This is the open model function, which allow us to open one component at a time, whether it's a login and sign up. Then we have this use hook, because we have to fetch the token from the local storage to define that whether we have to display the login button or logout button. So that looks good. This is the logout function we have, and this is the entire JSX we have written. First for the menu, and then we have our dynamic buttons and this sign up and login component. So that's a pretty basics logic we have built here. Now we have to work on the CSS. Come here and let's click on the CSS and let's start working on it. Get the header class, and we have to assign display flex, justify content space between, align item center, background linear gradient color, our primary gradient color, padding 1 ram 2 ram, border radius 0.5 ram, margin bottom 4 ram. Come down, we have to target menu, display flex, gap 2 ram, cursor grab. You can give whatever you want. You can give cursor grab or pointer, it's totally up to you. Now we have to target the link, text decoration none, color this. Then we have to target the form. We'll say width 100%, height 100%, position flex, top 0, right 0, background color alpha plus opacity, z index on top of everything. Then come down, we have to target the form inner. This will be the window width 40%, padding top 3 ram, margin 0 auto, so it will be hold in the middle of the screen. And come down, and here we have the media query. So we'll say media on a large screen 45 em. We want to have it like header to be display grid, justify content center, and grab is 2 ram. Close it. Menu is going to be, let's say, display flex, and we'll have the gap to 0.5 ram, cursor grab, target the form inner. We'll say width is going to be 100% and padding is going to be 0. Close this one. Now we have to write the second media query for the mobile phone, so 35 em, and header is going to be like display grip, justify content center, gap 2 ram, target the menu, display flex, gap 0.5 ram, cursor grab. Come down, we have target the form inner, and width is 100%, so looks pretty good, and padding 0. And that's the entire media query we have written. So looks pretty fine to me. Hope you guys have understood that what we have done. This is the header, this is the menu, this is the link, this is the form inner, and these are the two media query we have written for the responsiveness. So looks pretty good to me. Now we can come back. So come here, so close this one, come back to the layout component, and now we have to import our header component. So we'll say header, and we're going to paste this header right up here. So let's bring it down, and let's call the component, take the p tag and call logo, and come up here. We have to take our p tag and we'll say header, and down below we're going to take our header component. So call the header component. Okay, bring it back. And what is happening here? So let's remove this one, copy this one. Sometime it happens. Okay, so it's a part of development. So here we have the header component. Looks pretty fine. Save it, and now we can come back to the browser and you can see here we have our header looking absolutely fine. It's responsive. You can reload the browser and we have no issues. So right now you can see that we have token because I was testing, so it says that log out, and if I click on that we will be log out from our application. So, and boom, here you can see our logic is also working fine. So I was testing before I started recording, so it's absolutely working fine. It's beautiful. You can reload the browser and you can see everything is working fine. So let's come back to the VS Code. So our header component is done and it looks pretty good. You can see we have no issues in that, and we have taken all of these variables. So these are all of things looking pretty good and it's working fine. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have got an idea, and if you guys have encountered any error, just follow along with me and try to rewatch the video to fix that error. But In my case, I'm not having any issues. And by the way, if you really want to learn in depth about the APIs and the security and authentications like Mongo development, then definitely check out the API course which we have on 12 13 hours. So that's the only thing I want to cover. See you in the next video. Have a wonderful day. Bye bye. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have completed our header component. I believe that you guys have watched that. In this video we're going to start working on our sign up component. So here we are in the layout page. Now click on this. This is how it looks. Pretty beautiful. We have no issues. All of the components are looking absolutely fine. The drop down, the card component, this is the donate one we have, this is the form one we have, this is the login one, and this is the profile one, checkbox, and the footer. So all the component we have built and this looks pretty good. Now click on this, and now we have to work on our next component. So close this one. We are done with that. So we are done with all of this button, card, checkbox, donate, file, footer, form, header. We have this login, logo, notification. The only two things are left is product, sign up, and upload. So this is the profile. We have already done it, and the one we have to work in this video, let's come up here. And so now we're going to start working on our sign up component. So click on that. Here we are in the sign up component, and let's start from the beginning. So first we have to import couple of things from React, use state, and then we have to import the XCS because we have to make a API call and allow user to create their account. So XCS, then we have to do the internal import, and in that we need our CSV files for the form and log, and that's coming from the CSV index. Then we have to import the style file, our CSS file. Then we have to import the notification component because we have to display the notification once the user create his or her account. Now we have to create the sign up component. So it's going to receive a couple of props. So these are the 4 props we have set login, set sign up, and notification, and set notification. And that's what we're going to receive here. Now we have to take the use state variable because we have to take a couple of data from the user like email ID, name, password, confirm password. So that's what we're going to store as a state variable in form of objects. So user, set user, and it's going to be an object. So we'll take this name, email, we'll take the password, we'll take the confirm password, and these are the 4 data we need. So these are the state variable. Now we have to take now we have to create a function which will allow us to update this state variable. So let's call it handle form field changed. It can be taking field name and the event. In that we have to call the set user. We have to deconstruct the user variables, and then we have to simply update that. So that's a very simple function, and we have built tons of times. Now come down here. We have to make a connection. So we'll allow the user to create their account. So we'll say create account. It's going to be an async function because we are dealing with the promises. We'll take this e.prevent default because we are using form. Now we have to take if user.email is not there, if user.password is equal to empty, if name is empty, and if confirm password is empty, then we don't allow user to create their account. They have to provide all of these details. Then we have to return this particular notification. Please provide all the details. That's it. And then we have to simply set wait while creating the account. So if he provided that, that means it will go to the next one, and in that we have saying that wait creating your account. And here we have to build the logic. So we'll take this try and catch block, and we'll say we're going to make an API call. So we'll take this const, we'll say response await, and we have built this particular. So we have to call this particular method post because we are creating the user. So post method, and this is the endpoint we have built, URL /API/v1/users sign up, and we have to take this with credential true because it will respond. We'll get a cookie back in response and the user data. So we have to store that cookie in the cookie and as well as in the local storage. So if you don't use that, your cookie will not store. And the one thing I want to highlight is that you have to run your backend and the front end on the same domain. Let me give you a better example. Just imagine that you have your API, the backend, and that's running on a different domain. Let's call that domain below. and your front end is on different domain, like it's on bed. So that time it will create the conflict because the resources are coming from two different location. So in that context you have to use this credential with true, so you won't have the issue, the cross origin errors. Hope things are clear. Now let's go ahead and we have to pass the data to our endpoint. So we'll pass the name, we have to pass the email, and we have to pass the password and the confirm password. So this is the password and we have to pass the confirm password. Looks pretty good. So these are the data we are sending, and we'll get a response back after the successful account creation. So we have to check whether that response is success or fail. So we have that response in the form of status. So if stated is success, means user have created their account. So we have to first display this message that account is successfully created. Then we have to set the token, because we'll get a token back, and that token we have to set in our local storage, and this is the key we have given, NFT API token, and we have to pass the token. This is the same logic we are following which we have followed in the login one. And here we have to simply say set sign up false, and this will say set notification to empty, because once the account is successfully created it will display the notification. After that we'll make it empty, so our notification bar would be hidden. And then we have to simply reload the browser. Pretty good. Now we have to simply display else. If anything goes wrong, then we have to display something message, something went wrong, try again later. And here we have to catch an error, so we'll say console.log, and that's pretty good. So again, this is a very simple model we have built for authentication. You can make it more complex, and you can create a global error handling model on the API, which will keep the track of if any error happening with the code from the developer point of view. It will tackle that one error, and if any user creating any error, then how you can tackle that one as well. So I've explained every single thing in the API course, so make sure to check that. Again, I'm telling you that if you really want to learn about like complete API development, Mongo API development, then definitely check that after completing this project. So this looks pretty fine to me, and we are done with that. Now we have to work on the JSX. We'll take this fragment, we'll take a div, it will have a class called card. We'll take another div, it will have a class called card2. Inside that we're gonna take the form, and it will have a class called form. We'll come down, we'll say that we're going to take this p tag, it will have an id heading, and we'll have a class heading. Then we'll come here, we have to take this text sign up, close this one, and now we have to take the field. So we'll take the class called field, and in that we have to define the input field. So we'll take this, the icon, it will have the class called input icon, and we have to take this input field. We'll take this type text, class style input field. Then we have to take the placeholder name, take the auto complete to off, because sometimes this auto completion is really very irritating, because when you have one mail id, one user, that's okay, but when you will have multiple one, that creates a lot of confusion. So we'll have to call our function we have created, e handle form field change, and then we have to pass the name of the field and the event. So this will automatically update the user information in the user state. Then close this one and close this. So the same thing we have to do for other field as well. So let me do it very quickly. The same thing we have to do. So we are done with the email field. Now we have to work on the password and password confirm. So let's do it. So we're done with the password. Now let's do the last one, password confirm. And close the div. So looks pretty good. So we are done with all the fields for that. Now we have to simply come here, we have to take a div and we have to create our button section in the form. So we'll take a button and we can simply add a class called button1. Altogether we're going to have 3 buttons. So with this we'll call click on, set login true, and set sign up false. So when someone will click on this, if set login is true, then it will turn off the sign up form. If sign up form if we want to open the sign up form, then it will set the login to false. So that's why it's a reusable model. Then we have to simply close the button, and here we have to provide the text. We're going to take this spaces and we have to take this login, and we're gonna simply close our very first button. Now we have to take another button, and this will be our class button2. It will have an on click function, and we'll say sign up false, and we'll have a close. So they can click and they can close the sign up form. So this is the 2 button we have. Close the div. Now we have to take one more button which will actually allow the user to create their account. So we'll call it button3, and it will have this function create account we already have built, and we are taking this event called sign up, and let's close that one. Close the form, close the div, and close the div, and we have to display our component, notification component, because if they will complete a create account, they have to display the message. So we have to simply pass the information. We'll take this notification component and we have to pass the notification, and we have to pass the set notification, and that's our notification component. It's ready. Looks pretty good. Now we have to come and simply close this one, and now we have to simply export our signup component. Pretty good. So we are done with the entire JSX part we have for the signup. Okay, we have all of this internal import. We are receiving all of the props in the signup. Then we are taking the user variables. Then we have this handle form field change, which will update our user information. Close this one, and this is the create account function we have. Checking for condition, then we are setting the notification, then making a response to the API, receiving the response, and that's the entire JSX. Looks pretty good to me. Close this one, and things are pretty awesome to me. And as I told you that we have already done with the CSS in the donate component, and the same CSS we have to use in the sign up field as well. So what I will do, I'll simply come back to the donate, go to this donate CSS, and simply copy that one, and the same CSS will be using in the sign up form. Copy this one and come back to the here and simply paste. Click on this sign up and paste, and you can see we have this entire CSS, the reusable CSS we had built for the forms. So this is the form, this is the heading we have, this is the second, this is the field, this is the input field, button 1, button 1 over effect, button 2 over effect, button 3, and we have the over effect, and we have these 2 cards and the card over effect. Looks pretty good to me. So the same CSS we are using for the sign up. Save it, close this one, and come back to the layout. So here we have to receive the sign up form. We'll say sign up, copy that one, and that what we have to simply call it here. So we're going to call it right below the login. Okay, we'll say sign up, and then we have to take the component, close that one, and this will work absolutely fine. So we have done with this component as well. Reload the browser, and you can see things looks pretty good to me. We have the filter, this is the form, and this is the login, and this is the sign up. You can see Everything is working absolutely fine. You can make it more you can make it more customizable, you can make it more, let's say, reusable, but I'm going with a simple approach. And if I click, this will already work fine. If you click on the header component, you can able to open the login and the sign up. So if I let me show you, so if I come here, so this is the header we have. If I come here, you can see we have already built all the logic for opening and closing, and here we have the two components. These two components we have. So all we have to do is to click on the buttons and it will open the components. So save it. If you come back, click on this login, it's going to open the login component. You can close it. You can click on sign up and you can close it. Click on login and sign up, and this will also work fine. Hope you guys can understand that what logic we have applied, and things are looking pretty awesome to me. Okay, so the entire header component is working fine and all of the things are looking awesome. So pretty good. So we are almost going to be completed very soon. So we have built all the important component. Now we need to build one important component which allow us to upload the images, because without that all of the components are nothing. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have got an idea and you guys have built the exact what I have built and everything's working from your end. If you still have any error, any doubt, make sure to rewatch the video to understand the logic we have implemented. And to know more about the cookies and the API authentication section, make sure to follow the API course. Again, I'm telling you, after completing this, make sure to follow that. That will teach you everything about the API development. So with that, let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have completed our sign up form. So hope you guys have built that entire one and you guys have got an idea that what logic we have implemented. So here I have opened the project, and in this video we're going to work on our other components. So we're going to work on our, so this is the product component is left, and we have left with its upload one, and that's what we're going to work in this video. So click on that. So here we are in the upload component, and we have to receive couple of things from React. So we'll receive the React, and then we have to receive the image, and that's coming from Next.js. Then we have to do the internal import. So we have to import the delete icon, upload icon, file icon, and that's coming from the CSV index. And again, all of these files are already provided to you in the starter file. Okay, then we have to import the style file. Then we have to come here and we have to work on the upload components. In that we have to receive couple of props. So we'll need the on image changed function. We'll take this display and we'll take this retrieve file. So these are the three props we're going to receive into this component. Then we have to simply return the entire JSX. So we'll take this div, it will have a class called container. Then we'll take the div, it will have a class called header. Then we'll come down, we'll take this dynamic block, we'll say if display is equal to null, then we have to simply take this fragment, and in that we have to take this upload icon and we'll say browse file upload, and then we have to close it. If the display is null, but if we have something in that scenario, we have to simply take this p tag and we'll say image, we have to display the image, the display image. So we'll take this class, we'll say image, and we have to provide the source, and the source would be the display. We have to provide the alt tag image. Let's provide the width is going to be 200 and the height is going to be 200 as well. So these are the data we are passing into the image. Now close this one and close the p tag. So that's the first dynamic component we have. Now come here, we have to close this one. Now we have to take a label called fill file, and it will have a class called footer. Then we can call it file. We have to display the file icon. Then we have to take this para, we'll say no selected fill. Then we'll say delete icon, and we have to close this label. Now come here, we have to take this input field. It will have an ID called file. We'll take the on change, and we have to simply call this function. We're going to pass into this and the retrieve file. So these are two functions we're going to pass it, one for displaying, one for passing this image into our IPFS function. So come here, we'll take a class called file. Just follow along with me. Whatever we have doing, just do exactly the way I'm doing. Everything will make sense. So we have to assign the class called file. We'll take the type is going to be a file. You have to close this input field, close the div. Now close this one. So this is the entire component we have written for the upload. Looks pretty good to me, and that's what we have to export from here. So that's a very simple component. Looks pretty good. No more error we have here, and looks good. Let's have a look one more time. Okay, we have the import labels and the images and the dynamic blocks. So now let's start working on the CSS. Come here, click on this, and now we have to work on the CSS file. Click on that. I have to target the container, height 300 pixels, width 300 pixels, border radius 10 pixels, box shadow 4 pixels, 4 pixels, 30 pixels, and we have the RGB color, which we have been using for quite long. Display flex, flex direction column, align item center, justify content, space between, padding 10 pixels, gap 5 pixels, background color, and we're going to have this RGB color, quite blue. Come down, target the header, flex 1, width 100%, border 2 pixels, dashes, and we're going to have this particular color, royal blue. We'll take the border radius 10 pixels, display flex, align item center, justify content center, flex direction column. Come down, we'll have target the header CHB file. We'll say height 100, header P, text align center, color black. Come down, we have target the footer, background color, we'll have the RGB color, quite bluish, darkish type. Then we have to take the width is going to be 100%, height is going to be 40 pixels, padding 8 pixels, border radius 10 pixels, cursor pointer, display flex, align item center, and justify content flex end, color black, border none, and that's the footer we have. Come down, target the footer CSV file, height 130%, fill royal blue, background color will have the RGB, border radius 50%, padding 2 pixels, cursor pointer, box shadow 0, 2 pixels, 30 pixels, and we have the RGB color. Come down, we have target the footer P, we'll say flex 1, text align center, target the fill, display none, image, border radius 0.5 rem, and that's the entire CSS for our upload component. Hope things are making sense to all of you guys. This is the container component we have, this is the header we have, this is the header CSV, header P, footer CSV, footer P, file, and this is the image one. So looks pretty good to me. So we are done with this particular component as well. Let's come back to the layout, and now we have to import the upload one. So we'll say upload, and that's what we have to call it right below the header, because that's where we're going to have our component. So we'll say upload. Now we have to call the component, so we'll say upload and close this one, and this will work fine. Save it, come back here, and you can see here we have the upload component. Reload the browser, and you can see we have this bluish and looks pretty awesome to me. So if you click on that, it's going to open up this model, and we can pick the image. If you select an image, it's going to throw you an image. So if I select this one and come back here, it will throw this error message because we don't have the function, and that's function we're going to create in a while. So reload the browser. Looks pretty good. So the component is ready. All of the component is ready. There are a few things left. So if we come back to the global CSS, and I don't like that blue color, so come back here, and I have to get the gradient color, our primary one. So what I will do is Let's scroll down. Let's come here. We are in the global. Go to the loader and go to the form one, and not this one. Close this one and apply. Okay, this is the one. We need this color. So simply grab the color and let's change the color. Instead of blue, we're gonna have this primary color we have here. Go back to the upload one, and here we have the CSV file. So click on the CSV file and we have this royal blue. Let's remove this to our primary color. Save it, and here we can see our color is changed. Looks pretty awesome. It looks fine and everything's working fine to me. No issues we have here. All of the components are looking amazing. So you can open it, the login one, and all the logic we have built looks pretty good. Let's check one more time. Things are pretty good. Come back here, and that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have got an idea that how we have built this upload component. If you still have any encounter any error, make sure to rewatch the video and try to understand that what logic we have built. With that, let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have completed our upload component, and I believe that you guys have built a component, and if you have encountered any error, make sure to rewatch the video. In this video we're going to work on our next component. So this is here we are in our layout page, and we have so many components. So we are almost done. We have only one, I guess, left. So we have one, the profile is done. Now we have this product one. This is the only component we left. After this component, we're going to start to assembling. We're going to start calling this component in our index page, in our home page, in our API page. So this is the last component we have to build in this. After that, everything will happen very quickly. So let's start working on a product component. Product component, let's import a couple of things from React. We need use state, and that's coming from React. Then we have to import the image. Then we have to import the CSV file, like save one, save as, and this particular package will allow us to download the images. Okay, you have seen in the demo that how we are clicking on the download button and downloading the image. So this package will help us. Now we have to do the internal import. So we have to import our style, the CSS file. Then we have to import our button CSS style, and that's coming from button/button module. Then we have to import our images, all the images, and we have to get the client images as well. So these are the internal import. Now we have to import our donate component, and now we have to work on our product component, because these are the things we need in our, and by the way, this product component will be in our product detail page, not on the home page. So we'll say product, it's going to receive a couple of props. We have to send it to set notification. We'll say set support, donate far mount, set loading, image, and this image will have all the data about the product. Then we have to come here, we have to take a variable called handle click, and this will allow us to simply take the URL. So we have to pass the URL. So we'll take this image/image URL, and we have to say call this method, and we have to pass the name of the image. So once we click on this particular function, it will allow us to download the image. Now we have to take the const, we'll say donate. This is the state variable we take, and we'll take the donate, and this will allow us to open the donate component, so they can click and they can donate the fund. So by default we'll have this false, and now we have to work on the JSX part. So we'll take this div, it will have a class called product. Then we have to take a div, it will have a class called image. We'll take a image, it will have a class called image, and we have to provide the source. So this is the exact data we'll get in from the contract, the API. So for the time being, we are just building the layout. So we have to pass the alt image. We have to close the image one. Now we have to take another div, it will have a class called detail, and in that we have to display all the details. So we'll take a div, it will have a class called detail box. Let's display the h1. We have to display the title of the details. Now we have to display the description of the product. We have to display the info. So in that we have to display a couple of data. So I want to display this category, and Inside that, we're going to have another span. This will display the ID of the image, and we're going to have another span. Inside that, we have to take this created at, so the time when this particular image was created, we'll display that one. And let's close this one and close the p tag. So these are the information we are displaying into this. Now come back here, we'll take a p tag. It will have a class called info, and it will have a span. We can display the donation amount, the amount of money users have donated. Then we have to display the span. Then we have to take this and close this one. And you have noticed one thing, that here we are going with a specific token, Maticoin. The one thing you can do is that you can easily able to manage the entire state in our context, where you can define the currency. So when you will do one changes in the context, that changes will reflect in the entire application. And by the way, you don't know how to manage the context, I would recommend you to check the course which I have, and that we have focused that how you can use the Redux toolkits, which is one of the powerful tool and the most demandable tool which you have to know if you want to work as a API developer or a front-end developer or a blockchain developer. You have to know how to use this Redux toolkit. Okay, so make sure to check, and in that you will find out that what you will learn. So come here, we'll take this p and we'll tag the contract creator. So we have to display the email ID of the creator. Now we have to take the span, and inside that we have to display the para. So we have to display the image. It will have a class called avatar image. Then we have to display the source, the client, and we have to display the width 40. We have to display the height 40, and we have to close it up. So this is the span. Now we have to display the address of the user, the creator. It will have a class called para small, and we're going to display, it will have an on click function. So when he or she will click on this, it will copy the address of the users. So successfully copy, and the thing we want them to copy is this one, client keyboard text right, and we have to allow them to copy the address of the user. Looks good. Now we have to display the address of the user, sorry, creator. And we have this, and we have to slice it down to 30 characters, otherwise it will distort our UI, and we don't want to do that. And we can simply close this small tag. Looks pretty good. Close this span, close this div. Now we have to take this button, and it will have an on click function, and in that we have to call a couple of functions. So we'll say set notification to image URL is copy. So that's the click we add, and we'll also allow them to copy that one. So that's the image URL we have to pass so they can copy. So that's the button we have. It will have a class called button, the style. Close this one, and we have to display the text. So we'll say span, button, contain, and button. These are two classes we're going to add, and we'll say copy URL, and close this one, and close the button. So this is the first button we have. Now we have to get the another button. So this one is for download. We'll say span class space, and we have to take the another button, on click, and we'll say navigator clipboard right, and we'll allow them to simply download. So we have to pass this set notification, thanks for downloading. Okay, looks pretty good. And we have to assign a class, and we have to call the button class. And now we have to provide the span and assign the on click function. So we have to call the function which allow them to download, and let's assign a class, button class, the two. Close this one, and now we can say download image, and close the span, and close the button. Now we're going to have one more button. We'll provide the space for donation. So let's provide a space, and now let's try the last button. So we'll take a button, it will have an on click function, and on that we have to call this set donate to true and assign the class. It will have a span, we'll add the two classes content and button, we'll say donate and close the button and looks fine. Close the div. So that's the entire thing. Now we have to call the donate component because we have to just have the component here in the product detail page. So when someone will click on the donate, it will open the pop-up. So if the donate is true, then we have to open, otherwise we have to hide it. So we'll say take a div, it will have a class called form. We'll take a div, it will have a call form inner. And by the way, these classes we have in our global classes, so we are getting from there. So once you provide your classes with the style.space, that's coming from the product component, but when you will provide a class by like this, like form inner, so it will come from the global component. And we have already built reusable the classes in our global, so hope you guys haven't forgot that. Now we have to simply take this donate component, we have to pass the prop set loading, donate amount, set donate, and set port, and we have to simply close that one, close the div, close the div, and close the dynamic block we have. So that looks pretty good. Close the div, and that's pretty much. So this is the entire product component we have written and looks pretty good. So hope you guys have understood that what we have done here. First we have imported this, then we have done the internal import. These are the props we are receiving. This is the handle click for the download. Okay, so come back here and now we start working on the CSS. Click on that, on the CSS file. We have to target the product and we'll say display grid template column 1.5 fr and 2 fr, gap 4 ram, margin bottom 8 ram, target the image, border radius 0.5 ram, border radius 0.5 ram, box shadow 4 pixels 30 pixels RGB, border 5 pixels solid, and we'll have the color. Width is going to be 100%, height is going to be auto. We'll take the detail box, background linear gradient. We'll target the WebKit because we have to assign color to the text, and web text fill color to transparent. Target the para, line height is going to be 1.5. Target the para small, padding left 1 ram. Target the info, we'll say display flex, gap 3 ram, line height 1.5, space padding inline 1 ram, and we'll have this media query. So let's target the first large screen 55 em. We'll say product gap 2 and grid template column 1 fr. Let's target the info, display grid, gap 1 ram, grid template column, repeat to 1 fr. Let's target the second media query. This is the 45 em, product gap 2, grid template column 1 fr. Then target the info, display grid, gap 1 ram, grid template column, repeat to 1 fr, and close this one. And now let's work on the mobile. So screen, this will be 35 em, product gap 2, grid template 1 fr. Let's target the info, we'll say display grid, gap 1, grid template column, repeat to 1 fr. And that's the entire CSS for the product modules. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys, and you guys have written what I have written. This is the image, this is the detail, para small, info, and we have the space, and this is the media query. So close this one, these 3 media query we have. Save it, close this one, and we are done with this. Now we have to import this in the layout one. So we are done with this component. Let's import that one. Paste here, product and that's what we have to call, right? So what we're going to call is, let's call it here, we'll say, not the color, we have to say product, and we can display our product component. So we'll come here and take the product slash and save it. So if we come back to the browser, you can see the details are displaying. We don't have the detail because we are not passing the data. That's why you can see it's empty. The image is also broken, but the layout, the designing looks absolutely fine. We have the categories, buttons, donates, all of things looking absolutely fine. What I will do, I'll come back to the product, and here we have to take the images. So to see we have the image styling on the image or not, so I'm going with this particular image. So what I will do is, so this is what I have here, and I'm going to simply select and paste here, and I'm going to comment this part, remove this, take a image. So this is the image tag we need. Simply come here, change this one, and here we have to provide the source of the image. Simply remove this one, and we have to take the image from our hardcode images dot, and we'll take this image one, save it, and this will work fine. You can see the image is displaying, so the styling is applied, and we have all of this. So right now we don't have the data, that's why you can see it's empty, but when we'll have the data, it will look pretty fine. So we have done with this entire component. You can see it's looking absolutely incredible. If you check the inspect element, everything is responsive. Notification bar, all the thing is very responsive. So this is the also responsive header bar, and all the buttons are responsive. This is the filter, you can click open. This is the card component, this is the form one, this is the logging one, space one, profile, everything is pretty beautiful. Okay, so hope you guys have got the idea that everything is coming together and looks pretty good to me. Close this one, and we have done with this entire component. So finally we have completed all the component in our project. Now the time is to simply connect the component in their respective pages. So hope whatever we have covered so far, you guys have got an idea that what you have to do. And here we have the different pages, and here we have the different pages like app.js, which we have already done. We have the index and the API pages and the page for the details, and that's what we're going to cover in the next video. So first we'll start with the index page, after that we're going to move to the product image detail page, after that we're going to move to the API one. So hope you guys have completed the entire project, all the components, and now we're going to have three more videos, and that we're going to simply wrap up our entire project and we'll make it live. So with that, let's move to that next video. All of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have completed the entire component of our application, and I believe that you guys have completed those components, and if you guys have encountered any error, make sure to re-watch that. In this video we're going to work on our index page. So far everything is looking fine. You can see we have built all of these components and we have no issues in that. So this is the header, we have this login component, you can click on close, you can click on the sign up, you can close this one, and this is the product component, this is the notification component, this is the upload component. You can click and you can open the file. This is the logo we have, this is the button we have, and this is the filter we have. This is the card component, this is the donate, this is the form component we have, and this is the login one, and this is the sign up one, and this is the profile, this is the checkbox, and this is the footer. Every single thing is working fine. You can see we have no issues in that. Let's come back to the code, and we are here on the layout page, and this is what we have done here. So it looks pretty good to me. I'm going to close that one, and now we have to start working on our index page. And here in the index page we're going to bring all the component, we're going to build all the logic for getting the data and feeding the data. So first we have to import a couple of things from React. We need use state and use effect, that's coming from React. Then we have to import the image, that's coming from Next.js. Then we have to import the XCS because we have to make API request. Then we have to do the internal import. So in that we have to import all of the components, card, upload, button, we need profile, header, footer, notification, logo, filter, form, and that's all coming from our component. So we are importing all of the component, and we're going to use all of these component into our index page. Now we have to import our use state context because we have already built our context, and I believe that you guys have watched that. And this context will allow us to fetch all the information from our contract and send information in our contract, and this coming from our context NFTs. Now we have to import the images, and this is come from the client images. Now we have to build the home page. So first we have to take a couple of state variable. So the one we're going to take is this. So let's take this address. So all of this data will come from the context. So we'll take the address, we'll take this disconnect, we'll take the contract, we'll take the connect, we'll take this use balance, we'll take the upload image function to the contract, and this function will also upload the image to the IPA, our centralized system. Then we have to take the get uploaded image, then we'll take the set loading, we'll take the loading, and all of this function we are getting from the contract, and now we have to get the function from the API. So we'll take this get all NFT API, and that's what we're going to call it, and that's all coming from our context. Hope so far things are clear to all of you guys. Now come here, we have to take a variable open profile, and this state variable will open the profile. By default we have to hide it, but when someone will click on the profile image, it will going to open it. Then we're going to take this close form and close form state variable. By default it will be true. Then we'll take this file and set file. Initially it will be null. Then we'll take this display. By default it will be null. Then we'll take this notification, and by default it will be empty. Then take another state variable. Here in this we're going to keep all the images. So we'll say by default it will be an empty array. We'll take another one, and this will call active state for the filter, and by default we want to say old images. Then we'll take another one, this will say copy and set copy image empty array. Now we have to make a call, so we'll say get data, and here we have to build a function which allow us to fetch the information from the contract. So we'll say this const old image, it's been be an empty array, and here we have to call this function fetch image. It's going to be an async function because we are dealing with the promises. We'll say const images, we have to call the function get uploaded images, and we can set all that image into our let's in the variable all image variable state variable. Then we have to make a request to our API because we can get the image both from the contract and from the API. So let's build the function for the API as well. We'll say API image, and this function will give us all the image which we have in our centralized database. Okay, so that's what we have, and now we have to take this use effect because we want to call this function when the page is loaded. So we'll say if contract exists, then we have to call the function, and if there is a change in the address and the contract, then we have to call the function. So looks fine. So this is the very first function we have. Now come here, we'll take this if statement. We'll say if all image length is equal to 0, means there is no data in the all image. In that context, what I have to do is I have to take this console.log call loading. Once we have the data, we have to simply set that data. We'll take the data and we're going to simply loop over it and push that data into our old images because we have to store in that state variable, and that's what we're going to render. So we are simply pushing that data. Now we have to take this image data, and here we go say category set category. So this data will allow us to take the data from the user and we can pass our contract. So this is for the category, and here we'll take another one. We'll say image info, and it's kind of object, so we'll say title. And the reason why I have taken this category separate state variable because we have 3 different categories. Okay, so once someone will click, we'll update that, and that data we want to pass it. So we'll take the description, we'll take the email, and we'll take the category, and we'll take the image. So these are the 5 data we are taking in our image info. Now we can come up here, we'll take a handle form field change function, the same function we have to build here. So we'll say field name empty, event, and then we have to call this set image info, and then we have to deconstruct that. Then we have to say field name and target value. So that's the first function we have. Now come here, we'll call the upload function, and this function is pretty important function because this function will allow us to upload the data to the IPFS, the distributed database on the blockchain. So that's what we are working on. So first we'll take this const, we'll say handle submit. So this is the name I'm giving to the function, and here you have to be a little precautive and try to understand that what logic we are building here. And this is the exact logic you can apply anywhere in any type of Dapp when it's come to uploading the data. So it will be an async function. So first what we'll do is we have to prevent the default behavior of the form. Once we do that, now we have to take this set close form to false, close to form. Then we have to call this set loading to true, because we have to display that loading. And we'll say if file means, if we have the file means the data is there, then we have to call the function. Inside that we have to take this try and catch block, because if anything goes wrong we have to tackle that as well. So we'll take this const form data and we'll use this new form data. Then we have to take the form data and we have to append. So this is the key value, key name we are providing, and this is the value. So our key is file and the value is file. So that's the form data. Now we have to get the response, and this is the data we have to pass. You can pass multiple data. Right now we are just passing the image URL. You can store all the data. Okay, so let's come here. We'll take this method post and we have to pass the URL. So this is the endpoint you have to pass, and this is the endpoint I got from the Pinata documentation, and this is the exact endpoint you have to make when you want to upload NFTs or images or data to the IPFS through Pinata. So this is the Pinata endpoint, and I'm not coming up with this, it's all there in their documentation. I'm just modifying a little bit. This is the URL. Now we have to get the data and form data. Now we have to take the header, and here we have to pass the keys. So first we have to pass the Pinata API key, and I believe that you guys know how to get that. Here I'm going to provide my, and when you will get the source code you will get this particular key and you can use that. And you have to get the secret key from Pinata. So let me pass this secret key, which is my. So this is the Pinata key and secret key. Now here we have to provide the content type multi-form data, because if you don't provide that, your data is not going to be stored on the blockchain. So that's the configuration you have to do, and that's the header configuration. Now we have to come back here, and once the thing went successfully, it will give us the response back. So we'll take a variable called image, and this will be a endpoint for the images. So let me build the endpoint. This is the endpoint we have in the documentation, and in the response we'll have the hash of the image. So we can access that hash by calling response.data.ipfs hash. So this is the hash for the image. So that's the one we have here. Now we have to say await upload, and we have to call the function. So we have to first deconstruct our entire image informations. Then we have to simply update the image which we have, and then we have to update the category as well. So these are the data we are passing, and that would be available in our upload image function. So come here. Now we have to say set file null, because once the upload is done we have to clear the states, so that will prevent double upload. So looks fine, set file, and then we have to catch error if anything goes wrong. Console.log.error. So looks pretty good. Close this one, and close this one. So this is the entire function we have written for uploading, and here we can say set null for the safer side. Now that's the entire function for upload, and now we have to write the function for retrieving the file from the user. This is the function we have passed in our upload. Hope you guys haven't forgot the last video in that we have built this logics. So let's build the function. We'll say retrieve file. It will take the event. Now first we have to get the data, so we'll say const data.e.target.file, and we have to get the file 0. Once we have the file, we have to take the variable called render new window file render. Then we'll say render as array buffer and pass the data. Then we'll say render.onloaded, and it will have a return function. So we'll set the file to target file. Hope things are making sense that what we are doing here. So we are passing the data, then we are just removing the prevent default behavior from the form. and close that. So this is our render function we have to get the data from the user. Now let's add one more function which allows us to display the data. So we'll say take image, we'll say const on changed. So this function will only for use will so this function will only use for displaying the image in the component, not for uploading. It will take the event and we'll take event.target.file and event.target.file0. If that's the case, then we have to simply set the URL created object URL and we have to pass the target event file. So this will set that so we can display that one. So this is the on image change function we have. Now we have to work on the JSX. So we'll take this return, we'll take a div, it will have a class called home. And by the way, all the classes we have built in the global CSS file, so that's what we are getting here from. Then we'll call our header component and we have to send the props. So it's needs notification and set notification. So these are the two props we are sending here. Now we have to come back, we have to take a div, it will have a class called header. And here we have to display our h1. We'll say create 1000 NFTs for free because Pinata will allow us to create 1000 in one API key and secret key. So that's one we have. Now we have to close the div. Then we'll take this upload component. We'll take a div, it will have a class called upload and it will have a upload component, and in that we have to send couple of props. So we have to send this on change, the function we have created. Then we have to pass this display state variable. Then we have to pass the address because these are the data we have used in the component. Then we have to pass the retrieve file function. So that's the upload component. Now we can come here, we'll take a div, it will have a class called upload info, and in that we have to display the h1. We'll say welcome to NFT IPFS upload. Down below we have to display a description, so you can type whatever you want. So this is the tagline I have: our products help you securely distribute any type of media at. So this is what I got from the UI UX. So let me type it very quickly. So let's close this one. So it looks pretty good to me. Now we can come here, we can take a div, it will have a class called avatar, and we'll take a button, we'll take a address, we have to send that prop. Then we have to take this disconnect function and we have to send the connect function. So all of these props we are sending. Then we have to send the file function because all of these props our button need. Close the button. Now we can come down here, we're going to take this address. If we have the address, then we have to display this particular one. We'll take the p tag and in that we have to display the image. So we'll take the image, we'll take the class name avatar image, then we'll take the source, the hardcode image, then we'll take the width 40, let's hide 40. Let's take the on click function, we'll say set open profile true, and we have to close that one and close the p and close the dynamic block. So that's the first profile component we have for the image. Now we have to close the div. Now we have to close the div and close this one and take a h1 and we'll say subheading all NFT of marketplace. We'll come down, we'll take a dynamic block, not the dynamic block, we'll display our cart component. So we'll say cart, we'll say all image, and we have to simply loop over it. So if all image dot length equal to 0, and that we have to display our loader, means our logo component. Else if all image is equal to undefined, then we can say that no image, otherwise we have to render the component. So we'll take this fragment, we have to display our filter component. In that we have to send the data, the props. Will say set image copy to set image copy. We have to send the images copy prop, and we have to send the set all images, and we'll build this all images. and select active and select active, set active select. So all of these props we have to send in the filter, otherwise our filter will not work properly. So that's the filter component. Now we have to get our div. It will have a class called card, and now we have to render the card component. So we'll take this all images and we're going to simply loop over it, and we're going to pass the data into our card component. So we'll take the card component and let's send the props. So we have to send the key 1, and we have to send the index 1, index I, because it will start from 0, and we have to send the image data. Then we have to set the set notification, because in our card we have this two component, one for copying the URL and the one is copying for the address. And close this one and close the dynamic block and the div. So this is the card component. Looks pretty fine to me. Okay, now come here. Now we have to display the footer component, and here we're going to display all those components. So we'll come here, we'll say notification. So we'll say if we have notification is empty, then we don't want to display, but if there is something in the notification, then we have to display. And our notification component needs two props, notification and set notification. So these are the two props we are sending in our notification component. Close this one and close the dynamic block. Now we have to take the another one, which is a profile component. So if open profile is true, then we have to display the profile component. So we'll take a div. It will have a class called profile, and this will have the profile component, and in that we have to send the props. So we have to send the set open profile, and we have to send the user balance and his address. So these are the props we are sending and receiving in the profile component. Now close the div and close the dynamic block. So that's the profile. Now we can take the loader component, because whenever the creation login will happen, this is the loader we're going to display. So we'll say loading. If it's true, then we have to display the logo. We'll take a div. It will have a class called loader. In that we have to display our logo. Close this one and close this one. Now we'll take another one called form, because this is the form will user use to upload the detail about the NFTs. Let's take a div. We'll say if file exists and close form. If file is exist and close form, then we have to take this div. It will have a class. Then we want to display only the component. We'll say div. It will have a class called form inner, and we have to take the form component and we have to send all the props. So we have to send the set file, we have to send the set display, heading, from, field change, and the function, handle, submit. We'll display the set category, and we have to close the form. So these are the props we are sending into our form component. Now close the div, close the div, and close the dynamic block. Now close the div, close this one, and then we have to export the home component. So that looks pretty good. You can see we have done the entire work in our index page, the home page. These are the imports we are doing from React. These are the internal import, all the component we are importing. Close this one. Now this is the component, and this is the context. This is the images for the client, and these are the functions and the state variables we are using from the context. Very important. And these are the state variable we have taken for different component. This is the function for fetching the initial data at the time of page reload, and here we are checking the length, and this is the data from the image upload, and this is the handled field. This is for uploading the image to the IPFS and updating our state variable. So make sure to get your pinata key and secret key, and that looks good. And close this one. This is the retrieve file. We are using this function to format the data, and so we can pass this to the pinata state variable. And this is the on change, and this function will allow us to update our display state variable. This is the header component we have. head title, this is the upload, and this is the cart component we have. Simply close this one, and this is the footer, and we have all of this different component. Looks pretty good, and I believe that you guys have understood that what we have done. We have no issues here. Now we are ready to check. So come back to the application, and now we have to go to the, so you can see here we are not getting any issue. So let's come back here in the layout, remove this one, hit enter, and here we are on the home page, and everything is perfectly aligned. You can see right now we don't have any data, and it's throwing us this error because we try to start our application and the backend server together. And the reason why it's throwing this particular error message, because we have only started the front end, not the back end, and that's why you can getting this 404 error status. Means everything's working fine. You don't need to worry about that, because we're going to fix this one. If you reload the page, still you will get the same error, but all the components, everything is working fine. You can select and it will open up the pop-up. So all the logics are working absolutely incredible. Close this one and let's have a look. Reload the browser, still you will have the error, and so still we are getting this error message. Don't need to worry about that. Let me close this one, and things are looking pretty good. Now we can come back to the VS Code, and that looks pretty awesome to me. So finally we are done with this entire home page, and I believe that you guys are on the same stage where I am now, and you guys have built the entire component, and you have all the data is displaying absolutely perfect. Right now we are getting this 404 error because we are not started our backend server, but we are trying to call that our backend function in our application. That's why we are getting this error, but I'll show you how to do the configuration. With that, let's move to the next video, and that we're going to work on our other component, other page. So let's move to that. All of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have successfully completed our home page, and all the components are looking absolutely beautiful together. So this is what we have done in the last video. You can see we are getting this error message because we haven't started our backend server, but we are calling the backend function. That's why we are getting this error. I'll show you how you can fix that. So what we can do is, don't need to worry about it for a time being. So you can see all the components are looking fine. Close this one simply, and let's have a look on the component. If you click on the login, you can see we have the login. If you click on the sign up, we have the sign up. You can simply open up the model, upload a mod. You can select the image, and here we have the pop-up. So you can see backend image is looking fine, and you can upload all the details. You can close this one. You can disconnect, you can connect, and you can simply, right now we don't have any data, so it's error. So let's remove this one. Reload the browser. Is still things are looking fine, but we don't have any data into our contracts. So what we can do, let's come back to the postman, and let's come here, open the postman, and if we come here right now, you can see this is the get method. This is the endpoint we have built, and let's make a request. If we make a request, we are getting this error message because our backend is not started, and that's the problem we are facing in our front end. You can see here we are also getting 404 error. So we have to start our backend server. Then we can easily able to fetch the information. So we come here and come back to this, close this one. All of these things are looking absolutely fine. So this is the entire home page we have. Open up your terminal, and this time we're going to simply stop the application, and we're going to start our backend server and front end together. So simply come back in package.json file, and this time we have to run this particular command. So earlier we run this particular dev environment, but now we have to start this particular one. Start. This will not only start our front end, but it will also start our back end part. So simply type npm start, and that will fix the issue. So this is the server file we are starting, and here we have done the configuration for the back end and the front end. So you can see next server handler, and this will start the server as well. And this is the package.json file. So let's type the command npm run start, or you can type simply npm start. Both will work fine. And here we have started our backend server. You can see node-mon server.js file, and here we have running our application app running on port 3000. So looks pretty good to me, and database is also successfully completed. Now if you come back to the postman, if you make a request, this time we'll get the data. So let's make a request, and here we got this response. So right now we have this 4, the demo which I have created when in my other contract, and the same database I'm using here. So you can see right now we have 4 NFT in that particular database, and that's what I'm fetching here. So let's open the database. let's come here. So let's click on the MongoDB cloud. Make sure to open it up. So here I'm back into my MongoDB cloud, and this is the project. Let's open this movie one, and here you can able to find the database. So click on this browse collections, and these are the two model we have, NFT model, and that we have this 4, and that's what we are fetching. So let's delete that all, because we're going to create together and we're going to upload together. So let's delete this one, delete this one, and we have to delete the image. So we have deleted all the NFT, refresh that one, and we have a couple of users. So let's see how many users we have. We have 4 users. So let's delete the user as well and clear all the data in our database. Delete this one as well, delete the user, and here we have the user, delete that one. So our database is currently empty, we have nothing in here. Refresh that one, and looks pretty good to me. Now what we can do is, let's come back to the postman, and this time if we make a request on our this particular NFT endpoints, we'll have nothing, we'll have 0, because everything we have into this. So looks fine. Now come back to the application. Let's start the application, reload it, and this time you will find that we don't get that particular error, because our backend server is running and our application is also running. So this time we are not getting this error. If you do the inspect element, you will see we have couple of warning, and that's for the image tag. Don't need to worry about that, because we have missed the alt tag, that's why we are getting this warning. If you come back to the 18 info, here we have the object. If you open that one, you can see this is the data we are fetching, and this particular data is coming from nft.js, and right now we don't have any NFT in our database, so we can easily able to call our database endpoints, and that's what you can see here we have in the postman. So close this one. Looks pretty fine. Our application is running absolutely great. Now what we can do is, so things are looking pretty good. Now come back to the context, and this is where we are getting logging from. So we try to fetch the get all NFTs, and here we have this console log, and that's what we are console log here. You can see line 154, and we have nothing into that in our database. Looks pretty good. You can see we have no issues so far. All the data is absolutely fine. Now what we can do is, let's create couple of documents. So first let me upload an NFT. So first let me create an user. So click on the sign up, and let's create a user. So this time I will say let's call Daulat Hussain. Let's provide an email ID. We'll say daulat@gmail.com. We'll type the password. Pass, and click on this. So we have provided all the information. Click on the sign up. Here you can see it's created very quickly. So we are logged into our application. You can see we have this logout button, and it looks pretty fine. Now if you go to this application, you will find the token we have stored in our local storage. So here we have the local storage, and this is the token we have stored, NFT API token. That's the one we have, and NFT token API. So if you remove that, we will log out from this application. Reload the browser, and you can see we are log out. So it's working fine. Now let's log in the user we have created. If you come back here in the database, refresh, and we have the one user in our database. So this is the user we have created. You can see the password is hashed, so that looks pretty good. Come back here. Now let's log in with the user, and let's type the email ID. So daulat@gmail.com, and the password is, you all know, pass. Click on login, and here we are logging to the application. If you do the inspect element, you will find that we'll have that the token we have stored in our local storage. So this is the token we got back. If you log out, this token will be removed, and here we are. So looks pretty fine. You can disconnect and you can connect. Right now you can see we have this MetaMask. If I simply log out, we are log out. If you reload the browser and it says connect, we still log in with the application with the backend. If you click on this connect, it's going to open up this, and you can simply pass your credential, the MetaMask credential, and log in. And here we have this avatar, the user avatar, and if you click on that, it will open the user profile. you will display we are displaying hardcode data, but you can display his data because right now we have his address. So it looks pretty fine. Open, close, we have the social media icon. That's all looks pretty good to me. Now let's create and upload NFT. So this time I'm going to pick my favorite image is this one. Click on that. You can see the background has an image, and here we have to provide the details. So we'll say the blockchain coder, and from here by the way, all the source code, all the starter files is provided to you, and the final code here, so you can come and you can check it from here. And I have to provide the descriptions. Let's pick the email ID. So this is the email ID. I can take it, gmail.com, and pick a category. So I'll go with the, so this is one is artificial, so click on that and click on create, and here we have our loader. So it's taking, if you open the MetaMask, you can see it's going to open MetaMask very soon. Just wait. Here we have the MetaMask. We are taking 25 Medi 0.025 Medi coin for this NFT creation. Click on confirm, and this time the transaction is happening. The loader is loading. This will not only make the transaction in the contract, but it will also make the transaction in our API. So the data will store in both the location, in the contract and in the backend server. So here the transaction completed, and here you will find the data. You can see here we got the NFTs we have uploaded. Looks pretty good, and that's amazing. You can see no issues we have. Right now we have only one. If you click that, nothing will happen because we have only one NFT. And if you click on this, it's going to copy the address of the user. If you come here and you can paste here, okay, my bad. So we have to do the changes here. So what I will do is, if you click on this copy image URL, so if I paste here, okay, so it's displaying test. We have to feed the actual data. So come back to our code editor. So we'll come back to the MongoDB, and let me show you that the data we have here. You can see this is the one we have created, and we have all of the data. And if you come back to the Postman, if you try to make a request to the server, you can see you will get the data, the one we have created. So it's displaying, we have in the backend, we have in the contract, and all of the things we have here. So it looks pretty good. Hope you guys can appreciate this. Let's come back to the code, and now we have to feed the actual data. So here we are. Let's go to the cart component. So let's close this one and close this context. Come back to the component, and let's go back to the cart component. And here we have to do the changes. So here we have done all of the things. Now we have to actually feed the actual data. So let's remove this one. Let's uncomment this, remove this anchor, this dummy data. So all the data we have in this image variable, and that's what we are getting here. So if you come back here, and that's the data we are passing here. So here we have the images, all the data we are passing, and that's what we are receiving in our cart component. So here we have the ID is displaying. Now we have to remove this hardcode image. So let's uncomment this, remove this hardcode image, remove this one and uncomment this. So this is the image we have. Now we have to do the changes in the client. So uncomment this and simply remove this one. Let's come back here in the clipboard. So uncomment this and remove this one, the second one, and save it. Then we have to do with the same with the address of the user. Uncomment this one, and here we have to pass the all data and remove this dummy date. Then we have to uncomment the real ID and remove this one, save it. Then uncomment this one, the description, and remove this dummy description. Remove this one. Looks pretty good. Okay, let's uncomment this part as well and remove this one. Hope things are making sense to all of you guys, that what we are doing. And now we have our actual data in our cart component. If I come back to the application, reload the browser, you can see all the data is changed. All the data is changed. And here we have the real data. If you click on the image, if you come here, paste that, here we have the URL. If you hit enter, we got the URL. That looks fine. Now if you click on the user address, you will have the user address. Click on it, and here we have the user address. So looks fine. So the entire real data we have in the card component. If we come back to the MetaMask, and if I switch my account to let's other account, so here we have in the 3, and let's create couple of NFT with the 3 account, so I can show you the filter. So select this particular one, and let's provide the detail. Now select the category nature and click on create. It is making the transaction. Just a moment. Here we have the pop-up MetaMask. Click on confirm, and the transaction is happening. So if you open the MetaMask, you can able to find all the details. So generally it's taking a little bit time because we are making 2 transactions, one on the blockchain, one, and the other one is on the backend. Backend one is happening very quickly, but the blockchain one is taking a little bit time. You can see that blockchain is still in pending, and here it will reload the page, and boom, you can see that here we have the 2 NFTs. If you refresh, we have the 2 NFTs. Just now the one we have created. If you come here we have the 2 both were working fine. 2 different users have created this one. Now you can filter that one. So if you paste the address, you can filter that one. Okay, so let's, why it's not working, copy that one and paste here. So the filter is not working. Can you guess why it's not working? Because we have to do something in our filter component. So let's upload one more before we actually do the changes. Click on confirm pen, and let's pass all the data. You can close that one. When you close, it will remove all the state variables. So if you select that one, okay, so let's select that one more time, and it's not working. Okay, not a problem. We have to reload the browser. Click on that one and select the image and click on open. You can see we have the image and we have the model. So let's create one more very quickly. Create, and we are creating one more with the account 3. Here we have the MetaMask. Simply confirm the transaction. We have this loader is loading, and the transaction completed. So just scroll down, and here we have all the 3 NFTs we have created. All the images looking absolutely fine, and here we have all the NFT looking absolutely fine. So let's come back to the account 1 and reload the browser. Here we are looking fine. Simply click on this and paste here. It's not working. Let's come back to the code, VS Code, and now we have to get into the filter component, because there we have to initialize our functions we have built. So we are receiving all of the prob inside the component. Click on that, and here we have uncomment this one. Okay, so we have to simply bring this function to life. Uncomment this one, then this one, and let's check what else we have to do. Things looks pretty fine, and now this will work fine. So reload the browser, and now you can copy the address and paste here, and you can filter the data, and boom, you can see the data is filtered. So filter is also working absolutely great. If you remove that one, the NFT will come back. If you click on this, copy this address, and this 2 images created by the account 3rd, if you paste that, you can filter that. So this is the user who created this. You can simply copy and you can paste the URL, and you can have the image. And here we have the 2. If you refresh that, we'll have the 3 NFT, because we have created 3 NFT. If you check the inspect element, you can see this is the responsiveness. It looks pretty good. It's 100% responsive. So far so good. If you click on this model, looks pretty good, and all these footers are looking absolutely amazing. You can simply copy. You can see it's 100% responsive. You can click and you can copy all the things. That's all happening in real time. Come back to the console, and here we have the object, and in that we have all the data which we are getting from the backend server. You can see right now we have these 3 NFTs we have created, and all of the data we have. So you can render the data based on the API or based on the contract. You have both options. Looks pretty fine. Looks amazing. So close this one. And with that, we are done with this entire home page. You can see everything is working absolutely fine. You can simply take the recent image and looks good. So no issues so far. Come back to the code. So simply close this one, and all of things are looking good. And now we have to work on the other page, the image one, the detail ones. So let's start working on it. And that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. In the next video, we're going to start working on our image detail page. So let's move to that. Everyone, hope all of you are doing great. So in the last video, we have successfully completed our entire home page. We have tested all the functionality and everything's working fine. In this video, we're going to work on the image detail page. So here we are back in the project. Now click on this image, working on our image page. First, we have to import a couple of things from React. So we need use state, use effect. Then we have to import the ether package because we have to convert the money. Then we have to import the router because we have to get the ID from the URL. Then we have to do the internal import, and then we have to import the cart component. We have to import the header, we have to import the footer, notification, and logo, and product. All of this component we are receiving here. Then we have to import the use state context because we have to get the function for getting the NFT details. Then we have to get the work on the image details. After that, we have to simply get all the function from our context, address, contract, get upload images. Then we'll say set loading, donate fund, single image, and that's coming from our context. Then come down, we have to take the URL query. So first we have to take the query from the router. So we'll take this router.use router, and that we have to deconstruct the router, and that we have the query, and that's what we have to take. Once we have the query, we have to call our take a state variable. We'll say all images and set all images to the empty array. Then we'll take this notification state variable. Then we'll take this support empty. Then we'll take this image. This will keep all the information about the image. We'll come down, we'll take this fetch image. Inside that, we have to call this on image, and we have to call the function we have created, single image, and we have to pass the ID. So that's what we are passing. We have to convert it into a number, and that's what we have to pass. We can't pass it as a string, otherwise it will throw an error. Then we'll take this const variable, we'll say images, and we'll say get uploaded images, and this will give us all the images we have in the contract. And then we have to set this in our state variable, and then we have to console log this. So this is the very first fetch function we have. Now we have to call this function. We'll take this use effect, and we'll say if we have the contract, then we have to call it, and if there is a changes in the address and the contract, then we have to call it. So that's the very first function. Now we can take this donate amount, because this is the function we're going to attach on our donate, so they can donate and to the particular NFT or images. It's going to be async function, and that we have to take the set loading to true. So when they will click on the donate, we have to display the loader unless or until the transaction not get completed. Then we have to take this await donate fund, and we have to simply pass the amount. We have to convert this into the decimal point in way terms. Then we have to pass the ID, and the ID we have in here in the query. So we are passing this data. So that's the function we have, and now we have to work on the JSX. So now we have to work on the JSX, and we have already built all the components. All we have to do is to plug the actual data. So we'll take the div. It will have a class called home. In that, we have to call the header component, and we have to set the notifications and the set notification props. Then we have to come here, and then we have to display our image. So we'll say if image is equal to undefined, means there is no data, then we have to display our loader. Otherwise, we have to display our component. So we'll take this product component, and in that we have to send the props. So we have to set this set loading. We have to set the donate amount function. Then we have to send this set notification, and we'll also send this set support, and we'll send this to images, all the image data, and that's what all the things we are passing. Close this one, and now we have to display our div. It will have a card, and here we have to display all the images we have listed in our contract. So we have to simply loop over it, and we have to pass the data into our component. So we'll take this card and we have to send the props. We'll set the key, we'll send the index, then we have to pass the image data, and these are the three props we need to send, and the set notification and the notification. So these are the 5 props we are sending. So looks pretty good. The notification is also there. Now we have to close this one, and we have to slice it down to 8 because we don't want to display the entire. If we have 100, so we don't want to display the 100 one. Or if you want to filter based on the category, you can do it very easily, and I have covered that extensively in the real estate Dapp project. So I believe that if you haven't built that real estate Dapp project, make sure to build that one is one of the project which you can include in your portfolio, and you will have tons of learning. So in that I have covered extensively that how you can divide the entire data into different categories and component, which I'm not going to do in this. You can easily able to follow that project if you want to do that and include it into this project. Now close this div. Now we have to take this footer component because that's also ready. Now we have to take this notification component. So if we have the notification, then we have to display our component, and in that we have to pass the data. So we'll take this notification component and we have to pass the props notification, and we'll pass this set notification. So these are the 2 props we are passing. Simply close this one, and now we have to render the donate loader. We'll take this loading. If it's true, then we have to display our div loader, and then we have to display our logo, and we have to close it, and we have to close this one. Looks fine. Now we'll take this div, close this one, and that's what we have to export. So that's all we have to write here in our image detail page, and this will work absolutely fine. So hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys. So all of things we have written, first we have imported from the React ether and use router, then we have imported our internal files, component, and the context. Here we are taking all of the function from our context. This is the query we are getting from the router. These are the state variable. This is the function we are getting when the page will reload, and here we have the donate function which will call our function, and we are simply calling the functions. Pretty simple. Save it. You can come back to the browser and you can have a look. So if you reload the page, right now it's stopped, so let's reload it. Okay, so you can see our application is looking fine. Now here we have the images. If you click on that, it will take you to the image detail page, and you can see here we are on the image detail page ID1, and here we got the entire data. So right now our product detail page has all the data, and here we have all the card images. Everything is looking fine, name, descriptions, and the image is hard coded, I guess. So this is not what I have clicked on. If I click on this, and here we have this different image. Okay, I know what is the problem. You can see all of the data is looking absolutely fine. We can able to click, and we can able to redirect to the image detail page, and the ID is also reflecting the name, the data is, all the things are looking fine. So we have to do the changes in the image, and I know that I have hard coded the image data. So simply come back to the product, click on that. Come here, go to the close this one, and we have the product here. And instead of hard code images, we have to simply provide the actual image. So I'll simply uncomment this, and I'm going to remove this one and save it. So this will fix the issue. So come here in the browser, and you can see we have the image looking absolutely fine. If you come back here, looks good to me. Now just a moment, here we are. Click on this, and here we are. So this is the mother love baby and the category and all of the things working fine. So if you click on this copy URL, you can able to copy the URL, and you can paste, and you can have a look. This is the URL of the images, looking good. Now if you click on download images, it's going to download. So click on that. Okay, click it one more time, and here the image is downloaded. So here we have downloaded the image, looking fine. Reload the browser, we can download the image now. So just a moment. Now you can click on download and you can see we can download that one. If you click on that, the name is also given, and here we have that image in our local system. Looks pretty good. Now we can donate the fund as well. So right now we have zero donation in this. If you reload the page, and just a moment, and here we have the donation is zero right now. So let's donate couple of things, amount, sorry. So by default this is the value we have assigned, but the user can increase that one. So let's go to very less because I don't have much. I'll donate this amount. Click on donate, and here we have the loader. It's loading, and here we have the pop-up. We are donating this amount. Click on confirm, and this will make the transaction. So just a moment. So it's taking a little bit time, and finally the donation is completed. The page is reload, and here you will find the amount we have donated here. Looks good. If you come back to the home page, and everything is working fine, we have no issues. You can see recents, we got that one as well. You can filter, you can click, and you can come back to the image details. All of the things are looking fine. We have all of this data. Looks good. You can download that one. Close this one. You can donate the fund. Close this one. You can copy, and you can paste. So things are looking fine. We have no issues in our application. Come back to the home, and let's come back here. Looks good. What else we can test? So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have got an idea, and everything's working absolutely fine, and I believe that you guys have no issues in your part. If you guys are stuck anywhere, and if you guys have encountered anywhere, make sure to have a reference of the code and try to rewatch the video. That will fix the issue, but everything's working fine. And now we have one more video, in that we're going to work on the API section, and we're going to build the API page where we list out the endpoints for the user to copy and make the calls. So let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So this is the last video of our project. In this video we're going to work on our API page sections, and we'll provide couple of information to the user who wants to use our API endpoints. So this is where we left in the last video. Things are looking pretty beautiful. You can click and you can redirect to the detailed page, and you can able to have all the information about the images. You can see everything is looking fine. Things are looking good. You can simply click on logout, and we are log out from this application, and we have this login and logout sign up function. You can pass your credential and you can log into the application. So let's pass $Gmail and the password, and click on login, and we are logged into the application. So it looks pretty good. All the functions are working absolutely fine. And now we have to work on our API section. So log out from the application, and things looks good. Let's come back to the VS Code, and now we're going to start working on our last page, API page. Come back to the pages, and here we're going to start working on next API. So we have done with the index. Now we will work on the NFT API. So first we have to start working on importing couple of things from React. So we'll say import React use state. Then we have to do the internal import. We have to import the header, footer, notifications, logo, and that's coming from components. Then we have to import the use context, and that's coming from NFTs. Then we have to build our NFTs API component page. We need to take couple of state variable. So we'll take this loading, and that's coming from our context. Then we'll take this notification. It will be by default empty. Then we have to display the endpoints information. So we're going to do it on the base of array. So we'll say API endpoints, and first we'll provide the information. We'll say title, so get all NFT. In the description we'll provide, so we'll say welcome to NFT API, access to all the NFTs uploaded to IPFS by following the mentioned step down below. And the method they want to call is get, and this is the endpoint on which they have to make the call. So right now we are doing on localhost, so that's why you can see this is the endpoint we have built. But when you will deploy an API on any server or any domain, that's the URL you have to provide. Instead of localhost, you have to give that domain name. So this is the first endpoint I have. For get all, let's build the other 4 endpoints. So we'll take get single, and it will be have the description. So we'll say single NFT API endpoint get access to single NFT uploaded to IPFS by following the mentioned steps down below. The method would be the get, and they have to make a request on this particular endpoint. Then we have to make a create one. So we'll say create image upload. This is the descriptions we have to give. So we'll say this endpoints will allow you to make post request on the server to upload the image. Method post, and the endpoint is this. So that's the create one, and now we have to do the authentication. So for logging, so we'll say title login endpoint. The description we have to give, we'll say allow user to use the NFT API authentication to log user in. Method post, because they have to send the data, and the endpoint is this user login, and close this one. And now we have one more for the sign up. So we'll say title sign up endpoint. Description, we'll say allow API user to use the NFT API for creating account to sign up user. Method post, endpoint, instead of login we have to say sign up. And that's the all 5 endpoints we have. Now we have to work on the JSX. We'll take a class home, then we have to take the header, in that we have to send the props. So we'll come down, we have to take a div, it will have a class called header. Inside that we have to take this h1, we'll say how to use NFT API. Then we'll take a div, close that one. Then we'll take a div, it will have a class called API body. We'll have the API endpoint, and we're going to simply loop over that. So we'll take this div, it will have a class called API left. We'll say header 3, it will have the class, and it will have the title of the API. Then we'll take the paragraph, we'll display the description. Then we'll take the paragraph and display the method, and then we'll display the endpoints data. Now simply close the div and close the div, dynamic block, and close the div. Looks pretty fine. And here we have to display our footer component, and here we have to display our notification. Looks good. If it's empty, then we don't want to display, but if we have notification information, then we have to display, and that we have to send the props to notification and set notification. Looks good. And we have to simply close that one. Display the loader, it will have a div, and we have to assign a class to loader, and in that we have to call our logo component. Close this one and close this one, close the div, and we have to export this particular page. So that looks pretty awesome. We are done. That looks good. You can see this is the React import, this is the internal imports, this is the state variable, and this is the endpoint data we have. All of these 6 data we have taken. This is for get all. Then we have the JSX, we have the header, we have the information, and we have the component. Looks good. This is the notification and the loader. Pretty good. Now we can test this out. So we can come back to the browser, and if you click on this, it will take you to the API, reload the browser, and here we are. Boom. You can see all of the data is displaying fine, and that's the power of using utility classes. So we have all of this, how to use API endpoints. So we have this information, the endpoints, they can simply call that one. So get all NFT, get single one, create upload, login endpoint, and user endpoint sign up. Looks pretty good. So come here. This is the style. So this is the all the classes we have applied. So title, API body, and all the pages. Looks absolutely good. So hope this I think making sense. You come back to the home and you can see this one is looking fine. This one is absolutely fine. Come back, you can log out from the application, and here you are. You can simply log out from the MetaMask and reload the browser. Things looks pretty good. No issues we have in our project. Everything is working fine. You can click on the button, you can log in, you can click on the sign up, and you can create your account. So let's create an account called Schwab@gmail.com. And many of you have asked me that who is Schwab. So Schwab is my little angel, my younger brother. And let me copy the email from there, and I have to give the name Schwab, and I can type the email schwab@gmail.com. Let's give the password, confirm password, and click on the sign up. And here we have created our account, so we are logged. You can click and you can log out, and you can click on login. So this login logout functionalities are working absolutely fine. Let me give the email ID, and you can give the password and click on login, and here we are logged into the application. So it's working fine. If you click on this connect, you can pass the password, and I give the wrong password, so let me give the right one. So let me type it, click on unlock, and here we are logged into the application. If you click on this, you will have all of this information. So let's change the address of the user from the profile. So cut this one, come back to the profile component, and instead of hardcode data, we have to display the actual user address. So let's take the address, copy that one, and that's what we have to do. Remove this one and simply uncomment this one, and this will display the actual address of the user. And here we have the address. Let's give this dot. Looks fine. We have the address. Okay, things are fine to me. No issues we have so far. You can able to filter, copy the address, and you can paste here. You can filter that. We are easily filtering the data. That's also working fine. You can come back, you can copy this particular address, paste here, and the filter is also working. You can able to filter the NFTs image based on the address. Click on this copy, and we can paste here, we can copy that. So this is also looking fine. You can click on this recent, and we are on the recent. This looks pretty fine, and we have this footer. So all of the functions are looking absolutely fine here. Let's come here and let's click on this. Let's create one more to check that uploading is happening. Click on this image, or this one, the funny one. I really like this one. Let's give the name shocking man funny, and come back to the blockchain coder. Here you will find the entire source code, complete code, and the starter file, so you can come and get it from here if you're stuck anywhere. So copy this dummy text. I'll come back, paste here, and give the email ID, pick the category, click on create, and here we are loading. Just a moment, and this will happen very quickly. And here we have the MetaMask pop-up. Click on confirm, and here we are making the transaction both in the contract and in the backend API. So it's taking a little bit time. Just a moment. The transaction will complete very soon, and here we have completed the transaction, and here you will find the image you have uploaded. So this is the one you have uploaded. You can get it to the recent, and here you have that one. Looks pretty fine. If you click on that, it will take you to the image detail, and we are on the 4. You can see shocking man funny, all of the informations. You can come back and you can click on this woman, and here we have. So we have not donated any font, 0, and in this we have donated a couple of amount. So I guess, I'm not sure about it, You can see this much amount we have donated to this particular user. So our router is also working, all the image data is also working fine and looks fine to me. Now everything is working. This is the cart component, you can click and you can copy, no issues we have in that. Now you can simply copy the image URL from here, you can download it. Okay, click one more time and here you have downloaded. Okay, so the image you have also downloaded. Things look good. Close this one. Now you can donate the fund. So let's donate couple of fund. So I'll go with very small number 7. Click on donate. It's going to make the transaction. This much amount we are donating. Click on confirm and the donation is happening. It's reloading. Just a moment, this donation will complete very soon. And here we have successfully donated the fund and the page is reload. We are fetching the information and you can see this is much amount of money we have donated to this particular image. Come to the API endpoint. All of this endpoint is looking fine. Now you can simply take this particular endpoint, copy the endpoint, come on, copy this one, simply come back to the browser and you can make a request on the browser. Hit request. You can see all the NFT we have got it from our database. Looks pretty fine. Success, each NFT has the ID, all the things looks good. If you come back to the Postman, if you make a request, here you will find all the folds we have created, all the NFTs. Looks fine. Now close this one, and here you are in the database. You can come to the NFT section, reload the browser, and you will find all the NFTs are also stored in the database. So we have for all of this. You can find all the users have created their account. So swap buy is there, dollar is there. Looks pretty good. And this is the single one. You can take this particular endpoint, pass the ID, and it will give you the single NFT. So copy that one, come back here, paste here, and let's come back here and let me get the ID. So this is the user information. Let's come back to the NFT and let's get the ID, one of the ID. So this is the ID. Let's get the ID, copy, paste here, and pass here. So you can see all of this thing. And again, I'm telling you, if you really want to learn more about this API development in advance, then make sure to cover this complete API course. We have close to 13 hours. In that, I have explained you almost advanced level, the actual real world project we have built. In that we have talked about the multiple endpoints. In this we have talked about only 3 to 4 endpoints, and we have built a very basic logic. But in the API course we have built the advanced one. So if you build that one, you are ready to work in a web 2 sector and building any kind of a backend for any type of application. So I must tell you that once you complete this project, you have to take the API complete course, which is absolutely free. It's there on our channel, so make sure to follow that. That will teach you amazingly everything about the API development. Okay, right now we have to paste this ID to get the individual one, but you can easily able to filter the entire data based on the name, based on the user, based on the slug URL. All of things I have covered extensively with higher security aspect as well. So things looks pretty fine. We have all of this data about this. So you can able to find the image URL, simply copy the URL and you can paste here and you make a request. This is the image. Close this one and here we are back. So looks pretty good. You can work out it and come to the expect element. It's 100% responsive for mobile devices. You can see that. You can see 100% responsive. No issues we have. Animations, everything working fine. You can click and you can select the image of your choice which you want, and here we have that. Looks pretty good. That looks good. This is the disconnect and connect. You can click, and this is the pop-up model we have. Looks good. Then we have the filter. You can take the recent, click on the recent one, and here we have the recent one. So Laughing Man. Copy the URL. Notification is also displaying fine. Looks good. The address is also getting copy. Image is also getting copy. Animations are also working absolutely fine. We have all of the footers. This looks pretty good. No issues so far. Things are looking pretty good to me. And if we come back here in the URL, you can simply go to different pages. So let's click, and here we are in the detail page. You can see the detail page is absolutely fine. We are fetching that. We have this images, the information about the baby and all the ID, all the information, and here we have that one. So it will open the donate pop-up. You can copy that one, you can simply download it, and we have this one as well, all of this one. Click and you can able to get the images. So the router, everything is working fine. You can see that looks pretty good. All of the informations are there. Now we can come back here, go to the, let's say, API, and here we can see this section is also looks pretty fine, beautiful. We have the nice background gradient color on the text and looks incredible. Well, you can log out and you can click on this login. You can pass the credential. You can see it looks pretty fine. Click on the sign up. You can sign up. You can toggle it from login to sign up and sign up to login. Login. You can go to the closest one and same thing you can do there. So let's log in. I'll say Schwab gmail.com. We'll take the pass and hit login, and here we are into our page. So that looks pretty good. Close this one and things are looking good to me. So we have tested every single functionality and you can see every single thing is working absolutely fine. We have no issues in our project. It's absolutely ready for deployment and making business out of it. So we can easily able to filter. All of the things are working fine. I'm really liking the UI part. Let's come back here in the code, close this one, and now let's push this entire code to GitHub. So what I will do, I'll open up my terminal and I'm going to stop the application from running. And now let's push this code to GitHub. Delete this one and delete this one. And what I will do is, now we have to come here. Here we have the, now we have to initialize git because we have to push the code to GitHub. So we'll say git init. Then we have to say git add dot, hit enter. Now we have to come back to the GitHub and we have to create a new repository. Click on this repository. I have a lot of repository. Click on new. You can call whatever you want, and I'll say nft / API / live. It will be a private one. Make sure to keep it as private and click on creating repository, and here we have the repository. Now we have to simply copy this command and paste here. So simply live nft API code, hit enter. Then we have to get the branch, paste here, hit enter. Then we have to get the URL, paste and hit enter. Then we have to get the origin, push, and this will push the entire code. You can see it's pushing, and this will take a little bit time, but in my case happen very quickly because I have a super fast internet. Depending on your code as well sometime. So we have successfully deployed the entire code to GitHub, and if you come back to the GitHub and if you reload the page, here you will find the entire code. So here we have the entire source code in our GitHub, and with that we are done with this complete project. So you guys have learned something amazing in this project. I believe you know how to write smart contract, how to build front end, how to build API backend, how to provide endpoints for the API so the user can call in their application. So we have covered tons of things, and I believe that you have learned so many new things in this project. And if so, then do let me know in the comment section that you guys have learned amazing. Yes, I got very good idea at how to build project, and let me know in the comment section that you like this project. And if you are new to my channel, hit like and subscribe. That will motivate me a lot to bring more courses. And again, I'm telling you that the starter file and the final codes are given in the descriptions. Go click on the link and get the source code if you have encountered any error. With that, I'm ending this video, and maybe in the future videos, like future video, I will make a separate tutorial. In that, I will show you that how you can deploy this particular application. Be like after 2 weeks, I'm going to make another video, and that you guys will have idea that how you can deploy this when you have a server running in your application. With that, I'm ending this video. Hope you guys have enjoyed and hope you guys have learned. Have a wonderful day. Bye bye.